Everyone was waiting to see if the herbal remedy Kevin had made from the plants that he'd spotted down by the river would help to save Miranda's life. Officer Emmett pulled Kevin aside and asked him, "Did you make that herbal pill you gave me yourself? And also the one you gave to my fiancée?" "Well, you never asked," Kevin replied as he shrugged his shoulders. Officer Emmett didn't know what to say when she heard his answer. Time passed by slowly as they all waited to see if Miranda would show any improvement. About a half an hour later, she started to look a little more normal, but she still hadn't opened her eyes. "Kevin, what's going on?" Dalton asked anxiously. "Don't worry. She's doing fine. I think she'll pull out of this in about 10 minutes, Kevin said confidently. "Okay, then let's wait a little longer," Dalton said as he nodded his head. "Don't believe this bum, my friend. I'm sure the concoction he made isn't doing anything at all," Blair said to Dalton. "And you're saying this based on your vast knowledge of herbal remedies?" Dalton shot back as he glared at him. Blair didn't dare to say anything else. Jason interrupted to say to Kevin, "I still think you're a troublemaker. Why the hell did you have us burn our clothes when the chefs had set up a perfectly good grill?" Kevin looked at him and shook his head. "That shows what little you know, Jason. The grill's charcoal would have put a lot of toxic substances on the roots I was preparing. But your fancy clothes were made of 100% cotton, a lot cleaner to burn." This seemed to satisfy the onlookers, and Jason backed off so he wouldn't look even more foolish. He'd get even with Kevin later. While they were waiting, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a cool breeze blew across the campsite, making the trees start to sway back and forth. "It looks like it's going to rain," Officer Emmett said. "No way. Even if we get some rain, it shouldn't be a thunderstorm. After all, it's almost autumn," Matilda Jones pointed out as she looked up at the sky. "I wouldn't be so sure of that," Kevin said very seriously. "It's still pretty warm out. I think we should move to higher ground so we can be safe from any flooding." "Sherwin, do you have any people to help move the campsite?" Dalton asked very soberly. "Don't worry, Dalton. The tents are perfectly fine right here," Blair said very assuredly. Right at that moment, Kevin looked up at the sky and frowned. "Kevin, what's wrong?" Phoebe asked inquisitively. "I can't believe they set up our tent so close to the river," Kevin said loudly. "Once it starts raining, the river will overflow its banks, and everything will be washed downstream, including us. And we don't have much time." "Kevin, you have no idea what you're talking about," Blair rebuked him. "It's too late in the season for that to happen." Dalton ignored Blair and asked Kevin, "Are you sure about that? Do you know about meteorology too?" "I know a little about it. You should really move Miranda to higher ground while she recuperates. I'll get Lily to do the same." Then Kevin turned around and looked at Blair. "Do you have any extra tents? I need one of them." Seeing how serious Kevin looked, a lot of the campers started to whisper to each other. They couldn't believe he was showing off again. After all, there were never any serious thunderstorms this late in the season. Lily heard the comments from everyone and started to doubt Kevin once again. Then Dalton looked Kevin in the eyes and thought for a moment. He agreed that it was getting too late in the year to have a summer thunderstorm, but Kevin had already been right twice today, so he gave him the benefit of the doubt. "Give Kevin a tent," Dalton said coldly. He didn't have to bother being polite to Blair. Kevin looked up at the sky again and commented, "I think we've got about 20 minutes before the storm gets here. Unfortunately, nobody can get a strong enough signal to check a weather app. I'm guessing we'll just have enough time to get to higher ground and set up shelter. Does anyone want to go with us?" "All right, Kevin, stop messing around," Lily warned him. "Are you coming with me or not?" Kevin didn't have time to explain it all to Lily. He turned around and asked again, "Isn't anyone else coming along?" Kevin didn't really like these people, but their lives were at stake. He waited, but nobody answered him. They just stared at him like he was full of crap. "Kevin, that's enough," Lily pleaded with him helplessly. From Lily's point of view, Kevin was taking advantage of their relationship, but just the thought of this made her feel embarrassed and she started to blush a little. "Lily, you have to trust me. There isn't much time left." Kevin looked at Lily and was confused to see her blushing. The rest of the group didn't believe Kevin knew anything about the weather and figured his luck had to run out soon. They didn't see any need to follow him and pitch their tents in another spot. While they were all discussing amongst themselves, Phoebe walked up with her brother Blake. "Kevin, I believe you. I'll go up the hill with you," Phoebe said confidently. "What are you talking about, sis?" Blake said somewhat anxiously. "It's way too dangerous in those woods." A few other members of her family agreed and tried to persuade her to stay where they were, but Phoebe didn't pay any attention to them. She just stared at Kevin with a determined look in her eyes. She didn't care whether Kevin would make a big deal out of it or not. What was important was that she had to support him right now. The group tried to warn her not to go with him. One of them even said, "Just because he lucked out and made some herbal drink doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about. Stay here where it's safe." They all tried to stop her from going. Blair walked quickly up to Kevin and said loudly, "I know why you're doing this, Kevin. You know that your herbal cure isn't going to help Miranda. So now you're trying to sneak out of here before Dalton figures it out and gets his hands on you." A lot of the other campers nodded in agreement, and this really made Kevin angry. Here he was trying to help these people, but they kept mocking him and calling him names. Were they ever going to listen to his advice without complaining? "Get out of my way," Kevin said coldly. "What? Am I right? So now you're angry because you know I'm telling the truth," Blair said with a proud smile. He knew that he couldn't let Kevin leave. By now, everyone was convinced that Blair was right and that Kevin was trying to run away. They just couldn't figure out why he'd asked Dalton to bring his wife along with him. But they tried to keep him from leaving anyway. "I said, get out of the way. I don't have the time to waste with you here," Kevin said quickly. He had to set up the tent before the storm arrived, and he didn't want Lily, Miranda, and Phoebe to get soaked by the rainstorm that was on the way. "Okay, Kevin, now that I've exposed you for what you really are, why don't you go and apologize to Dalton? Admit that you were wrong," Blair said boastfully. "Blair, do you have your head on straight? If I wanted to run away, would I ask Dalton to come along with me?" Kevin's patience had reached its limit. Blair started to reply, but Kevin stopped him as he opened his mouth. "Just leave us alone. I don't want to have to come down here and save you later," Kevin said frankly. "What? What did you just say? The wind's blowing too hard. I didn't hear you clearly," Blair said sarcastically. "And by the way, I don't need help from someone like you." Kevin ignored Blair. Just as he was about to head towards the woods with his equipment, Blair put out his arm and stopped him. "Dalton, it looks like we'll need to deal with this guy first before we can head to higher ground," Kevin said grimly. "That's easy, Kevin," Dalton said. Then he turned to Blair and said very firmly, "Get the hell out of the way right now. I'll only tell you once." This scared the crap out of Blair, and he immediately stepped aside to let Kevin move past him. Kevin picked up 2 backpacks and 2 tents now that Dalton and his wife were joining them. Just as he was about to head towards the wood with Lily and the others, he suddenly turned around and looked at Blair and said to him, "Don't do me any more favors." "You son of a bitch!" Blair couldn't take it anymore. He balled up his fists and started to move toward Kevin, but Officer Emmett suddenly pulled him back. "Kelly, are you still standing up for this piece of trash?" Blair asked her in surprise. "I'm doing this for your own good. This camping trip was organized by your family. If you were to fight with Kevin," she paused for a moment and said, "are you really willing to let everyone see your family as some kind of a joke?" Officer Emmett was obviously disappointed in Sherwin. Although she wanted to leave with Kevin and his group, she decided to stay because she also thought that there wasn't much chance of a big storm this time of year. "Dalton, let's get going now. The rain will start very soon and we won't have much time to set up our tents," Kevin said very seriously. "Okay, "Please ask Lily to take care of my wife while we set up the tents together," Dalton replied. The land in that part of Illinois was fairly flat, but luckily there were rolling hills near there, and the river was in a very slight valley that extended up into the woods. After about 10 minutes, Kevin found a good place to set up the new campsite. With Dalton's help and the simple tents that they'd brought along, the two of them were able to set it up very quickly. Suddenly, Lily said loudly, "Kevin, Dalton, come here. Miranda just woke up." When Dalton heard her, he immediately abandoned Kevin, who was cutting down some vines, and ran to Miranda. "Dalton, what happened to me?" Miranda said weakly. "It was all my fault. That fruit I gave you was poisonous. Luckily, Kevin saved you," Dalton said nervously as he hugged Miranda tightly. Watching the tender scene between the two of them, Lily subconsciously shifted her gaze to Kevin. Kevin was now gathering the vines together, and it looked like he was getting ready to use them for something. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by rumbling thunder and a wild gust of wind. "Did I just see lightning? I can't believe we're stuck in the woods during a thunderstorm," Phoebe said in a panic. "Damn it, Kevin, you were right," Dalton shouted as he used his body to protect Miranda from the wind. "Don't thank me yet. Go ahead and take your wife into the smaller tent. I'll join Lily and Phoebe in the other one," Kevin said as he used the vines to tie the tents more tightly to the stakes. Soon the five of them split into two groups and went into their respective tents. But when Kevin entered the tent with Lily and Phoebe, the atmosphere immediately got very awkward. "Kevin, why did you only bring 2 tents for the 5 of us?" Lily asked as she started to blush. "Lily, I only have 2 hands. How many tents and backpacks do you want me to carry?" Kevin protested. Lily couldn't think of what to say. She just knew it felt really inappropriate for the 3 of them to share a tent. Suddenly there was another flash of lightning and a loud thunderclap. It really gave Lily and Phoebe a scare. "Looks like this rainstorm is even worse than I expected," Kevin said with a frown. "By the way, Kevin, I'm curious. How did you know it was going to rain?" Phoebe asked him after she came back to her senses. "Would you believe me if I told you that I also know astronomy and geography?" Kevin joked. Lily and Phoebe just rolled their eyes at him. The tent immediately fell into an awkward silence. The 3 of them didn't know what to say and just sat quietly listening to the sound of the rain outside. "Why don't the 2 of you chat a little? I need some rest," Kevin said as he yawned and stretched out on the sleeping mat. "Kevin, you don't plan to sleep in here, do you?" Lily asked awkwardly. "Well, you don't expect me to go out there, do you?" Kevin asked in surprise. "Are you sure? You'd really let me go out to get drenched in this downpour?" "This isn't about the rain. It's because Phoebe is one of the most eligible young women in Chicago, and she's never had a boyfriend. If you sleep in the same tent as us, people will find out, and it would ruin her reputation," Lily explained. It was very difficult for her to say this in front of Phoebe, but that's what she felt. How were they going to work this out? While most of the families decided to weather the storm at the campsite by the river, Kevin and Dalton took Lily, Phoebe, and Miranda to higher ground in the woods. But once the storm began and Kevin went into their tent, Lily didn't think it was appropriate for him to be in there with Phoebe. "What's the problem? We're not on a date. It's a tent. Do you want me to go out there and get soaked? Or should I throw Dalton and Miranda out of their tent?" Kevin complained. He really didn't understand what Lily was thinking. How could she be worried about Phoebe's reputation instead of thinking about her own husband's comfort? "That's okay, Lily. It's such a heavy rain and it really wouldn't be safe for Kevin to go outside," Phoebe said quietly. Plus, she really didn't find the idea of staying in the tent with Kevin all that unpleasant. "See, Lily, Phoebe doesn't mind," Kevin said with a smile. Lily was at a loss for words. She just rolled her eyes at Kevin. This whole situation really made her feel uneasy. After that, the 3 of them lay down quietly and waited for the storm to pass. After an hour, the thunderstorm still didn't show any sign of letting up. Suddenly, Kevin remembered something and leaned over. "Kevin, what's going on?" Lily, who wasn't able to sleep at all, asked him cautiously. "Did you guys hear something?" Kevin asked in alarm. Phoebe listened carefully and understood right away. "It sounds like someone is calling for help." "Not good," Kevin replied as he quickly opened the tent zipper. Lily and Phoebe heard Kevin complain as soon as he stepped outside. "Damn, it's pouring." The rain was certainly very heavy, and Kevin could barely see where he was going. He called out to the other tent, "Dalton, are you asleep? If you are awake, follow me down the hill. I think the rest of our group's in trouble." Suddenly there was another loud thunderclap. It sounded like the sky was being ripped apart. "Kevin? Nope, I'm not asleep yet," Dalton said as he quickly came out of his tent. Kevin called out to the women in both tents, "You three should stay up here. Whatever you do, don't go down to the river." It took more than 10 minutes for Kevin and Dalton to find their way down to the main campsite. They were stunned by what they saw. The river had risen at least 6 feet. Not only did it wash away the tents, but there were also some trees that had fallen, forming a natural dam. The rest of the group was treading water and holding tightly to the trees and bushes by the shore. They were trying desperately not to be washed away by the water. Fortunately, they had all had swimming lessons in their fancy pool, so they were safe for the moment. But they couldn't hold on much longer. "Kevin, you really should go into business as a fortune teller," Dalton said as he gave his friend an admiring look. "We can talk about that later. For now, let's find a way to get them all up here," Kevin said very seriously. He looked around and found 2 long vines that must have been 5 inches in diameter. Kevin stood next to a tree and threw the vines down to them. "Hey, can you hear me?" he yelled down at them. "I just threw you some vines. Pull yourselves up with all your strength." When they heard this, they all looked up at Kevin. Some of them suddenly remembered what Kevin had said earlier. He really wasn't looking for an excuse to leave. Some even regretted not listening to Kevin's warning. "Mr. Williams, pull me up first. I'm too young to die," one of them yelled out. "Get me out of here. I promise I won't laugh at you anymore," another one called to him. They all started shouting frantically. Then another tree fell into the water and there was a loud scream. They were frightened out of their wits. Kevin and Dalton looked at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. Sure, now they were being nice to Kevin. "Stop arguing and help each other climb up here. Ladies first," Kevin shouted to them. Then he saw Officer Emmett in the crowd and called out to her. "Why are you still waiting? Get up here." Officer Emmett was surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that the first person Kevin saved would be her. But the vine had gotten very slippery from all the rain. It took Officer Emmett a long time to climb to safety. Just as she was about to lose her grip, Kevin reached out and grabbed her arm. Then he managed to get his other arm around her waist and helped her to the clearing. He'd saved her life. Seeing this, Blair, who was still in the water, suddenly shouted, "What are you doing, you son of a bitch? Watch where you put your hands." When Officer Emmett heard this, she got very angry with her fiancé. "What are you talking about, Sherwin? Just for that, you'll be the last one out," Kevin yelled. With Dalton's help, Kevin quickly pulled everyone to safety, except for Blair. Kevin was still feeling the effects of his fight with the cougar earlier in the day, and he felt waves of pain when his wounds reopened from all his effort. "Everyone, go up to the small clearing where we pitched our tents, and don't worry about the wild animals. They're smarter than some of us and have already found shelter," Kevin said while struggling to catch his breath. Then Kevin turned to Dalton and said, "Would you please lead the way? I'm sure they'd rather listen to you than to me." "Okay, no problem," Dalton replied. In fact, even without Dalton leading the way, everyone would have listened to Kevin at this point. They may have learned from their mistake. Kevin took a moment to catch his breath and wait for the pain to subside. Then he heard Blair yelling to him, "Kevin, what are you doing? Don't you see that I'm still down here? Hurry up and save me." "I'm sorry, Mr. Blair. After saving so many people, I don't have much strength left," Kevin shouted back. "Stop stalling. "You're just trying to get even with me, you son of a bitch," Blair shouted. Just then, another tree suddenly fell into the river. It was less than 6 feet away from Blair. This frightened him enough to make him see how much he needed Kevin's help, and he shouted, "Kevin, please save me. I don't want to die." "Kevin, I know everything that Blair's done to you, but please save him for my sake," Officer Emmett pleaded with him. Kevin stopped what he was doing and just stared at Officer Emmett. He realized that he didn't really have any intention of saving Blair. He was so tired of this arrogant bastard fighting with him and insulting him every time he tried to help him. He was the worst combination of arrogant and powerful. If he rescued Blair, Kevin was sure he'd still have trouble with him in the future. "Maybe I'll save him, but you have to say the magic word. Please," Kevin said very seriously. Immediately, a smile appeared on Officer Emmett's face. She knew very well that Kevin was giving her a chance. "Please," Officer Emmett said shyly. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you," Kevin said with a grin. "Please, I beg you. Please save Sherwin as soon as you can," Officer Emmett replied. Blair, who was still treading water while he hung onto a branch, looked desperate. Kevin suddenly turned around and shouted down the slope to Blair, "Do you remember what you said to me?" "Kevin, that's enough," Blair screamed. "Since you've forgotten what you said, maybe you don't need my help after all," Kevin shouted to him. Then another branch suddenly fell next to Blair, scaring him so much that he almost lost his grip. "Kevin, please, I'm begging you to save me. I really don't want to die," he sobbed. He realized that he needed Kevin's help right now. He could get revenge on him later, once he was safe. "Are you sure you want to come up here in the woods?" Kevin shouted down to Blair. "You know there might be cougars here," Kevin taunted him. "Yes, I admit it. I arranged for someone to dress up in a cougar costume. Now please save me. I'm too young to die." Blair sounded like he was about to cry. "A fake cougar? It can't be. How could you do such a thing?" Kevin asked him. I wanted to look like a hero in front of Kelly, so I found someone to pretend to be a wild animal," Blair shouted back. Officer Emmett froze when she heard him say this. "Do you still want me to save him?" Kevin turned his head and asked Officer Emmett. She didn't answer Kevin's question. She just quietly turned around and walked away. "Consider yourself lucky," Kevin said as he threw the vine down to Blair. After he had climbed up the slope to safety, Blair saw Officer Emmett walking away. He didn't even say thank you to Kevin before chasing after her. When Kevin returned to the camp, Lily immediately jumped out of the tent. "Kevin, did you save them?" Lily said in disbelief. "Not all of them. Dalton also helped," Kevin said casually. "Kevin, I'm so proud of you," Lily said happily. Lily had already asked Dalton about the rescue when he came back to the tent leading the group. When she found out that it was Kevin who had saved everyone, Lily was stunned. As she thought about everything that had happened today, she simply couldn't believe that everyone still despised her husband and called him a loser. "It's still raining hard, and it's kind of chilly," Kevin said to Lily. "Why don't you go into the tent and rest?" Kevin ignored all of the people huddling under the bushes and headed back down the hill. Miranda had been poisoned by the golden fruit that Dalton had picked by mistake. Kevin knew that this kind of fruit was very rare, especially this far north. He didn't want any of them to be damaged by the floodwaters. When Kevin got down near the river, he looked around and finally found 2 trees that still had some undamaged fruit. It looked like there were about 20 that had survived. The night passed very quickly. The next day, nobody was really in the mood to play, so Blair's family managed to get where there was cell phone coverage to call for some limos to come pick them up early. Kevin and Lily rode back with Dalton and Miranda and a few other guests. After a few minutes, Dalton asked him, "Kevin, tell me honestly, how do you make such good predictions? You're like a prophet or something." Miranda, who was doing a lot better now, also looked at Kevin with interest. "I wouldn't go that far," Kevin replied nonchalantly. "I only read a few books about these subjects when I was bored." There were a couple of other people in the stretch limo, and they started whispering to each other. "Who does he think he is? He was just lucky." But because Dalton was in the car, they were careful not to say anything loudly enough for him to hear it. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, tossing the passengers around in their seats. They immediately started to complain to the driver. "Hey, where did you learn to drive?" and worse insults. "I'm very sorry about that, but there's a tree blocking the road," the driver said very apologetically. They all looked at where the driver was pointing, and sure enough, there was an enormous tree that had fallen across the road. There were also a few people standing in the road, scratching their heads and trying to figure out what to do. But Kevin thought to himself, something doesn't look right. As they were all leaving the campsite the next morning, the limo driver had to stop because a tree was blocking the road. When Kevin saw the people standing in the road looking at the downed tree, he had a bad feeling. Kevin suddenly said loudly, "We can't stay here. Turn around right away and find another way back to Chicago." His shouting immediately drew everyone's attention. There were a few passengers in the stretch limo other than Kevin's group and Dalton's. Of course, Sherwin Blair was riding with them too. As usual, they thought he was just showing off. One of them said, "What the hell are you shouting for? Who said you could give orders here, you jackass?" Kevin scowled when he heard what they were saying. Just then, the group of men in the road suddenly walked up to the stretch limo, and an anxious-looking man in his 30s asked them for help. "My uncle hurt his leg when the tree fell, and he needs to get to the hospital right away. Can you please help us?" Another man added, "We live nearby, and we were on our way to work when the tree fell." Then one of the other men, who had a strange expression on his face, said, "The traffic's really tied up because of the storm. It'll take way too long for an ambulance to get here. My uncle just can't wait that long." "Don't listen to them. We need to get out of here right now," Kevin said very seriously. Blair immediately turned around and sneered at him. "You piece of trash. Don't you have any conscience? Can't you see that someone's been injured?" Jason took on a really pompous tone and said, "Kevin, just because you're a loser, it doesn't mean you can't give someone a hand." "Driver, please listen to me. You have to turn around and get us out of here," Kevin repeated. The driver had no idea what to do. Everyone was telling him something different. Officer Emmett spoke up and ordered the driver, "Quick, open the door and let them in." "Don't open it," Kevin shouted anxiously. Now the driver was paralyzed, unsure which of them he should listen to. "Kevin, what are you doing?" Officer Emmett asked in confusion. She'd never known Kevin to be so cold and heartless. "Didn't you hear me? We need to leave," Kevin shouted again. He still hadn't explained why to Officer Emmett. Blair was very annoyed at Kevin and yelled, "Shut the hell up. Nobody wants to hear what you think." Then he shouted at the driver, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the door." Kevin sighed helplessly, but none of them listened to him. As it turns out, he realized as soon as he saw the line of fallen trees that they hadn't been knocked down by the storm. Someone had deliberately cut them down. Plus, when one of the men knocked on the window, Kevin clearly saw a prison tattoo on the man's arm, partially covered by a sleeve. He could tell right away that these guys were definitely not ordinary farmers. "But we don't have any empty seats," Jason pointed out to them. Without waiting for Blair to agree, Kevin interrupted them. "I'll gladly give up my seat for them. Lily, Dalton, Miranda, Phoebe, why don't you guys get out of the car with me?" "How about if you just get out all by yourself, Kevin? Once you're gone, we can all make some room to squeeze them in," Jason said with a sneer. He really didn't want Kevin to share the ride with them anyway. Kevin ignored Jason and asked Dalton, "Do you want to join me?" "You know, I think it's kind of stuffy in here anyway. Why don't we all go out for a walk?" Dalton replied indifferently. "Blair, have another car pick us up later." "Lily, are you coming along or not?" Kevin asked his wife. "Kevin, what do you mean by all this? Don't you think my car can fit a few more people?" Blair said indignantly. In fact, Blair also wanted Kevin to get out of the limo. He still hadn't gotten over the embarrassment of yesterday's fiasco with the flood, but if Dalton got out of the car with Kevin, how would he look to everyone else? Lily was about to answer, but before she could say anything, Phoebe said, "Let's go, Kevin. I'll go with you." The moment she said this, the men in Blair's group were very unhappy. Why was she going along with Kevin, this worthless deadbeat, instead of staying with them? What kind of logic was that? But when Lily heard Phoebe volunteer so enthusiastically, she felt very uneasy. "I'll get out too," Lily finally said. Now Blair's group of friends was really disappointed. They continued to hurl insults at Kevin as he opened the door to get out. As they were stepping out of the limo, Kevin turned around and said to Blair and the others, "If you need any help later, don't come crawling to me." Blair shouted back, "Go on, get out of here. We're trying to help some people and you're just running away. Who needs you?" "Blair, I want another car here for us in an hour," Dalton said brusquely. "But Dalton, But before Blair could finish answering, Dalton got out of the car. By now, Dalton considered Kevin to be his brother. But how could he tolerate seeing these people mocking Kevin all the time? He held back, though, because his wife was there. Out of all the people who were taunting Kevin just now, Blair was the loudest. Dalton was tempted to make an example out of him. "I'm really ashamed that you're part of the Jones family, even though it's only by marriage. I can't believe you're not willing to help these men," Jason said with disdain. But Kevin didn't care what they thought. He just turned a deaf ear. It still amazed him that they kept insulting him, even though he'd done so many things to help them. After Kevin and the others got out of the limo, Blair and Jason enthusiastically helped the men bring the injured man inside. Actually, Officer Emmett had wanted to leave with Kevin, but she figured that it was her duty to offer assistance to the injured man. And on top of that, she was still seeing Blair. If she left with Kevin, how would that make her fiancé look? That Kevin is a real good-for-nothing. How could he refuse to give a ride to an injured man? Blair said angrily as he looked at the man's leg. The guy's pants had a huge red stain. "Don't worry about him," Jason said. Then he turned to the driver and ordered him, "Close the door quickly." Once the door was closed, Jason turned to the men and said, "You guys are lucky you ran into us. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble." "Thank you. Thank you very much," the man replied with a cold smile. Then he pulled a very sharp knife out of his jacket and said menacingly, "Nobody move. I know how to use this and I'd hate to have to hurt you." "What the hell are you doing?" Blair was dumbstruck. The others didn't know what was going on. "What are we doing? Let me explain. This is a robbery," the man with the injured leg said as he pulled out a knife and held it to Blair's neck. "Don't move if you value your life." "What are you doing? We were trying to help you," Officer Emmett said in disbelief. "I've already thanked you for that," the injured man said with a cold smile. "But my friends and I need some money. As long as you follow our instructions and hand over all the money you have, I guarantee that you'll all be just fine." "Screw you!" Jason shouted loudly. "Is this how you treat people who try to help you?" Just as Jason finished speaking, one of the other men slapped his mouth and put a knife against his neck, too. "Are you a little slow? My uncle wasn't injured at all. There's no need for you to save him," the man said rudely. "But you have been a great help. You know, if the two of you hadn't insisted on letting us in, our plan wouldn't have succeeded." When he said that, Blair, Jason, and the others started to panic. They led such pampered lives, how could they have predicted something like this? "Now do as we say and hand over your money," the man they kept calling their uncle said impatiently. "I don't want to have to say it again. My patience is wearing thin." Now Blair and the others understood why Kevin had reacted the way he did. He could see that there was something wrong with these guys, but he hadn't explained it to them. The funny thing was that Jason and Blair thought they were doing a good deed, but they didn't know that they were being tricked. Officer Emmett decided to take action. She said to the men, "You're real scum. I'm Lieutenant Emmett of the Chicago Police Department. If you know what's good for you, you'll drop your knives and surrender." "Ooh, Lieutenant Emmett of the Chicago PD," the man said sarcastically. "I'm really scared. Wow, you almost frightened me to death." Officer Emmett was about to say something else when the thief interrupted her and viciously replied, "I don't give a shit who you are." She gritted her teeth but didn't say anything more. She was skilled enough to beat these guys all by herself, but the space was really small and pretty crowded. What if she ended up injuring someone by accident? "All you have to do is hand over your cash, and I'll spare your lives," the man snarled. One of the other men took out a black bag and held it out to them. "You're not getting anything from us," Blair said angrily. He was furious. He'd already disappointed Officer Emmett by having someone disguise himself as a cougar so he could act like he was saving everyone. That's why he'd fought with Kevin just now. He wanted his fiancée to see that he was actually very compassionate, but how could he have known that this group of men were planning to rob them? Unfortunately, the man wasn't in the mood to listen to Blair and gave him a powerful blow to the gut. The intense pain made Blair double over. "Will you shut up now, you wimp?" the man said disdainfully. "If you say another word, I'll cut out your tongue." They were all so shocked to hear these threats. Everyone began to wish they'd gotten out and taken a walk with Phoebe and the others. "Listen, if all you want is money, that's okay. But we don't do a lot of cash business. We don't have much on us right now," Jason tried to explain. "Are you kidding me?" one of the robbers said callously. Then he kneed Jason in the stomach and shoved him against the window, causing it to crack. Jason's face suddenly turned pale. "Don't do it," one of the men suddenly shouted. He hadn't said anything until now, but he looked like he was the leader of the gang. "I know you're all very wealthy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have deliberately waited here for you," the man went on. "So if you don't have any cash, we'll just take everything else. Put all your phones, jewelry, watches, and other valuables in the bag." The man suddenly paused. His gaze swept across everyone's faces before he continued. "I'll bet you don't wear any cheap knockoffs, am I right?" Suddenly the man stepped on Jason's wrist, making him cry out in pain. "Were you trying to hide this?" the man growled as he snatched a very glitzy watch from Jason's wrist. This really upset Jason. His watch was a rose gold Chopard worth at least $400,000, and he loved to flash it around. Jason wanted so much to grab it back from the man, but he just didn't have the strength. Could this day get any worse? After Kevin, Lily, and their friends got out of the limo, Jason let the group of men get in so they could drive them to the hospital. But it turned out they didn't need help at all. They were robbers. The gang's leader ripped Jason's watch right off his wrist. "That's what I expected from a rich kid like you. I'll bet this watch is worth a few $100,000, the man said happily. As soon as he said this, the man who was holding the bag suddenly got very excited. "Quick, hand it over to me." The group of robbers were very happy. It looked like they could get at least $1 million from their rich victims. With that much money, it would be easy to change their identities and move to another town. "It's best if you hand your things over willingly. Don't force us to search you, okay? If you resist, things could get a lot worse," the group's leader said coldly. Officer Emmett felt horrible about this, but she couldn't figure out how Kevin could stand up to bank robbers but not get involved in this situation. But she couldn't dwell on that right now. Blair and the rest of them were very reluctant to take off their valuables and put them in the black bag. Finally, the gang leader said again, "Thank you for your cooperation. We only have one more request. In 1 minute, you're going to get out of the car and stand outside." What choice did they have? They all got out of the car and split up into 2 rows according to the robbers' instructions. The thieves made them hold their hands on their heads like they were under arrest. Some of the more fearful people in the group started to shake. Then the leader of the gang smiled lewdly and reached out to touch Officer Emmett's face. It looked like he had other things in mind than just a robbery. "Get lost, you scum," Officer Emmett said in disgust as she slapped the man's hand away. "So, "You'd rather play the martyr," he said. Then he turned around and put his knife on the neck of one of the men from Jason's group. "I know how to handle martyrs. You're a police officer, aren't you? Then you're responsible for the safety of everyone here. If you resist me again, this man dies." The man started to tremble even more when he heard this and felt like he was going to faint. Officer Emmett tightly clenched her fists. With her martial arts skills, dealing with these robbers wouldn't be a problem at all. But now, there were hostages to worry about. Almost subconsciously, Officer Emmett looked over at Blair, but he was too scared to offer any resistance. She was disappointed to see him like that. The leader was very pleased with himself. He reached out to touch Officer Emmett again, but as he extended his hand, someone seized it firmly. "Who the hell are you?" the man roared as he turned his head to see who had grabbed his wrist. "If you're going to rob us, then just do it and move on. Try anything else and you'll regret it," Kevin warned him. After Kevin had left with the others, he asked Dalton to protect Lily, Phoebe, and Miranda so he could run back to the limo. "Do you have a death wish?" the man yelled furiously. Then he slashed at Kevin with his knife. Kevin grunted and gave the man a quick, powerful sidekick in the gut, sending him flying 10 feet away. "You guys are the worst robbers I've ever seen," Kevin scoffed. "Kevin, quick, save me!" Jason yelled excitedly. He remembered what Kevin had done to Merriweather, and he knew that he could rescue them from these robbers. "You should have kept running instead of coming back here to die," the man growled as he got up from the ground. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill this bastard!" The man turned around and shouted at the other robbers. Hearing this, they immediately rushed towards Kevin. "Kevin, be careful!" Officer Emmett cried out in alarm. "Don't worry," Kevin replied to her, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward towards the men. When the first man threw a punch at Kevin, he deflected it and then punched him in the stomach. The man dropped to his knees, unable to breathe. When the other men saw Kevin take out their best fighter so quickly, they stopped in their tracks. Jason, Blair, and the others also stared in disbelief. Was Kevin really that powerful? "Is he okay?" the second robber asked frantically. Before the man could answer, Kevin kneed him in the chest. "He's just going to take a little nap," Kevin said. After letting out a muffled groan, the man lay down on the ground and didn't move at all. "Shut the hell up!" the second man screamed as he raised his knife and quickly rushed towards Kevin. Then he slashed at Kevin's head. The strike could have killed him, but in the next second, Kevin grabbed the man by the wrist and kicked him hard in the shin. There was a cracking sound as the bone snapped. Then Kevin quickly reached out his other hand and grabbed him by the waist. He lifted his attacker up and threw him at the other two men. The three of them fell to the ground in a heap. The one who had tried to kill Kevin lay on the ground holding his broken legs, screaming in agony. After seeing the four armed robbers fall to the ground so quickly, Blair jumped up in excitement and shouted, "What a beautiful fight!" The hostages smiled as they saw a glimmer of hope. A couple even started to cheer Kevin on. But their hopes were dashed when they heard a gunshot suddenly ring out. The head of the gang had shot out one of the windows of the limo. "Why don't you try that with me, you son of a bitch?" The man snarled ferociously as he pointed his gun at Kevin. "Hey, I didn't know you were carrying any guns with you," Kevin replied without flinching. Instead, he said calmly, "Why don't you try to shoot me instead of an innocent car? Let's see if you can hit me." "Are you actually daring me to shoot you?" he asked contemptuously. "Do you want to try?" Kevin asked jokingly as he furrowed his brow. "Kevin!" Officer Emmett shouted anxiously when she heard him say this. Of course, she saw through Kevin's strategy. It was the same thing he'd done during the bank robbery. He was trying to draw the man away so he wouldn't hurt the others. Kevin was very casual about it. He waved at Officer Emmett and then said to the gang's leader, "If you don't shoot me now, you may not get another chance." "Go to hell," the man shouted as he pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, blood burst from Kevin's shoulder. Fortunately, it wasn't in a vital organ. Kevin grunted and his face turned pale. "Go to hell," the man yelled again. He didn't want Kevin to get off so easily. Just as he was about to fire a second time, Dalton showed up and grabbed the man's arm forcefully. Then he gave him a solid punch to the head. The man dropped immediately to the ground unconscious. "Kevin!" Lily and Phoebe exclaimed almost at the same time as they quickly ran over to him. "Are you okay?" Dalton called out in concern, but then he saw the other two men getting up off the ground. "You deserve to die," Dalton shouted as he clenched his fist and ran toward the two men. He knocked them both out in 2 swings. Just then, the one whose leg Kevin had broken pulled a pistol out of his pocket. Perhaps it was because he was in such pain from his broken leg, but he wasn't able to steady the gun when he fired it, and he ended up shooting Kevin in the back. "Damn it!" Dalton shouted when he saw this. He ran over to the man and kicked the gun out of his hand. Then he knocked him out cold. That's when Kevin fell to the ground. While he was unconscious, Kevin felt like he was having a long dream. When he woke up, he found himself in a hospital. "Kevin, you finally woke up," Lily said excitedly as she grabbed his right hand. She had been at his bedside all night. "How long have I been unconscious?" Kevin asked. His face still looked very pale. "You've been here for a day and night," Lily sobbed. During the whole time, Lily had been afraid that Kevin would never wake up. "Kevin, promise me one thing. In the future, if we ever get in the same situation again, don't be so brave, okay? The doctor said the bullet struck close to your heart, less than 2 inches away." Lily's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Her eyes were red from all her crying. "Lily, please don't cry. If you cry, you'll just make me sad," Kevin said with a bitter smile. He knew that he had to do what he did to keep the others from being hurt. "I don't care. You must promise me. If something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do," Lily said shyly. Hearing this made Kevin happy. "Okay, I promise," Kevin said as he forced a smile. "I'm sorry I scared you." After a moment, he said, "Let me give you a kiss." "I don't want to," Lily said as she immediately stopped crying and took a step back from the hospital bed. Kevin shook his head in confusion. Then he looked around the room and asked her, "Lily, where are we? I didn't know hospitals around here were so luxurious." "This is a private hospital opened by the Steele family. Speaking of which, you really have to thank Dalton Steele. If he hadn't invited the best doctor, your surgery wouldn't have gone so smoothly," Lily told him. She was still afraid he wouldn't survive the shooting. "Where's Dalton now?" Kevin asked. Of course, Dalton hadn't forgotten him, but he had some preparations to take care of. "It's his grandfather's birthday in 2 days," Lily explained. "Dalton is busy taking care of the guests in his home. He also said that when you wake up, I should give him a call." As Lily spoke, she took out her phone. Kevin looked up at the ceiling. Even though he'd just been critically injured, he was grateful to have made a friend like Dalton. After Lily finished the call, Kevin asked her, "Do you know where Dalton's home is?" "Why? Do you want to go over there? I think you need to recover from your injuries." "Anyway, he just said that he'd be right over," Lily said worriedly. While this was going on, Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and the other 3 were sitting together in a private room in the Whistler Hotel. They were discussing their plans for an ecological garden. They were interrupted by the crash of the room's door being kicked open. Thomas Williams, Kevin's uncle, looked at them with a furious expression in his eyes. "Who the hell are you? Get out of here immediately!" Cook shouted fiercely. "Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me?" Thomas Williams growled at him. "You're just Kevin's flunkies. What are you doing eating in such a nice hotel?" Mitchell was irritated to hear him talking like this. "Who the hell are you? How dare you behave so shamefully in my hotel?" "My name is Thomas Williams," he said proudly. "If Kevin were here, he'd have to answer to me. That gives you an idea of my importance." Adrian and the others looked at each other in disbelief when they heard him say this. They knew right away who he was. "So what if you're from the Williams family? This is Chicago, not New York. You're a long way from home," Emo Squire said seriously. "Is that supposed to be a warning?" Thomas said gravely. "Take them all away. Let's see how long Kevin survives without his buddies." They had no idea what Thomas had in mind. Kevin's uncle Thomas burst into the meeting at the Whistler Hotel and ordered his men to take Cook, Adriana, and the others hostage. He was trying to weaken Kevin's position by removing his friends from the equation. "What right do you have to do this to us?" Gilbert said as he struggled against the grip that one of Thomas's bodyguards had put on him. "And what right do you have to help Kevin?" Thomas snarled. "You don't know what's good for you, and you've been siding with Kevin against the entire Williams family. Now Grandpa has given me the order for me to come here to Chicago to handle this. I'll take you all back to New York as our guests." "Grandpa Williams? You mean Randall Williams?" Cook asked in surprise. How could anyone not know who Randall Williams was? The Williams family was the most wealthy family and powerful one in New York, and Randall was the pillar of the family. However, he hadn't been seen in public in years. Thomas didn't want to waste any more time with Mitchell Cook. He told his men, "Take him away." Then he turned around and walked towards the door. When he got to the main hall, Drake saw Thomas walking towards him. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" Drake asked when he saw Cook and the others being held against their will. "Take care of them," Thomas said. He didn't even look at Drake as he continued to walk out of the hotel. Just when Drake was about to lose his temper and stop Thomas, he felt someone touch his shoulder. "Who are you?" Drake roared impatiently. He saw a man standing menacingly in front of him. The man quickly struck Drake in the chest with the palm of his hand, sending him flying and crashing into several tables. Drake was in intense pain from the blow. He got up from the floor and shouted at his bodyguards, "Kill him!" "You overestimate yourself," the man replied ominously. Before the men could respond to Drake's order, the man leapt into the middle of them. In a few quick moves, he knocked them all to the floor. Thomas suddenly stopped in the doorway. He turned around, looked Drake in the eyes, and said, "I'll spare your life. Go and tell Kevin that if he cares about these people's lives, he should go back to New York City. Alone. I'll wait for him in the main hall of the Williams mansion." Then Thomas waved his hand at his guard. The man understood what he meant. He quickly went up to Drake and knocked him out with a single punch. When the onlookers saw this, they immediately started whispering to each other, trying to figure out what was going on. "Who the hell are these people? Did that guy just hit Drake?" they wondered. They were too frightened to do anything but watch. After Thomas left with his men, the Whistler Hotel staff checked Drake to see if he was okay while one of them called an ambulance. They knew very well that anyone who could take Cook and Adriana away like that was someone they didn't want to mess with. While all this was going on, Dalton Steele was just arriving at the hospital. When he saw Kevin sitting up in his bed, he smiled broadly. "Hey, Kevin, I knew you'd pull through, and you were right about everything," Dalton said happily. "I hope I can get out of here soon," Kevin said dejectedly. "You're lucky you're not dead," Dalton said with great concern. Kevin didn't want to argue with him about this. Then he asked, "Do you have a lot of guests to take care of? What are you doing here with me?" "Those people don't need my help with anything. Besides, I'd rather be here cheering you up," Dalton said candidly. Kevin was a little irked when he heard Dalton say this, and he was tempted to turn away from him. "Hey, I don't need any help, and I don't need any cheering up," Kevin said irritably. "Hey, it's not the same thing," Dalton said as he scratched his head. Before Kevin could answer, Dalton said, "My grandfather, Norman Steele, asked me to invite you to come over to our house." Lily looked at Dalton in shock. She couldn't believe what she just heard. The Steele family was very important in the Chicago region, and even though Norman Steele had long since retired from business, he still had a lot of clout. Lily knew that Kevin could really move up in the world if he impressed the man. "For your grandfather's birthday? Of course I'll go," Kevin said with a smile. "That's great. I'm happy to see you're doing better. By the way, my family actually owns this hospital. If you need anything at all, don't be afraid to ask. They'll take care of you," Dalton said as he patted Kevin on the shoulder. Then he added, "Let's have a drink after you get out of here." "Are you leaving already?" Kevin teased Dalton. "What am I, chopped liver?" "Come on, Kevin. Who said I'm leaving?" Dalton replied calmly. "By the way, when you recover from your injuries, I have something very important to tell you. I've got big plans for us, brother. Why can't you tell me now? This is a private room, after all, Kevin urged him. Okay, why not? Dalton said as he walked to the door and looked around. After making sure that there was no one within earshot, he closed the door and went back to sit down next to Kevin's hospital bed. On the 23rd of this month, there will be an important competition, an entrance exam. If you pass it, you can enter the Advanced Herbal Medicine program at the Chicago School for the Natural Healing Arts, Dalton said in a low voice. From what I heard, they only have 15 slots, but anyone can take the exam. What does this have to do with me? It's not like I'm planning to go there, Kevin asked hesitantly. I thought you just might be interested. You know how everyone's trying to find herbal and natural ways to improve their strength and sharpness. Anyone who finishes this program is guaranteed to be very successful, Dalton explained. Then he added excitedly, if you do really well there, the sky's the limit. Don't tell me you don't think you're already a success, Kevin said as he gave Dalton a puzzled look. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Dalton didn't strike Kevin as being greedy. Who said I don't feel like a success? But Kevin, you have no idea how important this is. It could really give your career a boost, Dalton said enthusiastically. They have some of the best teachers in the world, real experts, Dalton continued. Then he put his hand on Kevin's shoulder and said, I saw what you did to help my wife. Just from what you learned on your own, imagine what you could do with the right guidance. Lily had been sitting patiently on the armchair in the corner, and she had no idea what the two of them were talking about. Okay, Dalton, let's talk about this later. I think we must be boring the heck out of Lily right now, Kevin said as he turned to look at his wife. Okay. The exam's not for another 10 days anyway, Dalton agreed. Most people had no idea any of this was going on and just took the regular vitamins and minerals that their doctors gave them. But what Dalton was talking about was on another level altogether. Kevin, why don't you just get out of that bed? I've got nothing going on right now. Come on over to my house and we'll sit down and talk. Dalton invited him warmly. No problem, Kevin answered as he lifted his blanket. Are you really okay? Lily asked worriedly. I'm fine, Lily. You know how tough I am. I mean, I was only shot twice, Kevin boasted. If you don't believe me, we can try to consummate our marriage tonight. Don't embarrass me, Kevin, Lily said shyly. Kevin smiled and slowly got out of bed with some help from Dalton. The three of them left the hospital together, and Dalton drove straight to the Steele family's mansion. On the way, Kevin sent Miss Wilson a message asking her to have some gifts sent over. After all, this was the first time he was going to Dalton's house, and he was even going to meet his grandfather, the famous Norman Steele. How could he possibly go there empty-handed? About an hour later, the three of them pulled up in front of the mansion and walked inside. Norman Steele was sitting at the head of the table, chatting happily with the guests who had come to see him. Among the many guests, Kevin spotted an acquaintance. It was Tucker, whom he had recently seen at his class reunion. Kevin, come over here and let me introduce you. This is my grandfather, Norman Steele, Dalton said eagerly. Grandpa, this is my friend Kevin. Norman smiled and nodded at Kevin. It's nice to meet one of my grandson's friends. Have a seat and enjoy yourself. Thank you, sir, Kevin said politely. After that, he took Lily over to introduce her to Tucker. Hey, Tucker, I didn't expect to meet you here. And I didn't expect to see the Jones family's infamous lazy son-in-law, Tucker replied coldly. A few of the guests heard this and started to whisper to each other. They'd heard about Kevin from the rumors Jason had been spreading around town. The way he was dressed didn't help make a good first impression either. Dalton pretended not to hear what they were saying. He walked over to Kevin and Tucker and asked with a smile, Are you two friends? Before Kevin could say anything, Tucker answered first. You must be joking. Who would be friends with trash like him? After saying that, Tucker took a long look at Dalton and then glanced over at Lily. Actually, Tucker was mainly there for two reasons. The first was to help his sister give Norman Steele a gift so that she could make a connection with the family and get a job in one of their companies. Second, he wanted to make friends with Dalton. After all, he was a well-known figure in Chicago. Tucker thought that if he could become friends with him, it would help him to get ahead. However, Tucker had never thought that he would run into Kevin at a Steele family party. "Please forgive me, Mr. Steele. I have to excuse myself." After saying this, Tucker turned around and left, as if he didn't want anyone to know that he had some kind of relationship with Kevin. "Who was that, Kevin?" Lily asked as Tucker walked away. "No one. He's just a mixed-up guy I know from school," Kevin replied faintly. Tucker immediately stopped when he heard him say that. He turned his head to look at Kevin and said loudly, "What did you just say, scumbag? You're nobody. How dare you say something like that about me?" "I can say anything I want, loudmouth," Kevin said contemptuously. This was upsetting for Kevin. He hadn't provoked Tucker, but here the guy was trying to embarrass him in front of everybody. So Kevin figured he didn't have to be nice to him anymore. "You're a nobody," Tucker snarled. "You wouldn't even be here today if you hadn't married into the Jones family." Then Tucker sneered and said, "Haven't you come here with your wife to give Mr. Steele a gift?" "Oh, really? Aren't you also here to give the gentleman a gift?" Kevin laughed mockingly. "I haven't heard about you making a name for yourself lately. How can you afford to get Mr. Steele a decent present?" "I'm here to offer my sister's gift on her behalf," Tucker said proudly. "Your sister? So then the gift really isn't from you," Kevin said with a sneer. The people around them immediately reacted to this. How could Tucker be showing off like this when he hadn't even brought his own gift for Grandpa Steele? This got Tucker even angrier. "So what's it to you? You're such a jerk that you don't even deserve to know her name." "What? You really don't think I know who your sister is?" Kevin asked in a mocking tone. After all, he knew just about everybody at his old school. But Kevin had an even bigger surprise in store for Tucker. Although Tucker was pretty much a nobody in this crowd, his sister had a wonderful reputation and nobody wanted to say anything that would upset her. As for Kevin, everybody had heard the nasty things Jason Jones had been saying about him. Grandpa Steele had been watching all of this from his comfortable chair. As he looked at Kevin, he seemed to be in deep thought. It was as if he could see a little bit of his younger self in Kevin's appearance. When he arrived in Chicago years ago, Norman had no money and no status, but he made up for it with guts and determination. So Grandpa Steele wanted to see what Kevin would do to turn the situation around. "Now that you mention it, I'm kind of curious. Who exactly is this sister of yours?" Kevin sneered. "Never mind. I'll just show you her gift and you'll know what kind of person she is," Tucker replied as he walked to the table and picked up an exquisite package. When he was finished speaking, Tucker opened the package and pulled out a beautiful set of Rolex watches. At first glance, it must have been worth a fortune. "Not bad, but you didn't pay for them yourself," Kevin said with a mocking smile. "Since I'm here to celebrate Norman Steele's birthday, I certainly wouldn't come empty-handed, unlike some people." Tucker glared at Kevin, and it was obvious he was talking about him. Then he took another present from the table and opened it. "This is an authentic bust of the Greek god Apollo from over 300 years ago. It's to remind everyone of your eternal reputation, Mr. Steele," Tucker said proudly. The guests were very impressed by this gift, which must have been worth $100,000. There was no way that Kevin could do better. And it was sure to help his sister get her foot in the door with the Steele's family business. Even Dalton walked over to take a closer look. He definitely appreciated the craftsmanship. As Kevin watched, his smile grew wider and wider. "What are you laughing at, you jackass? Did you bring anything that's worth this much?" Tucker said with disdain. "I'm laughing at you, Tucker. You don't even know how to choose a present," Kevin said as he slowly shook his head. "Did you actually bring this thing to celebrate Mr. Steele's birthday? You'll be lucky if he doesn't smash it over your head." "Kevin, is there something we should know?" Dalton asked suspiciously. Kevin nodded his head but didn't answer Dalton's question right away. Instead, he said to Tucker, "Let me ask you, how much did you spend on this thing?" $110,000, Tucker said as he proudly lifted his chin. If this were a real 18th century bust of Apollo, that would be a fair price. Unfortunately, the box is probably worth about as much as your gift, Kevin said confidently. Kevin, don't talk nonsense, Lily said as she worriedly looked over at Norman Steele. What do you mean? Are you saying that this is a fake? Tucker said as he clenched his fists. Kevin smiled and looked at Tucker. Then he asked, Do you know where a bust like this would come from? Kevin, do you know how to appraise antiques? Dalton asked in surprise. Kevin nodded his head in response to Dalton's question. The original bust is actually in Italy, he explained. That's the first reason I know it's not authentic, Kevin continued. But also, if you look closely, it's not even really marble. It's probably a plaster cast that was coated in urethane and painted to look like marble. It would make a nice bathroom decoration, but it's certainly not a gift worthy of a distinguished person like Mr. Steele. You're talking nonsense. How can you be so sure this is a fake? Tucker roared loudly. He had actually bought it from one of his uncles. Tucker just couldn't believe that his uncle would lie to him and put him in an embarrassing position like this. Believe what you want, Kevin said smugly. He was tired of dealing with Tucker's nonsense. Kevin picked up the bust and dropped it lightly on the table. As everyone watched, the so-called marble bust broke apart into a dusty pile of plaster. The crowd gasped when they saw this. They'd all thought it was a genuine marble bust of Apollo from the 1700s. They were obviously wrong. I'm sorry I had to do that, Kevin said, but Mr. Steele had to find out sooner or later. Then he turned to look at Dalton. After thinking for a moment, Kevin said, The next thing I have to say may seem a little impolite. Are you sure you want me to say it? Before Dalton could answer, Grandpa Steele said, Go ahead, young man, just say it. I'm too old to care what people think. Thank you. That's very wise. I hate to have to say this, though. Kevin answered him politely. If you remember your mythology, Kevin explained, King Midas insulted the god Apollo and his ears were transformed into donkey ears as punishment. So there could actually be another meaning to this gift, especially for someone as wealthy as Mr. Steele. After saying this, Kevin turned around and looked Tucker in the eyes. Aside from the fact that this thing is fake, I have to ask you, why would you offer something like this on Grandpa Steele's birthday? When he heard this, Tucker's face turned pale, and sweat started to break out on his forehead. The members of the Steele family who were in the room were also very upset to hear this and turned to glare at Tucker. Tucker was desperate, and the only solution he could think of was to turn his attention back on Kevin. He pointed at him and shouted, Even if what you said is true, my intention was to help celebrate Mr. Steele's birthday. But what about you? He continued. Did you come here empty-handed? Then Tucker sneered and yelled, If it wasn't for your wife, I'll bet you wouldn't even know that today is his birthday. Am I right? Hey, who told you I didn't bring any gifts? Kevin laughed as he looked at Tucker mockingly. On the way to Dalton's mansion, he'd already sent a message to Miss Wilson. He figured that by now someone should be showing up with his gifts. How can a lowlife like you afford to offer anything interesting? Did you stop off at the gift shop at the mall on the way here? Tucker said with a sneer. That would still be better than what you brought, Kevin said calmly. Then why don't you show everyone right now? What kind of trash did you bring? Tucker said desperately. If there hadn't been such a big crowd, he really would have taken a swing at Kevin right now. Don't worry, we'll soon see, Kevin said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. He wasn't worried at all. Kevin, what are you doing? We didn't bring anything, Lily whispered to him anxiously. They had just come out of the hospital and only found out a little while ago that today was Norman Steele's birthday. So where did Kevin find a present so quickly? Oh, someone's sending it over? Did you order takeout for him? The more Tucker spoke, the more scornfully he looked at Kevin. A lot of them laughed when Tucker said this. They believed Jason's lies and didn't expect much of anything from Kevin. What could he possibly have gotten for Grandpa Steele? Just then, there was a lot of commotion at the mansion's entrance, and someone announced, Director Lexi Belmont of Williams Media has arrived. Everyone looked over when they heard that. After all, Williams Media was extremely well respected in Chicago. They all wished that they had a business relationship with the company. Everyone watched Lexi walk into the room. She was wearing a very professional outfit, and she was carrying a large, bright red gift bag in her hand, as she walked quickly toward the head table. "Lexi, what are you doing here? Did you forget to tell me something? Why didn't you just give me a call?" Tucker welcomed his sister warmly. He was very puzzled by all of this. He was originally supposed to come here today with Lexi, but she had something to do at the last minute at work. So she asked him to pick up some gifts and give them to Mr. Steele on her behalf. He certainly didn't expect her to show up right now. But to everyone's surprise, Lexi didn't even look at Tucker. After placing the huge bag on the table, she quickly walked over to Kevin. "I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Williams. I've brought the gifts that you asked me to prepare," Lexi said anxiously, as if she was afraid that Kevin would get angry. "That's fine. Actually, you're right on time," Kevin said with a smile. The crowd was shocked to see this. Had she just walked over and apologized to Kevin? Some of them thought they must have heard wrong. If Tucker had brought gifts for Grandpa Steele on her behalf, what was she doing bringing something for Kevin to offer him? But now they clearly heard Lexi call Kevin, the outcast of the Jones family, Mr. Williams. None of this made any sense. But Lexi ignored all the whispering. After hearing that Kevin wasn't upset with her, she gradually relaxed. "Thank you, Mr. Williams," she said graciously. "No need to thank me. I appreciate your help, and I'm glad that you got here so quickly," Kevin said casually. "Oh, the pleasure was all mine, Mr. Williams," Lexi replied. Lily felt her legs start to get weak when she heard this. Why was someone from the upper management of Williams Media being so respectful to Kevin? Tucker also stared in disbelief. His sister had worked her way up the corporate ladder, and it was only with her help that he had been able to get where he was today. But he had never seen his older sister being so courteous and respectful to anyone. Suddenly, Kevin asked slowly, "So, Tucker's your brother?" Yes, he is," Lexi answered politely. "That's nice. Your brother may not be very competent, but he sure knows how to bully someone," Kevin said seriously. Hearing this, Lexi was suddenly very embarrassed, and she stumbled to reply. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. It's all my fault." This made Tucker angry. "Sis, why are you apologizing to this scumbag? He's just that useless son-in-law everyone's talking about from the Jones family. Before he could say another word, she slapped him in the face. "Lexi, why did you hit me?" Tucker said as he covered his face with his palm. He was confused at her reaction. "What have you done?" she asked him sharply. "I really let you get away with too much. How dare you insult Mr. Williams?" She had known Kevin for a long time, but he had never said anything like this to her. That's why she didn't even bother to ask Kevin what had happened. Lexi knew right away that it was her brother who had been causing trouble, as usual. "But sis, Kevin's just a useless freeloader," Tucker tried to explain. "Shut up right now," Lexi yelled as she slapped Tucker on the other cheek. "I want you to apologize to him immediately." Tucker hesitated. He had no idea why his sister was talking to him like this. "Right now, apologize," Lexi said as she pushed Tucker over to stand in front of Kevin. He looked down at the floor and took a deep breath before he finally mumbled, "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, that was wrong of me. Please forgive me." Everyone started shaking their heads. What a change in Tucker's behavior from just a few minutes ago. Kevin glared at Tucker. He was really sorry to have such an unpleasant scene in front of Grandpa Steele at his birthday party. But Tucker had really asked for it. Suddenly, Kevin's phone rang. He looked at the unfamiliar caller ID and frowned as he picked up the phone. "Hello? May I ask who's calling?" "Mitchell Cook. President Wright, Emo, and Gilbert were all taken hostage by the Williams family. I was also injured," Drake said anxiously. Drake now understood how powerful Thomas Williams was. Kevin's uncle was someone that he couldn't touch, so if he wanted to save Mitchell Cook and the others, he needed Kevin's help. "What did you say? When did this happen?" Kevin asked in shock. "An hour or two ago. They're taking them to the Williams mansion in New York," Drake answered worriedly. "All right. I got it. Take care of yourself and leave the rest to me," Kevin said as he hung up the phone. "Kevin, what's wrong?" Dalton asked in confusion. He could tell that the call had upset Kevin. "Dalton, do me a favor. Call some of your men and come with me." Kevin's expression was especially grim as he tried to figure out what to do. The Williams family had actually dared to come to Chicago to abduct Kevin's friends and colleagues. If they could do that, would his parents still be safe in New York City? While Kevin was worrying about this, dozens of members of the Williams family were gathered together in the family mansion near New York City. Randall Williams, the family patriarch, was sitting in an armchair holding his hand-carved walking stick, the one that he liked to bang on the floor or a table to get everyone's attention. Cook, Adriana, Gilbert, and Emo were tied up and sitting on a bench along with Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan. Several of the younger members of the family were standing over them, ready to follow Thomas's orders as soon as he decided what punishment to inflict on them. "Alan, Susan, you haven't taught your son very well," Thomas sneered. "You've indulged Kevin, and now he's offended the family one time too many. According to our family customs, his associates will be horsewhipped 40 times each if Kevin doesn't show his face here. If he does dare to return, he will be whipped twice as many times as a warning to anyone who would dare to oppose the family in the future, and you will also be punished for helping him." "You don't know what you're talking about. My son didn't do anything wrong," Alan spat out, his eyes filled with determination. "Oh, really? Big brother, do you have any idea how arrogant your son is? Father only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he fought back, causing the family to suffer heavy losses. And he will pay for what he's done," Thomas raged. Kevin's parents were terrified. They had no idea where their son was, or if he could get there in time. Kevin rushed out of Norman Steele's birthday party as soon as he got the call from Drake telling him that Cook and his other friends had been abducted by the Williams family. He asked Dalton to get some of his bodyguards and go along with him to New York. The scene at the Williams mansion was starting to get violent. Some of the younger Williams men were threatening their captives. One of them was ordered by Thomas to punch Alan in the face to get him to betray his son. You're talking nonsense. I believe in Kevin," Alan moaned as he endured the pain. "He would never do anything to hurt the family." "Still not willing to admit it? Hit him again. Harder," Thomas shouted. After a couple of minutes of this, Alan's nose and mouth were bleeding and his eye had started to swell up. And Susan wasn't spared from this either. Thomas ordered one of his nieces to slap her on the cheek to see if that would help change Alan's mind. Even though things had gotten bloody, Grandpa Williams just sat calmly in his chair, showing no sign of stopping the beating. Susan and Alan weren't strong enough to take any more of this. On top of that, Alan was still recovering from his heart attack, so he was close to his limit. Whenever one of them passed out, someone threw a bucket of ice water on them to wake them up. Just then, the mansion's front door suddenly burst open. The solid wooden door was splintered by the powerful kick. Kevin's eyes turned blood red when he saw what they were doing to his parents and friends. He shouted fiercely, "What the hell are you doing?" "Kevin, how dare you come back here, you piece of shit!" Ethan yelled as he punched Kevin's father in the stomach. Alan was on the verge of collapse. "Stop it now!" Kevin shouted as he rushed towards his cousin. Kevin's hand was a blur as he reached out to grab Ethan by the throat. "Why don't you try hitting me instead?" Kevin said as he slapped Ethan's face viciously. When Ethan let out a muffled moan, Kevin punched him in the abdomen, doubling him over and knocking him to the ground. "Answer me! Which hand did you use to hit my father?" Kevin asked angrily. You piece of crap! How dare you hit me?" Ethan groaned in pain. Kevin ignored Ethan's complaint and grabbed his right hand. Everyone could clearly hear the crisp sound of bones breaking in Ethan's excruciating wail. "Kevin, you've broken my hand!" The intense pain made Ethan short of breath as he tried to keep himself from crying. With a ferocious look on his face, Kevin kicked Ethan in the ribs, breaking 3 of them and sending him flying 10 feet away. As Ethan landed, he took down a few of the other Williams men along the way. "Mom, Dad, are you okay?" Kevin asked as he untied their hands and hugged them tightly. Susan fainted immediately, and Alan looked at his son and whispered, "Kevin, tell me, did you do anything to hurt the family?" "No, Dad. I've never done anything to provoke the family." Whatever I did, they're the ones who forced me to do it. Kevin answered anxiously as tears fell from his eyes. Good, son. That's enough for me, Alan said faintly before he passed out. Kevin couldn't tell if his father was alive or dead. Dad! Mom! Kevin shouted loudly as he shook his parents, but neither of them woke up. What are you shouting about? Your parents failed to teach you how to show loyalty to the family, his Aunt Laura said bitterly. They deserve to be punished for that, even if it means their death. Laura gave him a cruel glare. After handing Ethan over to one of her other relatives, she slowly walked up to Kevin and looked him straight in the eye. What did you just say? Kevin snarled back. I said your parents deserve to die. And as for you, you bastard, how dare you show such disrespect to your grandfather? Do you really think you can get away with this without being punished? Laura chided him. Kevin gently lowered his parents to the floor. After wiping the tears off his face, he stood up and walked towards Laura. What do you want? Laura snarled at him. Let me tell you something. This is the Williams family. If you aren't with us, you're against us, and you're nothing to us. Nothing, huh? Kevin suddenly moved toward her and took her by the arm. He dragged her over to his uncle and growled, I'm sure the Williams family would be a lot better off without you. Laura was so upset and frightened that she fainted. Thomas caught his wife and sat her down in a chair. Kevin, how dare you hurt my wife? Thomas shrieked savagely as he rushed towards Kevin. Shut up, Kevin shouted as he slapped his uncle right in the face. It was more of a punch than a slap, and it spun Thomas around as he fell to the ground. His head was buzzing. Then Kevin grabbed his uncle by the throat and said coldly, Today, right in front of Grandpa and all these witnesses, let me ask you something. 3 years ago, when I bought the shares of Orion Group, all the money I spent was earned through my own hard work. Did I take even a penny from the family? Then you took Laura's advice and kicked me and my parents out of the family without any investigation at all. Did you tell Grandpa about any of that? Kevin continued. Under Ethan and Laura's crappy management, Williams Media was left an empty shell. If you hadn't given it to me in exchange for my financial help, I'm sure it would have gone bankrupt. Then you took the Williams family's money and joined forces with outside families to attack Williams Media and drive down its stock so that I wouldn't be able to recover from the losses. Everyone remained silent as Kevin continued to lay out the facts in front of Randall Williams and the rest of the family. Did you notice that, even though I said I was going to take back the $3 billion that I lent the family, did I actually come back and demand it? No, Kevin asked coldly. But what about you guys? What did you do to me every time that you saw me? Other than insulting me, what else have you done? Kevin slapped Thomas hard in the face and added, I'm so much stronger than your worthless son. And another thing, my father, your actual brother, how could you have him beaten to death? Kevin threw Thomas into the crowd as soon as he was finished speaking. How dare you? Grandpa Williams snapped as he banged his walking stick on the floor. He was furious. How dare I? Grandpa, let me ask you a question. You said that I offended the family, but when did I do anything like that on purpose? Kevin replied without the slightest bit of fear. When he heard this, Grandpa Williams got choked up and couldn't say anything in response. With the help of 2 of his family members, Thomas stood up shakily and said, Kevin, no matter what you say, you won't be able to walk out of here on your own. Listen up, everyone. Take this son of a bitch and punish him the way we always deal with traitors to the family. A group of men started walking towards Kevin with hideous expressions on their faces. What now? Do you need help to bully me because you can't do it yourself? Kevin roared before he shouted to the men who were waiting for him outside. Dalton, what are you waiting for? Do you want to let me have all the fun? As soon as he said this, Dalton rushed headlong through the demolished front door. He was leading more than a dozen imposing-looking men. "Who the hell are you? How dare you enter our home?" Thomas shouted at the top of his lungs. "So you're the Williams family?" Dalton shouted mockingly. "Kevin is like a brother to me. I can't let you treat him like this. And to answer your question, my name is Dalton Steele." "You're from the Steele family?" Thomas asked in shock. "Dalton, let's not waste any more time," Kevin said to his friend. "Get my parents and the others to the hospital." They were all in bad shape, and Kevin was anxious to get them medical help. Grandpa Williams stepped out in front of everyone holding his walking stick. He looked very strong for his advanced age as he warned them. "First, you need to go through me." Dalton Steele's expression instantly became serious when he saw this. Looking very confident, Grandpa Williams said, "Young man, out of respect for your grandfather, Norman Steele, I'll forgive your youthful exuberance. Just go back to Chicago while you still can. Remember, we aren't afraid of your family, and we won't allow you to come in here making demands." Dalton recovered from his initial surprise and repeated, "Sir, I'll say it again. Kevin is my brother." Then he turned his head and said to the men who were standing next to him, "Quick, go and help the others." "Have it your way, you arrogant fool," Grandpa Williams said as he raised his walking stick and swung it at Dalton's head. But it was caught before it reached its target. "Grandpa, I hate to contradict you, but I can't let you make a mistake like this," Kevin said very confidently. He remembered fondly how much love his grandfather had shown him when he was a child, so Kevin didn't want to fight with him unless it was absolutely necessary. But it was starting to look like he might have to do battle with Grandpa Williams anyway. Kevin asked Dalton to help his parents get medical help while he faced his grandfather in front of the whole family. He didn't want to fight him, but it looked like he had to. So he warned Grandpa Williams not to start a battle with his friend Dalton Steele. Hearing Kevin talk to him like this, Grandpa Williams was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Then he swung his walking stick around in a big circle, forcing Kevin, Dalton, and the others to take 4 or 5 steps back. "As long as I have anything to do with it, you won't be able to leave today," Grandpa Williams said as he held his lion-headed walking stick and banged it on the ground forcefully. Several of the floor tiles cracked from the violent blows. "Grandpa, remember you're starting this, not me," Kevin said confidently. "You really don't know what's good for you, do you?" Grandpa Williams shouted. Then he turned around and yelled, "Everyone retreat!" Hearing this, the group of attackers from the Williams family all took 5 or 6 steps back. Kevin could tell that his grandfather still had a lot of skills. After all, he had spent his entire youth training in the martial arts. Kevin wasn't looking forward to this match. However, for the sake of his parents and friends, he had no choice but to fight. "Grandpa, I'm sorry I have to do this," Kevin said very sincerely. Grandpa Williams waved his walking stick around threateningly and replied, "We haven't seen each other in a few years. I want to see if you can back up your arrogant attitude." "Dalton, get my parents out of here," Kevin shouted at his friend. Then he took a deep breath and rushed at his grandfather. The moment Kevin moved, there was a loud shout that shook the entire mansion. "Come on, focus," Kevin muttered to himself. It was astounding how much he had recovered from the injuries he'd received in the past couple of days. "Well done," Grandpa Williams said as he moved forward to meet Kevin's attack. The two of them collided explosively. "Everyone, follow me," Dalton shouted as the fight moved into the mansion's courtyard. "If anyone attacks us, fight back with all that you have." "Chase them all out," Thomas roared as they got closer. Soon, the Williams family and Steele's people started fighting with each other. At the same time, Grandpa Williams lifted his walking stick and brought it down in a powerful overhead strike. It just missed Kevin's body and smashed into the ground, breaking several marble paving stones. "Grandfather, please don't make me hurt you," Kevin said as he gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back. Then he threw himself at Grandpa Williams again. "Kevin's very good, but he doesn't know his own limitations yet," Grandpa Williams said to himself. Then he swung his stick around and around in circles, trying to strike his grandson. Kevin caught the lion's head carving on the end of the walking stick, but not before Grandpa Williams had struck several of his own family members, knocking them to the ground one after another. Kevin took a couple of steps back. After he had regained his balance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandpa Williams also took a few steps back, and his face turned pale. "Kevin, are you all right?" Dalton asked with concern as he cradled Kevin's father in his arms. "Don't worry about me. Just get my father and the others to the hospital," Kevin said right away. "Kevin, I really underestimated you," Grandpa Williams commented as he looked around the courtyard. The Williams family's best fighters had been beaten up badly by Dalton and his bodyguards. Some of them were lying on the ground, screaming in agony from various painful injuries. "I never thought that my grandfather could still fight so well," Kevin said with a solemn expression on his face. "You shouldn't be so brash. The family is doing this for your own good," Grandpa Williams said bluntly. "The family? Ha!" Kevin sneered as he looked at everyone. "I swear to you, if my father doesn't survive, if anything happens to him, I will bury the entire Williams family with him." Grandpa Williams became livid when he heard this. "Ridiculous! Just because I can't defeat you?" "I admit that I'm not a match for you, Grandfather, but can you guarantee that you'll be able to protect the Williams family forever? Will these people ever be able to step outside of their homes?" Kevin said threateningly. How dare you talk to me like this?" Grandpa Williams snarled as he held his walking stick tightly. He was so furious that his chest was heaving. "That's all I've got to say. Whether you will be able to protect them or not, only time will tell." After saying this, Kevin turned around and left. Grandpa Williams stared at the mansion's smashed front door. It suddenly occurred to him that there was something suspicious about all of this. "Father, are you all right?" Thomas asked as his cousins helped him walk over to Grandpa Williams. "Kevin has committed a heinous crime. How dare he attack you, Father?" Laura, who had just woken up, said with hatred in her eyes. "And that Dalton Steele, he came here to interfere in our family's business because he thinks the Steeles can protect him. He's even injured some of us. We can't let him get away with this." "Grandfather, 15 of us need to go to the hospital immediately. There are also a dozen or so who are seriously injured," Ethan said angrily. "This Kevin is really detestable. He actually joined forces with outsiders and came to cause trouble here in our family." "Then get them to the hospital," Grandpa Williams said calmly. Then he turned to Thomas and said, "Come with me." While this was going on, Kevin had already arrived at Philip Quinn's private hospital. Under Dr. Willow's skilled care, Alan and the others quickly received the medical attention they needed. After everything that had just happened, Kevin didn't want to leave his parents in New York, so he arranged for them to be transferred to a hospital in Chicago once their injuries had been treated. Then he made plans to head back to Chicago himself, accompanied by Dalton and his bodyguards. What Kevin didn't expect was that Dr. Willow would actually follow them back to Chicago and even use her connections to take charge of Alan and Susan's treatment. After making all the arrangements, Kevin called Lily to let her know what had been going on and that he was heading home. A few hours later, Lily and her mother walked into the hospital where Kevin's parents had been transferred, downtown General. Dorothy said unhappily, "Lily, if you wanted to see Kevin's parents, why did you have to drag me along? I already told my friends that I'd play cards with them later." "Mom, some things are more important than playing cards," Lily said helplessly. "After all, they aren't dying. How are we going to help?" Dorothy complained. "Mom, what are you saying? Kevin and I have been married for almost 3 years, but we've never met his parents. Now that the two of them are in the hospital, we really should visit them. It's the humane thing to do," Lily said assertively. "I really don't know what you see in that good-for-nothing. Dorothy whined as she reluctantly entered the elevator. "Mom, I wish you'd give Kevin a chance. He's doing really well now, and I'm sure he'll be making a good salary soon," Lily pleaded with her mother. The way Lily saw it, now that she had accepted Kevin, she should do something to help his parents. Okay, I'll try. But let me set some ground rules. I'm only staying for a few minutes, Dorothy said obstinately. Then she warned Lily, "You'd better not stay too long. If you spend too much time with people like them, you may pick up some bad habits." Just as she was saying this, the two of them arrived in Alan and Susan's wing of the hospital. But they were stopped by two men. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed to enter this area," one of the men told them. Dorothy was stunned when she heard this and thought that maybe she and Lily had taken a wrong turn. Based on the looks of the two bodyguards, she figured that they were protecting someone very important. Just then, Dr. Willow walked over wearing her white lab coat, her stethoscope dangling casually around her neck. "What's going on?" Dr. Willow asked the guards as she looked at Lily and Dorothy. "Dr. Willow, these two people want to enter the room," one of them answered very respectfully. "Oh, are you Kevin's friends?" Dr. Willow asked curiously. "He's my husband," Lily answered awkwardly. "Is that so? Then please come in." Dr. Willow smiled and invited the two of them into the room. When they walked in, Alan was lying on the hospital bed wrapped in bandages. His wife, Susan, was in the other hospital bed. "Alan, Susan, you have some visitors," Dr. Willow said very gently. Lily and Dorothy looked around the room, unsure of what to say next. Now that Kevin's parents had been transferred to Downtown General in Chicago, Lily went to visit them with her mother, Dorothy. She was a little nervous because in the 3 years that Lily had been married to Kevin, she had never met his parents. Dr. Willow led them into the room and told Alan and Susan that they had visitors. When he heard Dr. Willow, Kevin slowly opened his eyes and got up from the couch where he'd been resting. "Lily, what are you doing here?" Kevin asked happily. "Can't I come visit your parents?" Lily replied as she gave Dr. Willow a suspicious glance. "Let me introduce you to everyone," Kevin said with a smile. "This is my father, Alan, and this is my mother, Susan, and this is Dr. Willow, the director of the hospital in New York that first treated them. Thanks to her, my parents are doing fine now." Lily didn't seem very excited. She greeted Kevin's parents and then turned around and asked Kevin jealously, "Hospital director? From New York? What's she doing here?" "It's like this. Dr. Willow, Kevin tried to explain. "Really, Kevin? This is unbelievable. You were gone for just a couple of days and brought back some other woman?" Dorothy interrupted Kevin rudely. "You haven't changed at all. Still trash." "That's not what's going on at all. You've misunderstood," Dr. Willow quickly tried to explain. "Please don't try to explain," Dorothy said bluntly. "You've been caught red-handed. There's nothing more to say." Then she continued in a nasty tone of voice. "Who would believe that the director of a hospital in New York would come all the way to Chicago just for a scumbag like you? If you're going to lie, at least come up with something believable." Dr. Willow tried to reply, but she was caught off guard by Dorothy's harsh accusations. She stood there blushing, trying to find a way to set things straight. Susan sat up in her hospital bed and tried to explain. "You've really misunderstood. We just got here from New York after a horrible experience that almost killed my husband. Kevin and Fifi are just very good friends. She's really helped us a lot." "Fifi? I'm ashamed of you, Kevin," Dorothy scoffed. "Lily, this is all a huge misunderstanding," Kevin said helplessly. But Dorothy spoke first. "I'm not surprised that things have come to this, and it's not a misunderstanding. Kevin, you've been freeloading in our house for 3 years. At first I thought that no matter how useless you are, at least you were honest. As long as you treated Lily well, I was willing to look the other way. But I really didn't expect you to cheat on my daughter with some little tramp that you picked up in New York." Dorothy continued very harshly. "Well, that's fine with me. Anyway, it looks like your parents are like this tramp. So now you can go ahead and finally divorce Lily. I'm sure I can find a good husband for her." This made Alan so angry that his heart monitor started beeping wildly. "Dad, are you all right?" Kevin asked nervously as he walked over to his father. "What are you shouting for? He's still alive. Don't try to change the topic," Dorothy said callously. Kevin suddenly snapped his head around and glared at Dorothy fiercely. He shouted loudly, "What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you ever think before you speak?" "How dare you talk to me like that, you piece of trash?" Dorothy retorted angrily. "You go out and cheat on your wife and then you don't have the guts to admit it? What kind of man are you?" Kevin opened his mouth to try to respond to Dorothy's accusations, but she just interrupted him and kept on yelling. Then she spoke to Alan and Susan as she pointed accusingly at Kevin. "This son of yours isn't only incompetent, but he also loves to embarrass my family and draw attention to himself wherever he goes. I really don't know what kind of hussy would fall for him. If I had a son like him, I'd die of embarrassment." She was furious and didn't care how much she was upsetting the two hospital patients. Kevin finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and he sharply told her to shut up. He was afraid that Dorothy's tirade would make his parents angry, and that wouldn't be good for them in their condition. "Why should I shut up? Did I say something wrong?" Dorothy snapped back as she put her hands on her hips. "Please don't upset Mr. and Mrs. Williams anymore. They need to rest now," Dr. Willow said calmly. Because of her training, she managed to keep a cool head even though Dorothy was making her quite angry. "Since when did a tramp like you earn the right to speak here?" Dorothy said as she walked up to Dr. Willow and raised her hand like she was going to slap her. But Kevin grabbed her wrist to stop her. Seeing all of this made Lily feel very downhearted. "If you continue to behave like this, don't blame me for being rude to you," Kevin said harshly. The entire room suddenly became quiet, and Dorothy looked at Kevin in shock. She never thought he would be so assertive with her. Lily took a deep breath and asked hesitantly, "Kevin, what do you want to do? Are you going to hit my mother?" "You don't believe me either?" Kevin asked Lily sorrowfully. "I can only believe what I see," Lily said without changing her expression. Kevin slowly let go of Dorothy's wrist and stepped back. Then he let out a long sigh and looked Dorothy in the eyes. "Please leave. Don't come back and disturb my parents like this again." "Do you really think I want to stay here? I don't want to spend another minute with scum like you," Dorothy muttered. "Your parents should be ashamed of you." "Get lost," Kevin roared as he bumped into a shelf and knocked a fruit basket onto the floor. The two guards at the door immediately rushed in and looked at Lily and Dorothy suspiciously. "Come on, Lily, let's go." Dorothy scowled as she pulled her daughter by the arm and quickly left the room. After a long pause, Kevin gestured to the two guards that it was okay for them to leave. "Mr. Williams, are you all right?" Dr. Willow asked guiltily. "I'm sorry about this. If it wasn't for me, this wouldn't have happened." Dr. Willow was grateful to Kevin for all the help he'd given her. If it wasn't for him, she was afraid that she would have spent the rest of her life as an ordinary doctor and not a hospital director. But if Kevin ended up getting a divorce because of her, Dr. Willow could never forgive herself. "It's not your fault. Go ahead and check on my parents. After you're done, we can go out to eat," Kevin offered as he forced a smile. Since Lily already didn't believe him, Kevin figured it couldn't make things any worse to go out to dinner with Dr. Willow. "I'll take good care of your parents, but I'm not that hungry right now," Dr. Willow said shyly. "That's okay, but I really would like to thank you," Kevin said calmly. Then he turned serious and told her, "It might be hard on you over the next few days. Please take care of them." Then he remembered how his parents had ended up in the hospital in the first place, and he felt very disappointed to be a member of the Williams family. As Lily and Dorothy were walking out of the hospital, they received a call from Grandma Jones, saying that there was an urgent matter that she wanted to discuss. The two of them called for a ride and quickly headed to the Jones family mansion. When Grandma Jones saw Lily walking in the room, she stood up from her chair. "Grandma, what happened?" Lily asked in puzzlement. Actually, there's nothing urgent, her grandmother replied. Grandma, why are you still talking to her? Jason suddenly interrupted. Then Jason turned to Lily and said to her, Let me tell you what happened. Last month, the Jones family's financial record showed that, and then he paused for a moment, the family's total income has decreased by almost 30%. What's the use of having so many shares? Has it gone down that much? How is that possible? Lily asked in shock. What are you pretending for? The accounting department also said that the money we lost was transferred to the import-export company that Tyler Dawn gave you. Jason sneered, and then he said, Lily, how could you do such a thing? Are you trying to pocket all of our family's money? That's impossible, Lily stammered. I've never let the people from the import-export company interact with anyone from our family. Then Lily realized that although she had control of the company Tyler had given her, she didn't know everyone the Jones family had running their businesses. Something didn't add up. Just look for yourself, Jason said as he threw a stack of financial statements onto the floor. Suddenly, Grandma Jones let out a long sigh. Lily, it looks like you're still too young to be in such an important position. You don't have enough experience yet. Although you didn't let the companies interact with each other, can you guarantee that they didn't do it privately? Lily didn't know what to say. Lily, take my advice. Return your shares to the family, and then go back to your old position with us and get more experience, Grandma Jones said as she deliberately looked over at Jason. The corners of her mouth turned up into a villainous smile. It looked like she'd be able to get her company shares back after all. After Lily and Dorothy left Kevin and his parents at the hospital, they got a call telling them that they needed to go see Grandma Jones. When Lily got to the family mansion, Jason informed her that the family's money had been funneled into the import-export company that Tyler Dawn had given her. Now, Grandma wanted her to give up her shares in the family business. Grandma, do you really want me to hand over my shares that badly? Lily asked hesitantly. This news had really upset her. Lily, I don't want your shares for myself. I only want you to return them for the sake of the entire family. But I guess you don't want to see the Jones family succeed, do you? Her grandmother gently advised her. Face it, you aren't the best of our family's younger generation. Don't let your thirst for power bury the rest of the family, Grandma Jones said sternly. Why don't you just transfer some of the shares and then set up a board of directors for the family? This might seem like a step down, but you would still control the board's leadership. At the same time, you could also get more experience. What do you think? This plan got Jason very excited. He knew that Lily would no longer control the Jones family's affairs as soon as she handed over her shares. Lily was silent for a long moment as she considered her options. Finally, she let out a long sigh and nodded gently. She knew very well that it was only because of Tyler Dawn's help that she had found herself in the top position in the Jones family. But this wasn't enough to get her relatives to listen to her. Do you agree? Grandma Jones asked happily. I'll do as you say, Grandma. In any case, I don't seem to have any choice, Lily said in a low voice. Okay, Lily, I'm glad I haven't misjudged you, Grandma Jones said cheerfully. We've already drawn up the necessary documents. You can look them over before you sign. As soon as she said that, the Jones family's accountants and attorneys immediately took out several documents for Lily to sign. The next 5 days passed by very quickly. After his parents had recovered from their injuries, Kevin decided to return to Williams Media to see how things were going. Kevin, I'm really sorry about this. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be riding a scooter right now, Dr. Willow said apologetically. At the moment, she had her arms wrapped around Kevin's waist as she sat on the rear seat of the little moped. That's okay. Anyway, I'm used to getting around on a scooter, Kevin said casually as he weaved through traffic on the way to his office building. The two of them seemed to be drawing a bit of attention from passerbys. They looked a little too old to be riding around the city on a little scooter, and Kevin felt slightly self-conscious about it. It all had started 2 days ago when Kevin headed out with Dr. Willow to buy some clothes for his parents. Dr. Willow mentioned that she was planning to buy a car, but since she got her driver's license, she hadn't practiced much, which made her a little anxious. So Kevin decided to help her out by finding an empty parking lot so she could practice driving without any traffic. Then he gave her the key to his Pagani Roadster and let her get behind the wheel. Unfortunately, she drove the car right into a light pole and then another one. The car was still at the body shop and Kevin had no idea when he'd get it back. So he decided to ride his scooter for a while just for fun instead of taking one of his other cars. They soon arrived in the Williams Media parking garage. Wow, Kevin, is that person over there Brittany Davis? I really like to listen to her music. I sure didn't expect to see her here in person today, Dr. Willow said excitedly. Do you really like her? Would you like her autograph? Kevin asked her. There had been a lot of changes at Williams Media lately. For some unknown reason, a few of their clients had suddenly canceled their contracts and the company had suffered huge losses from it. That was why Kevin had decided to stop by and find out exactly what had happened. But right after Kevin parked his scooter and he and Dr. Willow got off, a black car suddenly crashed into it, almost demolishing the little bike. Why do so many people crash into scooters in this garage? Kevin thought to himself. Soon, a young man in a business suit and shiny leather shoes quickly jumped out of the car. He looked at the big dent in his fender and got very upset. What's wrong with you? Why did you park a scooter in this garage? Do you realize how much this car cost me? Now this is going to cost you, the man shouted at Kevin. Are you kidding? You're the one who hit us. Don't turn this around and make it look like it's our fault, Dr. Willow told him. She didn't show any fear as she stood up for Kevin. When the man saw Dr. Willow, he was speechless. She was very beautiful in the way she was dressed. She could have been one of the celebrity clients at Williams Media. Hi there, the man said as he tried to charm her. Were you riding on this little scooter? Just then, a young woman in her mid-30s stepped out of the car. Logan, how is the car? Is everything all right? Kevin was stunned when he saw the woman. It was actually his college advisor, Professor Charity Boyer. Kevin, what are you doing here? Charity asked with a surprised look on her face. Do you work for Williams Media? I'm just hanging around, Kevin replied. The driver, whose name was Logan Morgan, said with a sneer, You must be mistaken, Miss Boyer. The way this guy is dressed, do you really think he works here? Charity suddenly sighed when she heard that. Tucker had mentioned to her that after Kevin graduated, he ended up drifting around. He even went to freeload off his in-laws, and he had turned into a real loser. Kevin, I told you when you were in school, you have to take responsibility for yourself. Don't expect everything to just fall into your lap. But it sounds like you didn't take my words to heart, Charity said very seriously. Take a look at what Brittany is doing. She was also one of my students, and now her career is taking off. And Tucker is currently the manager of a large company. How did you end up like this? She kept scolding him. So you were one of Miss Boyer's students, Morgan asked Kevin. Then he thought for a moment and said, For her sake, I won't argue with you about this. Just pay me $10,000 and we'll call it good. You are being very unreasonable, Dr. Willow replied, sounding very unconvinced. Not to mention that you were the one who hit us. And let's talk about your car. It can't be worth more than $40,000. Do you really think this little dent will cost $10,000 to fix? You're just being greedy. Kevin, is this young woman your wife? Charity asked curiously as she looked at Dr. Willow. The question made Dr. Willow suddenly feel very self-conscious. No, please, don't misunderstand. Mr. Williams and I are only friends. Wow, Kevin, things must be pretty miserable for you. Even your own wife isn't willing to admit that she knows you, Charity said regretfully. I also told you that a person needs to have some ambition. But did you listen to me? Just look at you now. This is the result of your lack of motivation. Charity's face showed her disappointment as she said this. Professor Boyer, we aren't in school right now. Why do you feel like you need to teach me a lesson? Kevin asked with a faint smile. Stop slacking off. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Even when one of my students graduates, I still feel responsible for them. Seeing how you are now, I feel ashamed for you, Charity said coldly. She continued to scold him relentlessly. When you see how well your classmates are doing, doesn't that have any effect on you? Are you really happy to be mooching off your in-laws? When Kevin heard this, all he could do was shake his head. He still hadn't gotten over the big scene that Dorothy made in his parents' hospital room, nor the fact that Lily still didn't trust him. Kevin had completely given up on the Jones family and was determined to never go back to them. All right, if you don't want to listen to me, then I have nothing more to say to you. You have to live your own life, Charity Boyer sighed in disappointment. If you damaged Morgan's car, then you need to find a way to fix it for him. What Miss Boyer said just makes a lot of sense. Listen, even though my car isn't expensive, it's brand new, Morgan sneered. Then he added, and don't you know you can't park scooters in a parking space that's reserved for cars? Did you just make up this rule? Kevin almost laughed out loud when he heard him say that. I'm sure you're jealous of people who can own real cars, but that's just the way things are, Morgan said mockingly. What more could Kevin say to someone like this? When Kevin headed over to Williams Media with Dr. Willow, they rode on his scooter because his Pagani was in the shop. A black car ran into his scooter after he parked it, and now the driver was blaming Kevin and demanding a lot of money to fix the dent. At least I'm not trying to cheat someone out of his money because I don't know how to drive, Kevin said lightly. Besides, this is a parking garage, not a public street. I'm allowed to park here, even with my little scooter. You're a troublemaker, aren't you? Logan Morgan said as he reached out and grabbed Kevin's collar. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to give me the money or not? And I'll keep telling you the same thing. You hit my scooter, my parked scooter. Why should I give you any money? Kevin replied without changing his expression. I think you need someone to teach you a lesson, Morgan said as he rolled up his sleeves and made a fist to threaten Kevin. Logan, please calm down. We're on Williams Media property. If you attack him here, you'll be in big trouble. Charity pleaded with him, trying to smooth things over. And you, Kevin, you should just apologize to him. Pay him what he's asking for. If you were more successful, you wouldn't be in this position. Miss Boyer, I'm not sure I like what you're saying. What do you think is wrong with me? Kevin said calmly. You brat, just hurry up and pay me, Morgan shouted loudly. All the commotion started attracting a crowd. Let go of him right now or I'll call the police, Dr. Willow said angrily. Logan Morgan was a very big man, and Dr. Willow was really worried that Kevin would be severely injured if the man got his hands on him. Just then, everyone heard a pleasant voice saying, What's going on here? Morgan and the others turned around and saw Kevin's chief of staff, Miss Sandra Wilson, walking up to them wearing a very stylish business suit. Brittany Davis was following close behind. Although Miss Wilson's voice sounded cordial, she obviously wasn't pleased with what she saw. Miss Wilson, Charity said excitedly as she stepped forward to greet her. At the same time, she glanced over at Brittany. The reason Charity was at Williams Media was to use her relationship with Brittany to get her own contract in the entertainment industry. She certainly hadn't expected to meet Kevin there. Most of the employees at Williams Media were either rich or powerful, so she and Morgan figured that even if Kevin worked for the company, he was probably only an entry-level employee. It would be obvious to Miss Wilson who was in the wrong in this situation. Hello, Miss Wilson. This man left his scooter here in the parking garage. He even damaged my car with it. I think there should be a clear rule that only automobiles should be allowed to park here. Don't you agree? Morgan said with a flattering smile. He had heard about Williams Media's CEO, who was hardly ever seen by anyone. He also knew that Miss Wilson had been handling most of the company's activities lately. As long as Charity signed her contract today, she would be a Williams Media client and could look forward to being a rich celebrity one day. So Morgan was careful to be as polite as he could to Miss Wilson. Dr. Willow, who was standing there watching all of this, got extremely nervous. Even though the situation could easily be resolved with a little money, Morgan seemed to be very unreasonable and demanding. She was afraid that, now that Miss Wilson was here, even if Kevin worked for Williams Media, he would probably be punished for doing something that could tarnish the company's image. But no one would have thought that Miss Wilson would ignore Charity and Morgan and walk right past them. She went straight up to Kevin and shook his hand as she very politely said, "I'm very sorry I'm late, sir. Are you all right?" "I hope you haven't been injured, Mr. Williams," Brittany also asked with concern. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Was this shabbily dressed man actually the CEO of the company? They knew that he liked to keep a low profile, but this was too much. The Williams Media employees who were standing there started whispering to each other. There's no reason for anyone to get upset here. After all, we're in the entertainment industry. Don't you agree? Kevin said pleasantly. But it was obvious that he knew he had the upper hand now. "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams," Miss Wilson said very politely. "I take full responsibility, and I promise that something like this will never happen again." She was very distressed that this had happened a second time, and that it had happened to Kevin both times. She knew that her boss had a very good temperament, but she still took the whole thing very seriously.
"Sandra, Miss Wilson, you must be mistaken. This poor man riding a scooter? How could he possibly be the CEO of Williams Media?"
Morgan asked in disbelief. In fact, it wasn't just Morgan and Charity who didn't believe it. The other Williams Media employees were also skeptical. But you couldn't really blame them. Kevin rarely showed up there, and every time that he did, he would spend all his time in his office. Apart from some of the senior executives, no one knew what he looked like. "So you think I made a mistake? Like the CEO's chief of staff wouldn't recognize her own boss," Miss Wilson said indignantly. Morgan took a deep breath when he heard this and tried his best to remain calm.
"Fine. Even if he is the CEO of Williams Media, he can't break the company's rules and regulations. If he hadn't brought this scooter into the parking garage, this whole mess wouldn't have happened. With a boss like him, the company's future doesn't look very bright."
Morgan lamented as he shook his head. "Do you know how to read?" Miss Wilson retorted as she raised her hand and pointed at the sign over the parking space. "It's clearly marked that this space is reserved for our CEO, and the entire company is his, from the roof right down to this parking space. If our CEO wanted to, he could park a cow here." When he looked at the sign, which clearly stated that the space was reserved for the CEO, written in large red letters, Morgan felt like fainting. He was so embarrassed. "So let me get this straight, sir. You parked in the CEO's space without permission, causing his vehicle to be damaged. So if anyone should be paying for repairs, it's you," Miss Wilson said coldly. Morgan's heart sank. He looked at Kevin and thought to himself,
"Damn it, why are you doing this to me? You're the CEO and you show up dressed like a slob riding a little scooter. What was I supposed to think?"
Then Miss Wilson turned around and asked Kevin, "Sir, do you need me to call the police?" "I think we're done here," Kevin said to her calmly. "My scooter isn't worth much, so there's no need to bother the police." "I have a solution," Miss Wilson said as she gave Logan Morgan a scornful look. "Sir, you are not welcome on Williams Media property in the future. Please leave now, or I will have you removed by security." Kevin looked at the stunned man and smiled as he took Dr. Willow's hand. "Let's go. I'll give you a tour of my company. If you're still interested, I can get you Brittany's autograph." Seeing that Kevin was about to leave, Charity realized that she had to do something. She had mixed feelings and regretted her behavior towards Kevin. She had been incredibly rude to him, and it turned out that he owned the company she wanted to sign with. Charity had really looked down on him. Now she just wanted to find a hole and crawl inside. But she was determined to turn this around and got up the nerve to call out to him. "Kevin, please wait a moment." "Professor Boyer, do you have any more lessons for me?" Kevin said with a faint smile. "No, I don't. This whole mess was all my fault. Please accept my apologies. But I do have one request." Charity's voice became softer and softer until you could barely hear her. Just see Miss Wilson and she'll take care of your contract, Kevin said very casually. After all, Charity Boyer had once been his teacher, and she had treated him well when he was in school. And Kevin had always believed that one good turn deserves another. Then he turned around to head up to his office with Dr. Willow. When Kevin and Miss Wilson arrived at the auction, Kevin chatted with Dalton for a few minutes before Phoebe showed up. Truman Anderson was there too, and so was Isaac Holden, the man her father wanted her to marry. Isaac took an immediate dislike to Kevin and started insulting him. Of course, Kevin responded sarcastically. "Come again? Do you think you're funny or something? Why don't you go someplace else?" Isaac growled at Kevin. "Hey, what's the annoying sound?" Dalton said as he pretended to clean his ear. "Who the hell are you?" Of course, Isaac didn't know who Dalton was. That was because their families didn't travel in the same circles. "I'm your worst nightmare," Dalton said as he glared at Isaac. "If you're not careful, you may not be able to walk out of here." "Dalton, don't get angry. This guy isn't worth wasting your breath on," Kevin warned him with a smile. "Oh, so you're friends with this useless freeloader? Well, I guess you can't be very important, can you?" Isaac said arrogantly. "As they say, birds of a feather flock together, so I guess that makes you trash too." "You know, you've got a really big mouth," Dalton replied. He was getting more and more angry at Isaac. "Why don't you try and shut it for me?" Isaac sneered. "But let me warn you, if you touch me, you'll be eating prison food for the rest of your life." Just as Isaac finished his threat, Dalton pushed him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Everyone around them gasped when they saw this. Isaac sat on the floor, struggling to catch his breath. "What the hell? What do you think you're doing?" Isaac whined as he tried to get up off the floor. Then he pointed at Dalton and shouted, "You'll pay for this." "Keep pointing that finger at me and I'll break it off," Dalton snarled as he stepped forward. "Please calm down, dear," Miranda said as she quickly pulled her husband back. "Kevin's right. This piece of trash isn't worth your time." She knew her husband's temper very well. He didn't waste time talking crap or posturing. If you started a fight with him, you'd better be ready to defend yourself because you're going to get hurt. When he saw the murderous look in Dalton's eyes, Isaac immediately pulled back his hand. He was so scared that he lost all his confidence. Fortunately, the fight was interrupted by the start of the auction. "Kevin, let's go in," Phoebe said excitedly. She didn't want to talk to Isaac anymore. "Okay." Kevin agreed as he sent a text to Miss Wilson. Then he put his arm on Dalton's shoulder and guided him into the main room of the auction house. You had to admit that the Pearl family had a lot of influence in Chicago. Their auction house was as big as a football stadium in a part of the city where every inch of land was worth a fortune. Kevin and Dalton decided not to sit in the seats up front that were reserved for Williams Media. They casually found seats in a different part of the hall and sat down.
"Kevin, have you seen the list of everything they have up for bids?" Dalton asked as he confidently crossed his legs and looked around the room.
"No. Why are you asking?" Kevin asked curiously.
"I heard that there will be an auction for a batch of some newly developed herbal medicine, but no one knows its specific effects," Dalton said excitedly. When he heard this, Kevin's interest was immediately piqued. "Are you interested in bidding on it?" Just then, Phoebe walked over to Kevin. Pointing at the empty seat next to him, she asked, "Is anyone sitting here?" "Nope. Make yourself at home," Kevin said with a smile. Phoebe sat down, looked Kevin in the eyes, and said, "You could probably have anything you wanted at this auction, couldn't you?" Miranda smiled and spoke before Kevin could answer. "Miss Anderson, if I'm not mistaken, shouldn't your family have reserved seats in the front row?" When he heard this, a very enigmatic smile emerged on Dalton's face as his eye swept back and forth between Kevin and Phoebe. "The first row is too boring," Phoebe said as she started to blush a little. "Yeah, the back row isn't stuffy at all," Dalton said teasingly.
This made Phoebe blush even more. She really just wanted to sit with Kevin. How many days had it been since they came back from the camping trip? Phoebe had been worried about Kevin's injuries. How many messages had she sent him? But this damn man was so reserved that he didn't reply to any of them. When she thought about this, Phoebe started to feel a little resentful, and it showed on her face. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything," Kevin said with a bewildered look. When they heard this, Dalton and his wife almost laughed out loud. Just then, Isaac found Phoebe in the crowd and walked up to her. "Phoebe, why are you sitting way back here? The lighting is so much better up front," Isaac said as he gave Kevin a snooty look. "Why the heck should you care about where I sit?" Phoebe said impatiently. Isaac knew he had said the wrong thing, so he shut his mouth and sat down next to her. The auction soon started. Obviously, the Pearl family didn't want to keep everyone in suspense, so they rolled out the 4 Dream Lover necklaces to start the auction. The audience let out a collective gasp at the sight of the necklaces. Phoebe sat up in her seat almost immediately. She had wanted a Dream Lover for a long time. As a matter of fact, it was only because her father had told her that there would be one up for bids that she had decided to come to the auction. "A lot consisting of 4 Dream Lover necklaces, starting bid $11 million, the auctioneer said loudly into the microphone. This immediately made most of the bidders very disappointed. Even though many of them were interested, the starting bid was already out of their range. Isaac was the first person to raise his paddle to make a bid. $12 million. He turned to Phoebe and said, "Don't worry, Phoebe. I'm definitely going to buy this for you." But before Phoebe could reply to him, the other bidders jumped in and started a bidding war. In less than a minute, they had raised the price to $25 million. Isaac looked at the people in the front row in shock and thought to himself, "These people must be nuts. Buying 4 used necklaces for $25 million? Suddenly, a woman held up her paddle and shouted, $35 million. This brought a disappointed sigh from the crowd. This bid was $10 million more than the previous one. Isaac was really crestfallen. His family was rich, but this was ridiculous. Plus, he thought that these necklaces would be a waste of money. However, he had just boasted about buying it. If he stopped now, he'd look like a fool. Just as Isaac was about to bite the bullet and raise his paddle again, Phoebe spoke up. "Forget it. I really don't want one that much. It's not worth spending so much money." But did Phoebe really mean it? Of course not. However, she didn't want Isaac to buy anything for her. But if Kevin gave her something, even if it was a cheap trinket from a kiosk at the mall, Phoebe would still treat it like a rare treasure. "All right, since you said it isn't worth it, then I won't buy it," Isaac said as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kevin instantly laughed when he heard this. At first, he was very impressed with Isaac's bid, but in the end, the guy had just turned out to be a show-off. "What are you laughing at, you piece of trash? Why don't you bid $40 million so you can give these necklaces to Phoebe?" Isaac scoffed. However, out of fear of being beaten up by Dalton, Isaac didn't say anything else. This really disappointed Phoebe. At first, she was excited that Isaac had made a bid for her, but now that he had gone back to insulting Kevin, she was no longer impressed with him. It was true that Kevin was just a lowly member of the Jones family, but he was a real man who dared to stand up in the face of danger. "Isaac, if you don't have anything better to do, just sit there and don't bother anyone. And if you don't want to stay here, you're free to leave," Phoebe said rudely. Then she added, "You really ought to learn when to keep your yap shut." When Phoebe talked to him like that, Isaac stopped acting so arrogant. "Phoebe, please don't be angry with me. I won't say anything else, okay?" By now, the bidding on the set of Dream Lover necklaces had already climbed to $51 million. That's when Kevin sent a text to Miss Wilson, who was sitting up front in the area reserved for Williams Media. The bidding on the set of 4 Dream Lover necklaces had gotten as high as $51 million. Isaac was relieved when Phoebe said that was too much money, but Kevin was willing to keep bidding, so he sent a text to Miss Wilson. Just as the auctioneer was about to let the necklaces go for $51 million, Miss Wilson suddenly held up her paddle and very calmly said, $58 million. There was a huge gasp in the room when she said this. "What the heck? Spending $58 million just to buy 4 necklaces?
Williams Media sure knows how to waste money, Isaac Holden murmured to himself in amazement.
Actually, $58 million wasn't a huge amount of money for the company. However, everyone knew that Miss Wilson was backed by Williams Media, and their CEO had a close relationship with Mitchell Cook, Adriana Wright, and several other powerful Chicagoans, so he didn't really care. The auctioneer smacked the gavel and shouted excitedly,
"Congratulations, Miss Wilson, for successfully bidding on the Dream Lover lot at $58 million.
Listening to the thunderous applause of the audience, Phoebe's heart sank. She felt that she might never have another chance to bid on a Dream Lover necklace for the rest of her life. After all, there were a limited number of them in the world. While she was still thinking about the necklace, a few staff members placed a large box on the auction table.
"May I have your attention, please? We have a special item this evening," the auctioneer said enthusiastically. "I believe that everyone here is interested in the benefits of herbal medication. Some of you have already made great strides in having a healthy mind and a healthy body."
Everyone got excited to hear this. Even the usually calm Dalton Steele seemed especially excited to hear about this. He had been exercising, practicing martial arts, and watching his diet for the past few years. It had all helped his focus and stamina so he could succeed in business. But he still couldn't get to the next level. Bidding on herbal medication? Kevin looked doubtingly at the box on the table next to the auctioneer. Are there still people working on developing new medications? Kevin thought to himself.
"Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The formula for the pills in this box was developed 80 years ago. It was found in an airtight vault at a research lab in... Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to disclose the location, and it has been examined by a team of specialists. Who would like to be the first to experience this unique herbal medication? The bidding starts at $5 million. The auctioneer roared, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. "$10 million, a man said as he stood up and raised his paddle high in the air. But as soon as he finished speaking, a woman on the other side of the room didn't want to be outdone and held up her own paddle to bid. $15 million. Suddenly, everyone was bidding for a lot of herbal medication. In just a couple of minutes, the bidding had already reached $20 million, and it didn't show any signs of slowing down. So, you can actually sell herbal medication like this. Kevin was speechless. He had already sold his homemade pills to Archer and Quinn for $500,000 each, but this was ridiculous. Kevin had always thought that he'd made a fortune in business, but this was where the real money was. Dalton was about to stand up and raise his paddle to bid when Kevin pulled him back down to his chair. "Kevin, why did you stop me?"
Dalton asked excitedly. He really wanted to try this herbal medication to see if he could finally make some more progress. "Dalton, this isn't a good idea," Kevin said seriously.
"What are you talking about? I really want to try it," Dalton said impatiently.
"Listen to me. This herbal med is probably the real thing, but even though it was kept in a hermetically sealed vault, it no longer has any medicinal value. You'd be throwing away your money," Kevin said as he stared at the box on the table up front. When Kevin said this, Dalton immediately settled down like he'd been splashed in the face with cold water.
"Kevin, are you serious?"
Dalton asked. He still wasn't sure Kevin was right. "Have you forgotten how I saved your wife?" Kevin said firmly. Just then, Isaac, who was sitting next to Phoebe, suddenly laughed.
"You really are a joke. Just because you can't afford to bid, do you want to keep someone else from getting it?"
"Who did I stop?" Kevin scowled.
"Weren't you trying to stop your friend from bidding?" Isaac sneered and said. "You were just scoffing at me for not being able to afford the Dream Lover necklaces. Now you're knocking this item. Do you know anything at all about herbal remedies?"
Isaac's loud voice attracted the attention of a lot of people in the row. "Whether you know if it would work or not doesn't matter. You couldn't afford it anyway," Kevin retorted. This upset Isaac, but he continued to attack Kevin. "Maybe I can't afford to bid on it, but I'll bet you can't either. What do you have on you, $100? The people around them burst into laughter when they heard this. Some of the onlookers recognized him as the guy who had married into the Jones family, and they started insulting him too. While this was going on, a man quickly walked up to Kevin, accompanied by a few staff members. "I'm sorry, sir, but if the two of you have some personal grudge against each other, I must ask you to take it outside," he said with a slight smile on his face. "Mr. Pearl, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to disturb your auction, but this man wants to start a riot," Isaac told him. Isaac Holden knew exactly who the man was. It was Zane Pearl from the family that owned the auction house. He wasn't as tough as Dalton Steele, but he still had a nasty reputation in Chicago. Zane was also in charge of his family's businesses and didn't get around much, so Kevin hadn't met him yet. Suddenly, Isaac pointed at Kevin and shouted, "Mr. Pearl, this piece of trash wants to start a riot and turn this place upside down. He just said that the herbal medication that's up for bids won't have any effect. He even told the people sitting near him not to bid." Phoebe immediately stood up from her seat and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Pearl. Please don't take him seriously. Kevin was just joking with us. How could there be a problem with something that the Pearl family has put up for auction?" "Phoebe, how can you defend this trash?" Isaac said as he turned around and looked at Kevin. Then he said to Kevin, "Why don't you man up and admit what you just said?" "Isaac, you've gone too far this time. Kevin was just joking with us," Phoebe pleaded. Zane wasn't happy with this scene. This was a very important auction, and his family had even asked him to be in charge of security. Although he had never seen Kevin before, he knew Phoebe and her family, so he had to be polite to her. "Well, since this gentleman was just joking, I'll just ask Miss Anderson to keep the discussion civil, so that we don't disturb the bidders. We don't want to influence the auction," Zane said quietly. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Pearl. Sorry about the disturbance," Phoebe replied quickly. Just as Zane was about to walk away with his people, Kevin suddenly stood up and said, "I wasn't joking with Dalton. This lot of herbal medicine is too old. Even though it was sealed for the past 80 years, it could be poisonous if someone took it." That really got everyone's attention. Isaac smiled cruelly and said, "Mr. Pearl, did you hear what he just said?" "Kevin, what are you talking about?" Phoebe said anxiously as she put her hand on his shoulder. Zane brought his guards over to Kevin and asked him, "Did you really come here to cause a riot?" "I'm telling the truth. The herbal medication in that box is useless," Kevin replied calmly. "All right, I'm going to have to ask you to leave," Zane said with a sneer. "Zane Pearl, you really are amazing," Dalton said as he stood up from his chair. "Let me tell you something. Kevin is my friend. If you want him to leave, you'll have to ask me too. Do you really want to do that?" "Dalton Steele," Zane said as a look of recognition flashed in his eyes. He really couldn't afford to say the wrong thing to someone from the Steele family. "I'm sorry. This is all a misunderstanding," Zane said as he smiled and tried to calm Dalton down. "I didn't know he was your friend. If you'll excuse me, I have to make a phone call." Then he rushed off, leaving everyone to turn their attention back to the auction. After Kevin warned Dalton that he shouldn't bid on the herbal medication that was up for bids because it was too old to be effective, Isaac started arguing with him. They drew a lot of attention, and Zane Pearl walked over with his guards to warn them that they would be thrown out if they started any trouble. When Zane realized that Kevin and Dalton were friends, he backed down and walked away. After they all sat down again, Isaac whispered to Phoebe, "Why did you help this piece of trash just now? He needs to be taught a lesson." "Did you forget what I said to you earlier?" Phoebe said as she glared at Isaac. Then she turned around and gave Kevin a strange look. Phoebe liked Kevin a lot, but she still had to say something to him about this. "Kevin, can you stop saying foolish things like that? The Pearl family is famous all over Chicago. They would never put anything up for auction that wasn't the very best you could find," Phoebe said very nervously. "If Isaac got you kicked out, who would help me appraise my antiques?" Of course, Phoebe didn't really care about that. She was more worried that if Kevin was chased out, it would be very difficult for them to ever see each other again. Kevin didn't answer Phoebe's question. He only nodded his head a few times. Meanwhile, the bidding had reached its peak. The bids were up to $45 million, and there weren't many people left who still had enough money to join in. Suddenly, an older man raised his paddle and said, $60 million. The room fell silent. They all looked over at the man who was dressed in a slightly old-fashioned pinstripe suit. I can't believe all these people think this is so valuable, Kevin said to himself. 60 million going once, 60 million going twice, sold for $60 million. The auctioneer said as she banged the gavel on the table. Congratulations to the gentleman in the pinstripe suit for this unique purchase. Suddenly, the entire room burst into a boisterous round of applause. But a lot of people were uneasy about it. This older gentleman looked unfamiliar to them. As far as they could tell, he was virtually unknown in the Chicago business world. But they did agree that he couldn't be an ordinary person if he could afford to pay this much. The auction house staff carried the box over to him and opened it. The man took one of the herbal pills in his trembling hand and sighed. I've been looking for something like this for almost 15 years. Everyone who saw him do this held their breath. Does he really know what he's doing? Kevin wondered. Then a young woman said excitedly, Congratulations, Grandpa. She looked like she was in her early 20s, and she was extremely beautiful. Her grandfather nodded excitedly and took the herbal pill right away. When Kevin saw this, he said to himself, This isn't good. Something horrible is going to happen. Gee, Kevin, didn't you just say that this batch of medicine would be useless? That guy looks okay, doesn't he? Isaac said mockingly. He had deliberately raised his voice so that the people around them could hear him clearly. However, before Isaac could finish what he was saying, the older gentleman suddenly let out a strange moan. Then his eyes rolled up into his head and he fell to the floor twitching. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The woman said as she knelt down next to him and started shaking him, trying desperately to wake him up. Everyone started to wonder what was going on. Was this a side effect of the herbal medicine that the man had just taken? They all turned their heads and looked at Kevin. This was exactly what he had predicted. Even Phoebe looked at Kevin in disbelief. Isaac was disappointed to see Kevin proven right and slumped down in his seat. He couldn't believe it and thought it must be just some kind of coincidence. When Zane heard all the commotion, he hurried over to the stricken man and asked his granddaughter, Ma'am, does your grandfather have any health problems? What are you talking about? She asked coldly. My grandfather is in perfect health. There must be something wrong with the herbal medicine you just sold him. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and no one dared to look her in the eyes. Ma'am, I can understand your feelings, but there has never been a problem with anything this auction house has ever sold, Zane replied. So you're saying that this is my grandfather's fault? She asked him. Then she shouted, Someone please help us! 5 or 6 men in black suits immediately ran over from the entrance. They moved so fast they were like a blur. Listen carefully, the young woman told Zane. If my grandfather dies, I'll definitely bring the Pearl family down. Ma'am, it's just too early to talk about all of that. Let's get your grandfather to the hospital so they can check him out. Just don't try to blackmail us, Zane warned her. Do you think I'm joking? The woman said as she opened her wallet and showed them her ID. When Zane saw her ID, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't realize, Zane said apologetically. Kevin was standing too far away to see what she had flashed at Zane, so he turned to Dalton and asked him, Do you know what that is? I'm not sure, Dalton said seriously, but it looks like the Pearl family is in big trouble. Kevin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He never thought he'd witness something like this at an auction. I'd advise you to move quickly, she told him. Yes, ma'am, Zane said as he quickly turned around and barked orders into staff. Quick, call an ambulance. I'm afraid it won't get here in time, Kevin said gravely. Please, Kevin, don't say anything else, Phoebe urged him as she anxiously tugged on his sleeve. Dalton didn't speak, but he stood next to Kevin, ready to help him no matter what happened. "Who is this guy? You think he has any idea what to do?" one of the bystanders asked. "Lower your voice. Don't you see who's standing next to him? That's Dalton Steele," someone whispered to him. As everyone watched, Kevin walked over to the man and announced, he was poisoned by that useless expired herbal pill. Even if he was sent to the hospital right now, it wouldn't help. But he only swallowed it a couple of minutes ago. The poison hasn't spread to his internal organs yet, Kevin explained. Then he turned to look at the woman and said, "If you trust me, let me save your grandfather. But we can't delay any longer." "You really have a way to save him?" she asked incredulously. "Don't trust him. He's just a good-for-nothing," Isaac suddenly blurted out. Then he added, "Kevin, stop pretending you know what you're doing." When the onlookers realized who Kevin was, they remembered all of the awful rumors that Jason had been spreading about him and began to have their doubts. They started whispering all sorts of insulting things. This gave the young woman some misgivings, but when she saw the confident smile on Kevin's face, she decided to trust him. "I'll let you try," she said. Then she warned him, "But if something happens to my grandfather, I'll hold everyone here responsible." "Of course," Kevin responded. Then he turned around and asked for a bottle of water as he reached inside his jacket and pulled out a small vial of herbal powder. Kevin had kept some of his antidote that he'd given Miranda. He thought it might come in handy someday, just not so damn soon. The older gentleman was in bad shape, but he was semi-conscious and still able to swallow. Kevin poured the powder in the water bottle and shook it gently. "Kevin!" Phoebe nervously called out as he leaned over and held up the man's head to give him a sip. "Don't disturb him. I'm sure Kevin wouldn't do something he wasn't confident about," Dalton said firmly. Zane nervously looked at Kevin. His forehead was breaking out into sweat. After a few minutes, the man's face started to look more normal. Even his breathing got smoother. Everyone who was watching this was amazed at Kevin's skill. Kevin slowly stood up and smiled. "Your grandfather is out of danger now. With some rest, he should be all right in a day or two." "Thank you," the woman said as she heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll definitely repay you for your kindness." After saying this, the woman had her companions carry her grandfather out of the auction hall and out to their waiting SUV. "That wasn't so great, just dumb luck," Isaac scoffed. But Dalton wasn't too happy to hear him say this. After Kevin helped the man who had been poisoned by the herbal pill, his granddaughter thanked him and left the auction hall with her companions. Isaac Holden started insulting Kevin for no reason other than jealousy. This really irritated Dalton. "Are you done talking crap?" Dalton said as he slapped Isaac in the face. "If you do that again, I'll throw you in the river," Isaac shouted angrily. He hadn't forgotten that Dalton had already knocked him down once this evening. "Why don't you try it?" Dalton snarled. He rolled up his sleeves as he walked towards Isaac. "Dear, please don't get angry," Miranda pleaded as she held him back. "Don't lower yourself to his level." Miranda was very disappointed. Nobody had talked to Dalton like this in years. This guy had no idea what he was getting into. "For my wife's sake, I'll let you go this time," Dalton said coldly. Kevin shook his head with a faint smile as he watched this scene. It took a ruthless man like Dalton to deal with a putz like Isaac Holden. Just then, Zane suddenly walked up to Kevin and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you so much. I'm sorry about what I said earlier. How about we make friends? You can call me Zane from now on." "Sounds good. My name's Kevin." He smiled and gave him a friendly nod. Zane seemed to be a lot like Dalton, and Kevin felt comfortable talking with him. They chatted casually for a few minutes, and then Kevin asked curiously, "I'm wondering about those two people, Zane. Why were you so shocked to see the woman's ID?" When Kevin said this, Zane put his finger to his lips and then pulled over to a corner where no one could hear them. "Kevin, I already think of us as brothers, so I'll tell you the truth," Zane said seriously. "That woman and her grandfather are from a very powerful underworld organization. They call themselves the Myriads, and they're interested in a bit more than herbal medications. I've heard of them, but I didn't know they were that much worse than any other groups, Kevin said in surprise. Zane nodded. Those two aren't just ordinary members of the group either. It's not like underworld gangs have ID cards. What she showed me was an ID from the School for the Healing Arts. That means they're starting to get into some higher-level stuff, Zane continued seriously. You should be really careful, Kevin. Now that you saved that man, you may have put a target on your back. I'm sorry I asked, Kevin said glumly. Take care, brother. If you need anything, just let me know. You can always count on my family's help, Zane said sincerely. The two of them kept talking until the auction was finished. Zane asked one of his assistants to bring a box for Kevin. Please accept this as a token of the Pearl family's gratitude for your help today. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something to deal with now that the auction is over. Kevin thanked him and opened the little box. Inside was, of course, a pearl lapel pin in a gold setting. As Kevin was looking at the lapel pin, he got a call from the body shop. They were finally finished repairing the damage to his Pagani Roadster. He asked them to bring the car over and park it in the auction hall's underground garage. He wandered around outside the auction hall for a while until the driver showed up to drop off his car. As Kevin walked down to the garage, he put on the pearl lapel pin that Zane had given him. Before he reached the car, Kevin ran into Truman Anderson, Phoebe, and Isaac. So, I see you're driving your wife's car, Isaac said loudly as he patted the car's hood. Sorry, but I bought this car myself. I know it's just an old beater, but I like to keep a low profile, Kevin said casually. Their conversation attracted some attention from the people who were filing out of the auction hall. They couldn't believe someone would call a $3 million car an old beater. Truman just shook his head when he heard Kevin say that. He thought that maybe Kevin was right for his daughter after all. You're such a braggart. If you're so rich, why the hell didn't you buy anything at the auction? Isaac asked with a sneer. Just as Kevin was about to reply, Miss Wilson hurried over to him. She went up to his window and handed him an exquisite box. Then she said politely, Here are the Dream Lover necklaces we bought, sir. Kevin stepped out of the car, took one of the necklaces out of the box, and gave it to Miss Wilson, saying, This one's yours. She shivered and said excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Williams. I still have some things to take care of. Please head back to the office without me, Kevin said nonchalantly. Thank you again. I'm so lucky to work for a CEO like you, Miss Wilson said excitedly as she walked away holding the Dream Lover necklace. Truman and the other two were shocked. Of course they knew who Miss Wilson was, but did she actually call Kevin CEO? When did this piece of trash who's freeloading off the Jones family become CEO of Williams Media? Isaac thought to himself as his face turned red. Truman was absolutely floored. He never expected this. Kevin took out another necklace from the box and walked over to Phoebe. With a big smile, he said, This one's for you. Phoebe didn't reach out right away. Instead, she stared at Kevin for a moment and then asked, You're the CEO of Williams Media? Who would have guessed? Kevin said with a laugh. Then he held out the necklace and said, Go ahead and take it. Isn't it beautiful? Truman gasped. The necklace was worth millions, and Kevin just gave it to his daughter like it was no big deal. Thank you, Phoebe said hesitantly. She was nervous and extremely excited, and she was also tempted to give Kevin a big kiss. Well, I've got to get going, Kevin said as he started to get back into his car. Wait a minute, Phoebe said as she blushed a little. You just gave me this beautiful necklace. Can I at least treat you to dinner? When she said this, Isaac started to open his mouth, but he couldn't find the words. Don't tell me you don't want to grab a bite with me, Phoebe asked. Of course, a meal wasn't worth nearly as much as a Dream Lover's necklace, but Phoebe just wanted to spend some more time with Kevin, even if it was just for a minute. Okay, I'm a little hungry too, Kevin said with a smile. Then he opened the door for her and added, Hop in. Just tell me where you'd like to go. Okay, Phoebe agreed excitedly. She completely ignored her father, who was still standing there watching, and slipped into Kevin's Pagani. "Dad, tell me you're not going to let Phoebe ride off with that useless freeloader," Isaac said as he watched the Pagani's taillights pull away. Truman just grunted and turned around to get into his own car. At first, he didn't like seeing Phoebe hang out so much with Kevin because he believed the rumors about him and figured he didn't have many prospects. But now, it was different. Now that he knew that Kevin was the president of Williams Media, Truman had a change of heart. "Dad, say something," Isaac begged as he talked to Truman through his car window. "Take care of it yourself. I'm too old for this crap," Truman replied as he rolled up his window and drove away. At that very moment, Kevin was driving into town chatting with Phoebe. While they were talking, Kevin's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and was surprised to see that it was Officer Emmett. "Hello? Why are you calling so late?" Kevin asked her. "Do you have a minute, please?" Officer Emmett asked him very weakly. When he heard her say please, he almost floored the accelerator. But Phoebe was riding with him, so Kevin naturally had to show more self-control. "If you said please, I know it's serious. How can I help?" "There's definitely something I need help with. I'll be waiting for you at the Salix Leaf Hotel," Officer Emmett told him before she abruptly hung up the phone. Kevin sighed and turned to look at Phoebe. He said guiltily, "I'm really sorry about this. Everyone wants to treat me to a meal today. Do you want to go with me?" "Who is it?" Phoebe asked. She had clearly heard the conversation, and it sounded like the woman had a very close relationship with Kevin. "That was Officer Emmett from the Chicago Police," Kevin replied. "Anyway, it's not really that late yet. Why don't you come along with me? I'm sure she wouldn't mind." "No thanks. I'll just go home," Phoebe said. "It sounds like you have some business to discuss." "Okay, then I'll drop you off at home on the way," Kevin said very honestly. It seemed to Kevin that Phoebe was really too agreeable sometimes, but whoever ended up marrying her someday would be very lucky. However, Phoebe was very disappointed. She totally didn't think that Kevin would actually do what she asked. Sometimes he didn't pick up on things like that. Couldn't he tell that she really wanted to go along with him? But she figured that it was better for him to take her at her word instead of thinking that no means yes. Kevin dropped Phoebe off at her family's mansion and then headed over to the brand new Salix Leaf Hotel. The whole drive didn't take too long considering it was rush hour. Ever since Rachel had started managing the Salix Leaf Hotel complex with Kevin's help, she had developed several buildings that were very popular among tourists. Chicago residents liked to go there too. When Kevin entered the lobby, he immediately spotted Officer Emmett, who was sitting patiently by a window. He quickly walked to the sofa opposite her and sat down. But when she noticed Kevin staring at her intently, she said irritably, "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll poke your eyes out." "Well, if you do that, how can I help you?" Kevin replied as he shrugged his shoulders. Officer Emmett didn't say anything. She just rolled her eyes at him. "Well, what's going on? I don't have a lot of time," Kevin said as he picked up one of the drinks she had ordered for them. "Geez, don't be so impatient," Officer Emmett complained. Then she realized that something wasn't right. It seemed that calling Kevin for help was getting easier and easier. "Well," Kevin said restlessly. "I'll get straight to the point," Officer Emmett said very seriously. Then she looked around and asked him, "Have you heard anything about the Myriads?" "Why do you ask?" Of course Kevin had heard of them. He'd been with two of their members just a couple of hours ago. "Would you be willing to try to infiltrate their organization?" Officer Emmett asked as she looked deeply into Kevin's eyes. Kevin spat out his drink. He looked at her in surprise and said, "You've got to be kidding. You have so many highly trained officers, how could I possibly be of any help?" "It's precisely because you haven't had any specialized training that you could be ideal for this," Officer Emmett said as she sighed helplessly. "We have good intel that the Myriads are going to set up a branch in Chicago in the near future. My superiors want us to get to them before they have a chance to gain a foothold. If we don't do it in the next 2 months, we might as well pack up and leave town," she explained. "I know what you're capable of. You're our only hope to get inside the group," Officer Emmett said very seriously. "Stop it. I'll help you. Just don't start crying. I'm not good with crying," Kevin begged her. Then he asked, "So where will I go to find them?" "The first prison of Chicago," she replied awkwardly. "I can set it up so you blend in." "What are you talking about?" Kevin almost jumped up from the sofa. "Are you nuts? You want me to go undercover in a prison?" "We don't have any choice. 2 days ago we arrested a man who's pretty high up in the myriads. But no matter what we do, we can't get anything out of him," Officer Emmett explained. "And we don't have enough evidence to hold him for very long. You'd only have about 10 days. "But I haven't said yes yet," Kevin said as he took a deep breath. Officer Emmett had really surprised him with this. "I don't know who else to turn to. If you don't help me, I could lose my job," Officer Emmett said quietly. "Let me think about it," Kevin told her. "Anyway, shouldn't Sherwin Blair be able to take care of you if you lost your job?" But Officer Emmett didn't care about that right now. She just wanted Kevin to promise he would help. After he left the auction, Kevin was heading out to dinner with Phoebe, who wanted to thank him for giving her a Dream Lover necklace. But Kevin got a call from Officer Emmett, who wanted to talk to him about something important. So he dropped Phoebe off at her parents' home and headed to the Salix Leaf Hotel, where Officer Emmett told him that she wanted him to infiltrate the myriads. She got up and walked over to Kevin. Then she grabbed him by his shoulders with all her strength and said, "Please promise me you'll help." How could Kevin say no to her? Okay, I promise. But stop shaking me. You'll break my arm," Kevin joked. "Really?" Officer Emmett asked in surprise. "Just tell me what your plan is." Kevin was starting to get a headache from this. Officer Emmett sat back in her seat and said seriously to Kevin, "Other than us and my plainclothes officers over there, only the chief knows about this undercover mission." "So what are the details of this plan?" he asked her anxiously. "It's very simple. In a little while, you're going to take a bottle of wine and walk over to the third man sitting on the sofa to my left. Follow him and then hit him with the bottle," Officer Emmett explained. Then she paused for a moment while she was deep in thought and said very earnestly, "Remember, you have to be convincing. After that, our plainclothes officer will arrest you and take care of the rest." "So it's that simple, huh?" Kevin asked in surprise. "We just need a reasonable excuse to send you to prison. But remember, I will make a lot of people have their doubts about you," Officer Emmett said calmly. "But you can be rest assured that the surveillance cameras over this couch have been cut off, so no one will know that you were talking to me." "Well, let's do it," Kevin said seriously as he picked up the bottle of wine from the table. Officer Emmett didn't answer him, but instead she quietly took out her phone. Kevin walked expressionlessly towards the man that she'd pointed at and said, "Sorry about this, dude." As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked the man out cold. Blood was flowing down the man's scalp. A few minutes later, several police officers rushed in and arrested Kevin, who was still swinging at the poor guy. Officer Emmett was frightened by what she saw. Kevin was too immersed in the role, and she was afraid that he would really beat the guy to death. By the time Officer Emmett walked out of the hotel lobby, Kevin was already on his way downtown for booking. Early the next morning at downtown General Hospital, Dr. Willow was pouring water for Alan and Susan to drink. Suddenly, several policemen pushed the door open and one of them asked, "Are you the parents of Kevin Williams?" Alan and Susan looked at each other, wondering what was going on. "May I ask what you need?" Dr. Willow walked over and said to the officer who seemed to be in charge. "Mr. Williams injured several people after getting drunk at the Salix Leaf Hotel last night. One of them may be paralyzed. He was arrested and is currently being held in custody pending arraignment," he explained. Dr. Willow couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could such a kind, generous person have beaten somebody so badly? "This must be a misunderstanding," Dr. Willow said nervously. "Mr. Williams would never do such a thing." "Are you his wife?" one of the officers suddenly asked. No. Mr. Williams and I are only friends," Dr. Willow blushed. "I can understand your feelings, but those are the facts. You can go down to the ICU and take a look for yourself. the officer said very seriously. The officer had never seen anything like it. It was a vicious beating. Impossible. My son is gentle and courteous. He would never hit someone like that. You must have made a mistake, Susan informed him. Sometimes family members are in denial. Can you please confirm that this is a photo of your son? As the officer spoke, he showed them a photo of Kevin wearing an orange jumpsuit. Alan, Susan, and Dr. Willow were completely dumbfounded. At the same time that this was going on, Lily received a call from the police station. And when she told her mother that Kevin had been arrested, Dorothy almost fainted. It was one thing to have a useless son-in-law, but now he was in prison? How embarrassing! Meanwhile, Kevin was sitting in a corner of the prison yard, feeling the crew cut that they'd given him. The prison was fighting an outbreak of lice, so they were cutting everyone's hair at intake. As Kevin sat there, feeling the cool breeze on his head, he looked at the other inmate searching for his target. Finally, Kevin spotted him by the stairs not far away from him. It was Brett Stewart, the member of the Myriads that Officer Emmett had told him about. Officer Emmett said that he's pretty high up in the organization, but he doesn't really look that tough, Kevin thought to himself as he stood up and rubbed his scalp. Well, he'd gone to all this trouble to meet Stewart. It was time to go over and talk to him. As he was walking over to the man, Kevin was surprised to see that he was reading a book. How can I approach him so that he doesn't get suspicious? Kevin wondered. Just then, a basketball suddenly flew over Kevin and hit Stewart in the head. This made Kevin jump. Crap! Does this guy have enemies here? A big, burly man walked over and picked up the ball. Sorry, man. I guess I threw it too hard. Merriweather? Kevin smiled bitterly as he looked at the man. He hasn't been released yet? Kevin didn't know was that Merriweather had already been released once since the fight at the Jones mansion, but he was such a troublemaker that he was sent right back to prison. Most people tried to stay out of jail, but Merriweather was different. He liked being there because he could be the boss. I'm fine, Stewart said casually, like it didn't really bother him. Merriweather bounced the basketball on the floor and then threw it into Stewart's face, giving him a bloody nose. Are you looking for trouble? Stewart asked him angrily. So what if I am? I'm playing ball with my buddies. What are you doing sitting here and reading? Merriweather sneered. Are you pretending you've got culture or something? In prison? I'm disgusted by the sight of you. Merriweather then looked at Stewart, who was standing there holding his book, and shouted, What are you going to do about it, jackass? Stewart was burning with anger. He was used to being treated with a lot more respect. What the hell are you waiting for? Clean this blood off my ball, Merriweather said fiercely. You're starting to put me in a bad mood. Merriweather's shouting drew the attention of the other prisoners in the yard. They all glared at Stewart, and clearly they were ready to fight. All right, Stewart growled as he spat on the ground. Stewart knew that he was outnumbered, but right now he was only thinking about how to get through the 2 weeks he had left in his sentence. He could send someone in to deal with these guys later. I thought you were tough, but I guess you're just a coward, Merriweather said arrogantly. The prisoners were all ready to see a fight, and some of them even wanted to jump in. Your ball, Stewart said as he kept his composure and wiped the basketball off before handing it back to Merriweather. Merriweather snorted in disdain. He took the ball and bounced it off Stewart's chest. What kind of wimp are you? You can't even hold on to a ball? Merriweather yelled. What do you want? Are you sure you want a piece of me? Stewart couldn't stand it any longer. I think you're going to get your ass whipped, Merriweather said as he punched Stewart on the chin, making him spin around and fall to the ground. Just as Merriweather was about to say something else, he heard a voice that was full of contempt. Merriweather, are you bullying people again? Who the hell said that? The big man shouted angrily as he looked around. Don't you remember me? Kevin said mockingly as he put his hands on his hips. So it's you son of a bitch, Merriweather yelled as he recognized Kevin. Merriweather completely forgot about his fight with Stewart and rushed at Kevin. Facing Merriweather's rage, Kevin could only shake his head. "Have you already forgotten what happened last time?" Kevin turned his body slightly to dodge Merriweather's fist. "I can't believe you want to do this again," Kevin said calmly as he kneed Merriweather in the gut. In the next second, Merriweather was sent flying 10 feet away, knocking over a few of the prisoners who were watching the spectacle. "Do you want me to help you remember?" Kevin said with a disdainful smile. Merriweather got up from the ground holding his stomach. He almost threw up his lunch. "What are you all waiting for? Kill the son of a bitch!" Merriweather roared to his men. A group of prisoners immediately surrounded Kevin. "Please, gentlemen, I'm not looking for any trouble. I was just saying hello to my old friend over there," Kevin said in a calm and composed tone of voice. He wasn't afraid at all. Stewart kept watching Kevin with interest. Just as the group was about to attack, a prison guard walked over to them waving his baton. "Is there some trouble here? I'd hate to see any of you get more time added to your sentences." Kevin raised his eyebrows when he saw the guard. He had a very confident attitude, and the inmate seemed to respect his authority. Merriweather's expression suddenly changed, and he got very polite. "There's no problem here, officer. We're just joking around." "Don't think that you can bully the new guys just because you've been here so long. No one causes trouble on my watch. I don't care who it is," the guard said very seriously. "I understand. Don't worry, officer. We're all getting along just fine," Merriweather said as he smiled and walked the guard back to the door. Seeing that things had calmed down again, Kevin turned around and walked back to the corner of the yard to sit down. When Stewart picked up his book again, he gave Kevin a long look, trying to figure him out. That night, Kevin was lying in bed trying to get some sleep after a very long day when he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and saw Merriweather walking towards Stewart with a few of his men. He was holding a pillow in his hand. "Not good," Kevin said to himself. Of course he knew what Merriweather wanted to do, so he carefully got out of bed. There were no surveillance cameras in the prison dormitory, so there wouldn't be any evidence. Kevin couldn't believe that Merriweather actually wanted to kill Stewart over a little argument. "This will teach you to talk back to me," Merriweather growled as he covered Stewart's face with the pillow. While he did this, his men held Stewart's hands and feet so that he couldn't fight back. He didn't have a chance. Kevin watched this but didn't intervene right away. He waited for about half a minute before he yawned loudly. "What are you guys doing in the middle of the night? Could you be quiet so I could get some sleep?" Kevin knew that most of the inmates in the dorm were awake, but they were keeping silent because they were afraid of what Merriweather might do to them. "This is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, you'll make believe you didn't see anything. Just go back to sleep," Merriweather roared. "Hey, are you okay? It was just a little argument. Do you really need to kill him?" Kevin chided him. Then he made his move. He walked up to Merriweather and the others and punched one of them right on the temple, knocking him out on the spot. "Let's kill this piece of shit right now," Merriweather yelled as he rushed towards Kevin. Kevin calmly kicked Merriweather in the chest. At the same time, he ducked every blow thrown by all the other attackers, moving through them like lightning. In less than a minute, Merriweather and his men were lying on the floor writhing in pain. When he saw Stewart curled up in the corner gasping for air, Kevin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing the guy didn't kill you. Otherwise, I'd have come here for nothing." "How did you get so much stronger since the last time?" Merriweather asked in disbelief as he lay on the floor clutching his chest. Before Kevin could reply, a few prison guards who had heard all the noise rushed into the large room. When he saw Merriweather on the floor, the head guard was stunned. He knew that the man was a martial arts champion and that many of the prisoners were afraid of him. But the guard had never expected him to be beaten up like this by a new prisoner. "You caused all this trouble," Kevin said as he kicked Merriweather a couple more times. "That's enough. Behave yourselves. If I have to come back in here tonight, you'll regret it," the guard said as he gave Kevin a strange look. Then he left with the other guards. Kevin wasn't worried about Merriweather anymore. He was more concerned with Brett Stewart and how he could get him to talk. Kevin agreed to be sent to prison to help Officer Emmett get information from Brett Stewart about the Myriad's activities in Chicago. He saved Stewart from getting killed by Merriweather while he slept. Now Kevin just wanted to get the intel and leave. Kevin slowly walked up to Stewart and knelt down next to him. He gently patted his back a few times and asked him, "Are you okay, man?" "Thank you for saving my life. I owe you one," Stewart said gratefully, and he meant it. "No problem. I'm just a light sleeper. You should get some rest," Kevin said. He saw that Stewart was okay now, so he went back to bed. Kevin knew that if he acted too eager, Stewart would be suspicious of him. He had to take it slow so Stewart wouldn't think he was being set up. Seeing Kevin take the whole thing in stride like this made Stewart even more interested in him. He walked over to his bed and sat down. "Where are you from, bro? You're not like the other guys. How'd you end up here?" "I got drunk and hit someone," Kevin replied coolly. "I'm Brett Stewart. What's your name? As long as we're stuck in this place, we might as well be friends," he said candidly. After hearing this, Kevin immediately sat up in his bunk. He controlled his excitement and started chatting with Stewart casually. When he found out that Kevin was the bad apple in the Jones family, Stewart took to him right away and told him, "Don't let all this get you down. With your skills, you could really go places." 3 days later, Kevin's grandfather, Randall Williams, was sitting in an armchair at the family's mansion in New York. Sitting on a chair next to him was a middle-aged man in a business suit. He had put his pharmaceutical sample case on the coffee table in front of them. But there was something about him that was a little too menacing for him to be a simple pharmaceutical rep.
"May I ask why you called me to New York on such short notice?" the man asked in a deep voice.
"Please, this is a serious matter, Mr. Roundtree. One of my grandchildren has disappointed us greatly. He went so far as to bring outsiders into our home to fight with us. I need to do something to protect my family, and I know that you have the resources to help," Randall said sorrowfully.
"Our products aren't for everyone. It takes a lot of preparation and training, too," Roundtree replied as he shook his head.
"That's why I brought you here," Randall said.
Then he hesitated for a moment before he continued.
"I've heard that Light Street Labs has an herbal pill just for this purpose."
"That's right, Mr. Williams. The effect of our new blend is quite unique. It can quickly give a jump start to someone who wants to develop their energy and focus, especially when they're in a situation like the one you're facing. However, you can only take one dose. To take more would be very dangerous," Roundtree explained.
"Do you happen to have any with you today?"
Randall asked. Then he added,
"My family is willing to pay any price."
Dalton Steele bringing his men to the Williams mansion had infuriated Randall Williams. He and his son Thomas had talked it over and decided that everyone in the family should start working on their health and fighting skills. This was part of an overall plan to dominate the families that were in charge of the business world, and not just in New York. He didn't want them to be afraid of the Steele family anymore. Roundtree gave Randall a funny look and said,
"Mr. Williams, you're taking this too seriously. It's just one little herbal pill. If you bring your family into the Myriads, you'll have all the herbal medicine and resources you need."
"What?"
Randall said as his expression changed.
"What are you talking about? The Myriads have a very dangerous reputation in the New Age underground. I've known you for years and would rather work with you and Light Street Labs directly. How could you ask us to join the Myriads?"
"Don't worry, Mr. Williams. I have news for you. 5 years ago, I joined the Myriads, and I'm no longer with Light Street Labs," Roundtree said calmly.
"Why did you do that?"
Randall asked in shock.
"Well, I was with Light Street for almost 40 years. Apart from some of the most basic production techniques and scientific background, what did I learn?"
Roundtree suddenly seemed agitated.
"I was the best tech specialist they ever had, but because I wasn't part of the inner circle, they never promoted me to the highest executive positions." But then the Myriads promised me a huge sum of money and set me up with the best resources available. Compared to Light Street Labs, it's like night and day. Why would I still want to work for Light Street? Roundtree said excitedly as he stood up from his chair. Mr. Williams, as long as you're willing to bring your family into the Myriads, I guarantee that the benefits will be beyond your wildest dreams. Plus, it's the only way you'll be able to get the pill we were talking about. It's not really made by Light Street, Roundtree said coolly.
You're putting me in a difficult position, Randall sighed. How could I bring my family into an organization like the Myriads?
Nonsense. These days, with all the competition, the most important thing is to improve your strength, your stamina. If you're worried about your reputation, why don't you go talk to Light Street Labs? They'll have nothing like this to offer you, Roundtree said matter-of-factly. In any case, as long as you don't tell anyone about joining the Myriads, your reputation will still be safe.
But this is a serious decision, Randall said thoughtfully.
I understand, Roundtree said, but I have to leave now. Please think about the future of your family. I'll come back in a month so we can discuss this again.
Then he closed up his sample case and headed out the door. Grandpa Williams sat back down in his chair, unsure what to do next. Ever since Kevin had beaten up Merriweather and his gang, he had become the leader of the prison inmates. No matter what he did, whether he was eating or going to the toilet, there was always a large group of men following him around. This also gave Stewart a better rep because he was friends with Kevin. It was definitely survival of the fittest. After 2 weeks, Officer Emmett still hadn't found any evidence to keep Stewart in custody, so they had to release him.
Kevin, gotta go now, but I'll definitely find a way to contact you, Stewart said as he shook his hand and patted him on the shoulder.
Don't worry, I got a short sentence, so I should be out real soon, Kevin replied happily. But he thought to himself, I've been in this hole for 2 weeks just to get some information from you. It sure wasn't easy. Stewart smiled and headed out with the guard so they could finish his out-processing. The next morning, Kevin was released too. As soon as he stepped outside, he got a call from Officer Emmett. How did it go? Did you get any useful information from Stewart? Officer Emmett's words were full of expectation. No, that guy plays his cards close to his chest. I hung out with him for almost 2 weeks and we got along really well. But every time I asked him about his past, he changed the subject, Kevin answered truthfully. Nothing at all? Officer Emmett asked. She was extremely disappointed. How could her plan have failed? Kevin hadn't found out anything the department could use. Nope, nothing. The guy's very careful about what he shares, Kevin said lightheartedly. Anyway, I just spent 2 weeks in jail. How are you going to make it up to me? What's that? You didn't even complete your mission and you want me to make it up to you? Officer Emmett scoffed. Are you giving up on me already? Kevin said dejectedly. What if I find out something about the Myriads in the future? Kevin, do you have any idea what you're talking about? It's almost impossible to find out anything about them. We've been investigating them for so long, but we haven't found out anything useful. Officer Emmett hesitated for a moment before continuing. But let me warn you, you can't have any contact with them from now on. It's too dangerous. Then she hung up the phone without any warning. Damn, what the hell was that? Kevin wondered as he put his phone in his pocket. He thought for a moment and considered calling for a ride to Williams Media. After being gone for 2 weeks, he had no idea what was going on there. Just then, a tall, lanky guy and a tough-looking man suddenly walked up to Kevin. The tall one said, Mr. Williams, our boss would like you to come along with us. Who's your boss? Kevin asked curiously. You'll know when you get there, he responded. Then he gestured for Kevin to get in their car. Half an hour later, Kevin arrived at a bar a couple of blocks from North Michigan Avenue. The men led him into a luxurious private room. I told you I'd be waiting when you got out. When I found out you were sprung today, I made arrangements at my favorite bar, Stewart said as he smiled and walked over to Kevin. You didn't have to go to all this trouble, Kevin replied with a smile. While he was talking, Kevin's eyes swept across the private room and he looked at the other dozen or so people who were there with them. He was really shocked to see such an intimidating group. How many of them are experts in herbal medicine and martial arts, he wondered.
What are all of you waiting for? Hurry up and meet your future enforcer, Stewart said bluntly.
They all started greeting Kevin very enthusiastically, calling him their enforcer. What's this about, Brett? Kevin asked Stewart a little hesitantly.
Please forgive me, my friend. The prison wasn't a good place for us to talk. That's why I deliberately concealed my identity, Stewart said with a faint smile.
Oh, then who are you really? Kevin asked, even though he already knew the answer.
Have you heard of the Myriads? Stewart said proudly. I'm one of the top bosses in the organization. The other members have to call me sir, but you and I don't have to worry about that. You can just call me by my name.
The Myriads? Kevin said as he acted surprised.
That's right.
Stewart put his arm on Kevin's shoulder and walked him over to the sofa to sit down.
Since you and I are brothers now, this is your chance to put your skills to work. From now on, you'll be the enforcer of the Chicago Myriads.
Are you sure I'm the right man for the job? Kevin asked him guardedly. He had no idea what to think. He'd only just gotten into New Age medicine very recently, and here he was about to be put in a respected position in an underground organization that had some of the best experts in the world.
Of course you are. You could really move up in our organization. You may not have enough experience right now, but I'm sure you'll do fine after you learn more.
After saying that, Stewart patted Kevin's shoulder and said,
But don't worry about all that right now. Take your time.
You're really okay with this? Kevin asked, but still hadn't agreed.
Of course,
Stewart replied as he pointed at the people who were in the room with them.
You'll be in charge of everyone here. There are also about 300 more in the building.
Kevin was overwhelmed, but he did his best to look flattered.
There's something else, Stewart said as he reached into his pocket. I had this ID card printed for you. It's from our parent organization, Infinitude Pharmaceuticals. No matter where you go, all you have to do is show it, and they'll know you're with us. A lot of people just know about us from our reputation in what many would call some very shady activities, but we're making great strides in cutting-edge combinations of traditional herbs and modern medicine. The market's going to explode, especially with rich and powerful clients, and we're at the forefront, Stewart explained to Kevin in detail.
How can I resist such a generous offer? Kevin said with a smile as he accepted the card.
That's great,
Stewart replied as he stood up from the sofa and walked toward the door. One of his aides entered the room with 3 beautifully dressed women, but Kevin had a feeling they didn't really want to be there.
I've arranged for a bit of a celebration later today at the Whistler Hotel, Stewart said as he gestured for the rest of the group to leave the room.
Then he turned to Kevin and said,
In the meantime, please enjoy yourself. Then come and find me when you're ready to leave.
Stewart smiled and closed the door as he left the room. Kevin looked at the women one by one. He sighed as he walked over to them and said quietly, I had no idea they'd do something like this. You should leave while you can, and be more careful in the future. Don't let them put you in this sort of position again. The women all looked at each other in astonishment. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up to speak. After welcoming Kevin into the Myriads, Stewart had 3 beautiful women brought into the room and then he left. Kevin had a feeling they weren't there of their own free will. And anyway, he was married to Lily, not that he would have taken advantage of the situation. So he told the women they should get out before anyone came back. The leader of the group walked up to Kevin and said, You're not like the others. Please tell me your name. In the future, the Sideros Alliance will find a way to repay you for this. You're from the Sideros Alliance? Kevin's eyes betrayed his surprise when he heard her say that. Yes, we are, the woman replied as she nodded her head. My name isn't important, but you should leave quickly, Kevin smiled. Then he shook his head as he walked out of the room. Things were getting weird. First, Kevin had saved Marshall's men from the effects of an herbal ingredient, and now he had freed members of the Sidero Alliance. It must have been fate. After leaving the bar, Kevin called for a ride to the Whistler Hotel. I hope Mitchell Cook isn't at the hotel today, or this is going to cost me, When he got to the Whistler, Kevin saw someone familiar outside the building. It was Dalton Steele's wife, Miranda, being chased down the street by more than a dozen people.
"So, you're trying to run away?"
a man said as he suddenly pounced on Miranda and pushed her to the ground.
"She sure is hard to catch,"
another man shouted as he took out a rope to tie her up.
"Stop it!"
Kevin yelled as he rushed toward her. Without thinking, he shoved the man aside. "Kevin!" Miranda asked in surprise. She was relieved to see him, but still called out, "Go and find Dalton!" Miranda knew that Kevin was good at fighting, but he was seriously outnumbered, and the guys who were chasing her were no slouches. Their boss was Dominic Archer. However, Kevin didn't pay any attention to Miranda's request. He kicked one of the other attackers with all his strength and then pulled her up off the ground, standing in front of her to protect her.
"If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here right now. If you don't, I promise it'll be painful," their leader roared.
"I'll tell you what. I'll give you just 1 minute to get out of here," Kevin replied menacingly.
"Have it your way. Brothers, get him,"
the man yelled as he lunged at Kevin. The other men also reacted fast. They pulled knives out of their belts and quickly ran at Kevin. "Kevin, you have to get out of here now. There are too many of them," Miranda shouted anxiously. "If I let these guys get you, how can I ever face Dalton again?" Kevin answered as he stood his ground. He knew how dangerous these people were. If they took Miranda, there's no telling what they would do to her. Kevin had no choice. "Just stay behind me," he said to Miranda as he threw a backhand at the man closest to him. Then he stepped back so that he could keep protecting her.
"Screw you,"
the man yelled as he got up from the ground holding his head. Then he said to the others, "Hit him again." Kevin saw that they had nowhere to run. It looked helpless, but somehow he felt a surge of energy flowing through him, and it wasn't adrenaline. Kevin was stronger than any of these guys, but there were way too many of them coming from every direction. One of them got past Kevin and swung a billy club at Miranda's head. "Watch it!" Kevin shouted as he threw one of the attackers aside and blocked the strike.
"Kill him!"
the group's leader shouted as he rose from the ground and slashed at Kevin's back with his knife. His clothes instantly turned red from all the blood. By now, they were all surrounding Kevin, armed with crowbars and knives. Kevin was in intense pain from the cut, but he still didn't stop protecting Miranda.
"Damn it,"
the leader growled as he spat at Kevin.
"Finish them off."
"Kevin, don't worry about me. Save yourself," Miranda said tearfully. Ever since Dalton and Kevin became brothers, Miranda hadn't thought that much of Kevin. Even though he had helped her, it seemed that a lot of times it was just dumb luck. But seeing Kevin risking his life to save her deeply moved Miranda. She wished she could tell her husband that he'd chosen his friend wisely. A few of Stewart's men had gone outside to see if Kevin had arrived yet, and they saw the fight. One of them yelled, "What the hell's going on? They're attacking our enforcer." One of them shouted into the hotel, "Brothers, come out quickly. Our enforcer's in a fight outside." In seconds, dozens of members of the Myriads rushed out of the hotel and surrounded Dominic Archer's group with murder in their eyes.
"Who the hell are you?"
the leading man asked in a panic.
"Your worst nightmare,"
one of the Myriads said as he grabbed him by the throat and threw him to the ground. As more and more of them rushed out of the hotel to help Kevin, Dominic's men had no choice but to surrender. When he saw Kevin covered in blood, Stewart shouted, "Toss them into the Chicago River." Then he picked up Kevin, who was barely conscious, and asked him, "Are you all right, brother?" "Kevin, can you hear me? Please hang on." Miranda sobbed as she put her hand on Kevin's blood-stained cheek. This whole mess had been caused by a turf war between Dominic Archer and Dalton Steele. Even though the Steele family had pulled out of their criminal activities, they still had a lot of entertainment properties. That ended up putting them at odds with the current underworld forces. Then, a couple of weeks ago, Dalton opened a new bar on the north side of the city. It was wildly popular and started to affect Dominic's businesses. So Dominic sent some of his men to vandalize Dalton's bar, but it didn't work. Dalton and his men ended up beating them up, sending some of them to the hospital. Dominic took this personally and asked Dalton to meet him to discuss the issue. But when he demanded half of the bar's profits, the meeting went sideways. So Dominic decided to get even by going after Miranda. "I'll be fine," Kevin said to her. "But you should get out of here and go find Dalton. And don't go out alone from now on." He felt like his entire back had been split open. Kevin didn't know why Dominic had tried to take Miranda, but he figured it would be safer for her to stay near her husband. "What will you do if I leave?" Miranda asked worriedly. Seeing how much Kevin had risked for her, she was deeply indebted to him. "You don't have to worry about me," Kevin said as he struggled to point to the people around him. "These guys will take care of me." Miranda had a lot of common sense. She knew they had to act quickly, so she patted Kevin on the shoulder and left to find Dalton. "Hang on, Kevin. We'll get you to the hospital," Stewart reassured him as he ordered his aides to get a car and rush him to the nearest emergency room. The hospital staff couldn't believe how many people came in to drop Kevin off. As soon as they were sure that he would get good treatment, most of Stewart's group left. "Kevin, you hang in there. I've got something to take care of, so I got to get going," Stewart said earnestly. Then he hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I have to leave town tomorrow. You'll be leading the development of the Chicago branch while I'm gone. You're on your way up." "I understand, Brett, but it looks like I won't be able to see you off tomorrow," Kevin joked as he lay in the hospital bed. "Don't worry, my brother. Just get well. If you need anything, just ask," Stewart said as he patted Kevin on the shoulder. Then Stewart stood up and turned to the aides who were in the room. There must have been 6 of them. He said seriously, "It's up to you to protect our enforcer. I'm counting on you." "Yes, sir," they replied. "Rest up, my friend," Stewart said as he left the room. Kevin looked at the men who were standing guard over him. "What are your names?" Kevin asked the 2 who were standing by the window. "I'm Spencer, but you can call me Spence," the first one answered. "And I'm Derek," the other man replied. Kevin took a breath and said to them, "From now on, the 2 of you will be my deputies in the Chicago branch. When I'm not around, you'll be in charge." "Thank you. We won't let you down," Spencer said to him gratefully. "We're just getting things off the ground, and I'll be here for a while, so I'm counting on you to take care of things," Kevin said faintly. The 2 of them understood what he was asking and got very excited. "Anything you say, sir," Derek promised. "Go ahead. There's lots to do, and take the other guys with you," Kevin said as he gestured for them to leave the room. Once he was alone, Kevin called Miss Wilson and asked her to come to the hospital if she had the time. "It looks like things are going to get pretty hairy in Chicago," Kevin thought to himself. "I have to make sure everything's in place so that the company can survive." A while later, Miss Wilson quickly walked into the room and saw all the bandages on Kevin's body. Her eyes grew wide as she asked him, "Sir, what happened?" "I'll be fine. Just tell me what you found out," Kevin answered. He didn't want her or anyone else to know that he was involved with the Myriads now. "There's clear evidence that Victoria and Jason Jones conspired to steal Lily's shares and have her banished from the family. In order to pay her bill, she got a job as a broadcaster with our company," Miss Wilson explained. "Is the import-export company also in the hands of the Jones family?" Kevin asked as he remembered what Tyler had told him. "Yes, sir, they took that too. But Mr. Dawn personally took over the company and ran it into the ground, causing the Jones family to lose close to $400 million, Miss Wilson replied with a faint smile. Even though she didn't know what the relationship was between Kevin and Lily, as an outside observer, she felt that the Jones family had gone too far this time. "Please log in and arrange to have $100,000 transferred each day to Lily's payroll account. Make sure it's from my personal account, not the company's," Kevin said firmly. He still wanted to make sure that Lily was taken care of, even though they were separated right now. "One more thing. Did you ever find out why those advertising companies pulled their contracts?" Kevin asked worriedly. "Sorry, sir, we still haven't made any progress on that," Miss Wilson said awkwardly. "By the way, are my parents doing any better?" he asked. Alan and Susan should have been discharged from the hospital by now. He didn't want them to go back to their home in the country because he was too worried about what the Williams family might try to do to them. "After I heard from Dr. Willow, I bought an apartment in the Salix Leaf Complex, in your name, of course. Miss Wilson recounted to Kevin. Kevin nodded his head to show that he approved. Then he said, "Thanks. I'll be asking you for your help with some company matters, and if you need a decision on anything, please give me a call any time." Since there were so many people and organizations trying to gain a foothold in Chicago, Williams Media was his only chance to stand up to them. "You can rest assured that I'll take care of the company's affairs while you recover. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the office," Miss Wilson replied as she walked to the door. While he was lying in the hospital bed, Kevin started to think about how he could make some money from selling New Age herbal medicine, especially after seeing that bidding frenzy at the auction. His phone vibrated, snapping him out of his daydream. He looked at the caller ID and answered, "Hi, Marshall. It's been a while. What have you been up to lately?" "Sorry, Kevin. I've been getting a surprise ready for you," Marshall said cheerfully. "What surprise?" Kevin asked apprehensively. "I saw how well you could refine herbal medication, so I got some of my men together to find you tons of herbs and stuff. I'm wondering where you want me to send them," Marshall asked anxiously. "What kind of herbs?" Kevin asked excitedly. "Not just herbs, but flowers, spices, things from all over the world," Marshall said as he listed a lot of exotic ingredients. "Sorry, Kevin, I've been getting a surprise ready for you," Marshall said cheerfully. "What surprise?" Kevin asked apprehensively. "I saw how well you could refine herbal medication, so I got some of my men together to find you tons of herbs and stuff. I'm wondering where you want me to send them," Marshall asked anxiously. "What kind of herbs?" Kevin asked excitedly. "Not just herbs, but flowers, spices, things from all over the world," Marshall said as he listed a lot of the exotic ingredients. "Great. Send them to my place in Corwin Tower and then have someone pick me up at Downtown General," Kevin said happily. "Sure thing. I'll be right there," Marshall said as he hung up the phone. Kevin was so excited that he almost jumped out of bed. He remembered a recipe that could help him not only recover from his injuries but increase his power, and two crucial ingredients were in the list that Marshall had read off to him. That could get him in shape to compete with all the people who were trying to take over Chicago. "I've never really felt that strength was so important, until now," Kevin thought to himself, and his books contained even more information and lost recipes that he hadn't even read yet. About half an hour later, Marshall stopped by to pick up Kevin from the hospital. When they stepped off the elevator into the penthouse, Kevin saw a dozen large black bags piled up in the living room. Even from 30 feet away, he could smell their medicinal fragrance. "We got you only the best," Marshall said with a big grin. "Let's get everything moved in," Kevin said excitedly. He couldn't wait to get started. After Marshall picked Kevin up from the hospital, he drove him to his apartment at Corwin Tower. On the way there, Marshall ordered his men to deliver all the herbal ingredients they'd obtained as a surprise for Kevin. When they got off the elevator and stepped into the living room, Kevin was amazed at what he saw. A few minutes later, he saw that half of the herbs had already been piled up in the living room. He was overjoyed. "Thank you for all your hard work," Kevin said happily. "Later on, bring your guys over to the Whistler Hotel for dinner. My treat." "Thank you, Kevin," Marshall replied amiably. Kevin didn't say anything. He was focused on all the medicinal herbs filling his living room. Marshall understood Kevin's preoccupation, and he very tactfully said goodbye and headed for the elevator. Ignoring his injuries, Kevin let out a whoop and rushed over to look through the bags. He picked out all of the ingredients for the first pill that he planned to make. At the same time that Kevin was turning his apartment into a New Age medical lab, Lily was broadcasting a live show. Ever since she started doing live broadcasts, she'd taken on a beautiful glow. She also attracted tons of fans who sent her donations or bought memberships. As soon as Lily started her show, a fan with the username Immortal Sword Inheritor sent her a series of donations for her account. "Thank you, Immortal Sword Inheritor," Lily immediately replied to express her gratitude. But then the Legend of the Sword posted a comment. "Goddess, why don't you do a sexy dance?" "I'm sorry, I never learned to dance," Lily replied shyly. She'd never even been to a nightclub, let alone gone dancing. This immediately ticked off Immortal Sword Inheritor, who replied,
"Is this your first live stream? Don't you know I've donated more than anyone else? You need to do what I say."
As soon as this comment was posted, Lily's feed was flooded with requests for her to dance. They said things like,
"Are you some kind of a newbie? And would it kill you to dance?"
Lily blushed as she read the comments. She knew that if she disappointed her fans, they might stop sending her donations, which she really needed now that her income had dropped so much. Lily began to stand up from her chair, but just as she was about to dance, someone using the handle Mighty Moose donated $50,000. When this happened, everyone started commenting, telling her she had an admirer and she had to do whatever Mighty Moose wanted. Lily was speechless for a second and got very excited at all the activity in her comments. She'd been live streaming for a while now, and nobody had ever donated more than a couple $1,000s. Then Mighty Moose posted a comment saying, "Now that I'm the high tipper, I have a request. Just talk for a while. Don't bother doing anything else." This immediately shut down Immortal Sword Inheritor and everyone else. Nobody could afford to compete with Mighty Moose. "Thank you, Mighty." But before Lily could finish speaking, she saw that her fan had already left. Meanwhile, Kevin was at his apartment in Corwin Tower putting ingredients into a medicinal cauldron that he'd had delivered. As long as he was going to dive into this, he wanted to do it right instead of just improvising with casseroles and pressure cookers from his kitchen. Based on the instructions in his books, he set the flame and started to refine his pill. Time seemed to stand still, but after about a half an hour, the cauldron began to bubble. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out of it. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning from the storm outside. Since Kevin was at the highest point of one of the tallest buildings in Chicago, he could see the city's skyline light up. Then the lights flickered for a moment as the power grid compensated for the lightning strike. Kevin looked towards the living room and saw a figure standing there. He wondered if the elevator had malfunctioned from the power surge because this was supposed to be a private entrance. But the man, who was wearing a black suit, high collar, and bow tie, spoke to him like he knew him.
"Ignorant youth, how can you risk refining such a powerful pill in a place like this? You have no idea what you're doing."
"How did you get in here?" he asked. But the man ignored him and walked straight toward the bubbling cauldron that Kevin had set up in his kitchen. Kevin wasn't sure what to do about this intruder, but he followed him anyway. Just then, another bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, followed almost immediately by a thunderclap. The steam above the bronze cauldron seemed to glow in the dim light.
"Pill refinement should be taken very seriously," the man said in a gravelly voice, "especially with what some call the heaven and earth pill."
The old man stood there and continued to lecture Kevin.
"You're fortunate to be so close to the lightning. That will help the process."
"Who are you?" Kevin asked cautiously. His eyes were fixed on the old man. Only now did he realize that the man had put on a dark apron over his suit. He also felt a very powerful and confident presence from him, more than anyone he could remember meeting, even the most skilled martial artists. But the man didn't answer Kevin's question. Instead, he ignored it and asked one of his own.
"It's been many years since I've seen an apothecary with as much potential as you. Young man, where did you find the formula for this medicinal pill?"
"Are you an apothecary too?" Kevin asked him in astonishment. He hadn't thought of using the term to describe himself, but it made sense considering how he was so interested in preparing the medicines, not just taking them. But he was also very wary. This could just be someone who wanted to steal his pill, which could be worth a fortune at auction. Suddenly, there was another bolt of lightning. It made the whole apartment shake, and when Kevin looked at the cauldron, the green glow became brighter and brighter. After the steam dissipated and the glow faded, Kevin looked into the cauldron and saw a green pill. The man took it in his hand and asked him,
"Young man, who is your mentor?"
"I don't have a mentor," Kevin replied, slightly irritated. "Please return the pill to me." Upon hearing this, the old man smiled. "Young man, do you realize that if it wasn't for me, this building would have been destroyed? Is that how you show your thanks?" "Well, it's not like I asked you to help me. Besides, I never invited you in. I should have you charged with trespassing," Kevin answered. "You've got a sharp tongue. It's been a long time since anyone talked to me like that," the old man commented. He didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he looked like he might break out in laughter. "That's not all I have to say," Kevin said as he put his hands on his hips. The old man suddenly stepped right in front of Kevin and looked him deeply in his eyes. "I see that you have some talent. Why don't you take me as your mentor?" "Are you kidding?" Kevin said with disdain. "First, you steal my pill, and now you want to be my mentor. Why would I do that?" "You—" The old man was about to say something when he suddenly frowned. "They're here already? Do as I say and you might survive. Then you can decide if you want me as your mentor," the old man said as he put his hand on Kevin's shoulder. Kevin felt faint and sat down on the sofa. Maybe he hadn't recovered from his blood loss yet. Moments later, he saw 7 or 8 figures appear on the veranda. They were all dressed differently, like they were wearing Halloween costumes. "What's that fragrance? A pill?" a middle-aged man in a long brown cloak asked as he sniffed the air. "I didn't know there were any apothecaries in Chicago," said a woman who was dressed in a white kimono. "It looks like he's gone," a muscular man with a greedy look in his eye said to his companions. "That must be some pill." Another man who looked like he was dressed for a Renaissance fair said dejectedly, "I thought I'd be able to meet a master apothecary, but it looks like I came here for nothing." They all left in disappointment. Then 2 more figures suddenly appeared on the veranda. Kevin frowned and asked, "Who are they?" "Don't make a sound," the old man replied as he immediately covered Kevin's mouth. Kevin watched as the 2 figures looked around the balcony. They seemed to disappear and reappear as the lightning flashed. The storm finally moved off over the lake and they disappeared again. Kevin felt a little better and wondered if he'd just been dreaming. Who were those people? Were they really here? He asked. The old man replied haughtily, "Some people regard them as powerful leaders, but to me they're just a bunch of clowns." Kevin finally snapped out of it and asked, "Now will you give me back my pill?" "Is that all you can think of? If it wasn't for me, those people would have found you just like I did. Do you think that the delivery of such an enormous quantity of herbal ingredients would go unnoticed? Do you still want your pill?" the old man lamented. "Just return it to me or I'll call the police," Kevin said impatiently as he held out his hand. The old man casually tossed the pill to Kevin. "I've returned your pill to you, but isn't there something you should return to me?" he asked mysteriously. "What would that be?" Kevin had just asked this question when he saw the old man staring at his ring. He immediately realized who he was. "You're the Night King, from the Alliance?" "I'm glad you know who I am," the man said with a smile. "So tell me, do you think I'm qualified to be your mentor now?" Kevin frowned. He didn't know what kind of person the Night King was, but he knew the man was powerful, and he knew how fearful Marshall was of him. After thinking for a moment, Kevin took off his ring and said, "You can have it. It's just a ring." The old man was stunned. He didn't know how to react. He'd expected Kevin to be afraid of him and start begging him for mercy. Who would have thought that he would simply return the ring? "You really don't know who you're dealing with, do you?" the Night King said angrily as he glared at Kevin. Kevin smiled when he saw him act like this. Then he very politely asked, "Will you please be my mentor?" Kevin wasn't a fool. He knew how important it was to have guidance, especially someone as strong as the Night King. Now he could make some progress. "That's more like it," the man answered. "I wish you'd said something earlier," Kevin said jokingly. "You've got to do something about your attitude," the Night King said. Then he pulled a dagger out from his jacket and said, "But I don't have time to argue. Consider this a gift from mentor to pupil." "Is that the Night Dagger?" Kevin asked in shock. "You know about it," the Night King said with a hint of surprise in his voice. "I read about it in a novel," Kevin answered. He wasn't ready to tell him that he'd read about it in the book that he'd taken from Marshall's office. It was said that the dagger didn't need to be wiped after it was stained with blood. It had been forged in a way that kept any liquids from sticking to its surface. As the Night King handed the knife to Kevin, he told him, "This dagger has been with me for many years, guarded with your life." Kevin nodded as he looked wide-eyed at it. The handle fit his palm comfortably. There was a small pommel to keep it from slipping out of his grip. He noticed that it felt very cold against his skin. "Since I've passed it to you, it's like the dagger recognizes you as its master. Take care of it," the man told him. Then the Night King said solemnly, "As your training progresses, I hope that you can strive to take my place one day." "Thank you," Kevin said very respectfully. "Now take the pill that you just made. I'll stay with you in case there are any unwelcome side effects," the old man said as he walked back to the living room. For the next 2 weeks, the Night King stayed in Kevin's apartment, teaching him arcane skills and passing on his knowledge. Kevin made rapid progress. Finally, one day as they were sitting in the living room, the Night King got up from the sofa saying, "That's all we can do for now. The rest will come to you as you practice. There are some matters that I've neglected for a while." "How can I contact you?" Kevin asked reluctantly. He hadn't known him for a long time, but Kevin felt a connection and mutual concern. "There's no need to contact me. I'll come find you as I did this time. For now, just keep practicing," the Night King replied as he patted Kevin on the shoulder and headed for the elevator. As the doors closed and Kevin was alone again, his phone suddenly rang. "Miss Wilson, what's the matter?" Kevin answered. "Sir, there's going to be a banquet in Chicago tonight. Williams Media is expected to be represented along with the city's other business leaders. Do you have time to go there?" she asked cheerfully. "It doesn't sound like I need to be there. You always do a fine job representing the company," Kevin replied. He really just wanted to stay in his apartment and work on everything the Night King had taught him. "It wouldn't be right for you to skip this event. A lot of people still don't know who you are. If you showed up for the banquet, it would cause a lot of excitement, and we could use the opportunity to publicize Brittany and our new client, Charity Boyer," Miss Wilson advised him gently. Kevin realized his new vocation would have to wait a little bit. Maybe it would be good to take a small break. After the Night King left Kevin's apartment, he got a call from Miss Wilson to tell him about a banquet he needed to attend as a representative of Williams Media. She insisted that it would help the company's image if he showed up for it. But Kevin really wanted to practice the techniques that the Night King had spent the past 2 weeks teaching him. "You're not giving me much of a choice," Kevin told her. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Williams. I didn't mean to pressure you," she replied anxiously. "Just stop by at Corwin Tower to pick me up later," Kevin said as he hung up the phone. At the same moment, Lily had just finished her live broadcast and was walking out of her home studio with a broad smile. It had been 2 weeks since Mighty Moose had tipped her tens of thousands of dollars during her show. This had attracted a lot more viewers, and the popularity of her live broadcast skyrocketed. "You must be tired, Lily. Do you want some fruit?" Dorothy asked as she smiled and walked her daughter to the sofa to sit down. Lily had been the only wage earner in the house lately, and it made Dorothy happy to see her daughter doing so well. "I'd like to discuss something with you," Dorothy said. "Now that you're a celebrity, why don't you buy a bigger place? It would be more convenient for your live streams if we had some extra room." Dorothy wasn't worried about upsetting Lily when she said, "And when that piece of trash Kevin gets out of prison, he won't be able to find us." Lily was making at least $100,000 a day on the Williams payroll, plus whatever her fans sent her. She could easily afford a new place. When she thought about Kevin, Lily's eyes started to well up with tears. "Do you have a particular place in mind?" she asked her mother. "I heard that the Salix Leaf Hotel complex that Rachel is managing has just finished some new condos," Dorothy said with a smile. "I saw some ads for them yesterday, and they're really beautiful." Lily had also heard about the condos that were being built next to the Salix Leaf Hotel, and she liked the idea. It was probably the best location in Chicago, and the buildings were gorgeous. Some people even thought they were nicer than the condos in Corwin Tower. But they were still very expensive and cost more than double what you would pay in other parts of the city. It's nice, but isn't it a little pricey? Lily asked hesitantly. Well, let's find out, Dorothy said as she called Rachel. As soon as the call connected, Dorothy got right to the point. Hi, Rachel. We're wondering if there are any more condos left at your property. Yes, we still have a few. If you're interested, come down and take a look. I'll show them to you myself. It will give me a chance to stretch my legs, Rachel replied with a smile. Okay, we'll be down there in a little while. Then Dorothy hung up the phone and let Lily know that it was all set before going to the other room to change. Less than an hour later, they both arrived at the sales office and saw Rachel waiting for them by the door. You're getting prettier every time I see you, Rachel, Dorothy said with a smile. Oh, please don't flatter me. Now let me show you our condos, Rachel said as she took Lily by the arm. Wait a second. How can I be seen with the most desirable single woman in Chicago? Lily asked with a mischievous grin. What's Lily talking about? Rachel said to Dorothy as she reached out and playfully pinched Lily's arm. She's just teasing you, Dorothy laughed. Rachel was now very famous all across Chicago, and they were constantly hounding her for TV and fashion magazine interviews. A few minutes later, when they got to the condominium area of the property, Lily and Dorothy were amazed. There was a large artificial lake by the entrance to the magnificent building, along with tennis courts and a high-end supermarket. The place was packed with people who were interested in buying one of the condos. Rachel told them that each place had its own private swimming pool, but there was also a health club if you were interested. Our goal was to make this neighborhood self-sufficient. Everything you need is right here on the property, Rachel said in a slightly promotional tone. Just as she was about to take Lily and Dorothy to see the rest of the facilities, a Rolls-Royce limousine pulled up at the entrance. Alan and Susan got out of the car with the help of the driver, but they were dressed in such ordinary clothing that everyone stopped to watch. They looked like they didn't fit in, not just the car, but the entire complex. A moment later, a few women quickly ran out of the building. Two of them took some bags of groceries out of the Rolls-Royce's trunk, and the other stood beside Kevin's parents. Miss Wilson had arranged for all this while Kevin was recovering from his injuries. She got in touch with Rachel and requested that she reserve the best condo in the place for Alan and Susan so they could move in after they were discharged from the hospital. I thought we'd see someone with class, but it's just that loafer's trashy parents, Dorothy said with a mocking smile as she walked toward them. Mom, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me, Lily cried out as she tried to stop her mother. Rachel didn't understand what was going on, and she watched the scene awkwardly. She was thinking to herself, aren't these Kevin's parents? They're related to Dorothy, so why is she acting like they're bitter enemies? Alan barely looked at Dorothy, and Susan ignored her completely as they walked into the building with the help of the two women. What are you doing? Don't you know how expensive this place is? You'll just get it dirty, Dorothy reprimanded them harshly. What did you say? Alan replied in an unfriendly tone of voice. You know what I'm talking about. Your useless son is still in jail, and you won't be able to live here much longer, Dorothy sneered. Leave me alone. My son is innocent, Alan angrily retorted. Alan and Susan hadn't talked to Kevin about it yet, but they knew their son wouldn't do such a horrible thing. There was something fishy about the whole matter. My daughter was foolish to marry someone as worthless as that trash son of yours, Dorothy complained. Susan saw that her husband was getting angry and said softly, Alan, let's go inside. We can't just get along with someone like this. She didn't understand how someone who looked so elegant could always say such rotten things. I'm coming, Alan replied as he turned around and walked into the building and headed toward their elevator. He was too tired to deal with Dorothy. You should have stayed on your dirty old farm, Dorothy said with a sneer. Do you really let people like them live here? Dorothy asked Rachel with a perplexed look on her face. Then Dorothy added, I want the condo they're staying in. Get someone to chase Kevin's parents out so we can move in. I'm very sorry, Dorothy. They bought their condo 10 days ago. Why don't you take a look at a different one? Rachel tried to explain. This was a very embarrassing situation. They actually live here? How is that even possible? Dorothy asked in disbelief. Lily also looked at Rachel in shock. She didn't know Alan and Susan well, but she more or less knew their financial situation. How much did they pay? We'll offer more, Dorothy offered impatiently. I'm sorry, Dorothy, but I can't do that, Rachel said very apologetically. You're the vice president of this place. What do you mean you can't do that? Dorothy asked indignantly. There's nothing I can do about it. Before the building was complete, I was told to reserve the best unit for Mr. and Mrs. Williams, Rachel said as she smiled awkwardly. Then she offered, there are a lot of other units still available with beautiful views and amenities. Why don't we go look at them? Who told you to do that? Lily suddenly asked. But Lily had already thought of one possibility. It obviously had something to do with Kevin, but she shuddered to think of who might have helped them. Since when did Kevin know someone who was so powerful? Lily, please don't make things so difficult for me, Rachel begged her. She was afraid of revealing Kevin's true identity. Lily lightly nodded her head as she thought about Rachel's difficult position, but she still wondered, could it be Dalton Steele? But Lily was actually interested in living in the best condo in the building. The location was great and it was close to transportation. Plus, it would only increase in value. It was nearly 6 o'clock and almost all of Chicago's upper crust would soon be arriving at the banquet at the Salix Leaf Hotel. It was a highly anticipated event to kick off the Foreign Film Festival. There was a lot of commotion because Williams Media had announced that their CEO would be there in person. And everyone knew that the CEO, whoever they were, had a close relationship with Mitchell Cook and other prominent Chicagoans. Nobody wanted to miss this event. Plus, they were aware of everything that Williams Media had done to help straighten out the recent economic crisis. They had even gotten the KWTD Corporation to help the city, and they had spent a fortune to protect Chicago's economy. So the reputation of Williams Media had grown exponentially, but what everyone really wanted was to kiss up to the company's CEO. At 6:30, a long black Porsche Panamera stretch limo pulled up at the entrance of the hotel. When Brittany and Charity got out of the car, the crowd roared. The place was jumping and paparazzi were swarming Williams Media's latest stars. The crowd was clamoring for autographs and shouting how much they loved them both. While everyone was focused on Brittany and Charity, a well-dressed man in sunglasses stepped out of the limo and accompanied the two women as they walked toward the hotel's entrance. At first, a lot of people thought that he was their bodyguard. Then they started to realize that he was probably Williams Media's CEO. Under the watchful eyes of Brittany and Charity's fans, Kevin guided them through the throng, stopping now and then to exchange a few words with some of the onlookers. A lot of very prominent people were doing their best to make a good impression on him, pushing through the crowd to offer him projects and invite him to dine with them. Kevin smiled politely and chatted with a few of them as he and his companions continued to make their way to the banquet. Just then, the three of them heard someone call to Brittany,
"Long time no see, my dear.
I miss you so much." They all looked over and saw a young man holding a glass of wine with an evil smile on his face. He was walking over toward Brittany. Kevin frowned slightly when he saw the man.
"I didn't expect to meet you here, my sweet. Would you like to have a long talk with me tonight?"
The man smiled lewdly. "Sorry, I'm not free this evening," Brittany replied coldly.
"Are you so busy these days that you don't have time for me? You know advertising is very important in this business,"
the man said conceitedly. The rude man thought that Kevin was just Brittany's bodyguard, so he didn't pay any attention to him. "So you're the one who did it?" Brittany said as her smile turned into a scowl.
"So what if I did?"
Vito Booker said arrogantly.
"I told you last time we met that no woman I like can reject me if they want to keep working in the entertainment industry."
Then Vito continued with a lascivious look in his eyes.
"But you know I can always change my mind if you're willing to change yours."
This infuriated Brittany. If she hadn't been so worried about offending the man, she would have poured her glass of wine over his head. Kevin had finally had enough of this and said, "Someone should do something about this stray dog. Chicago has leash laws, you know. He didn't really care what the guy might say to him. When Kevin arrived at the banquet with Brittany and Charity, everyone thought he was just their bodyguard. Then some of them realized he was the CEO of Williams Media. As they got near the entrance while all the paparazzi were snapping photos, Vito Booker got Brittany's attention and tried to pressure her to go out with him. Kevin didn't hesitate to insult the man. Vito's facial expression changed instantly. He stared at Kevin fiercely and said, "Who the hell are you talking to? Don't think that you're just special because you're at Brittany's side. You're just a stinking bodyguard." "Please show more respect, Mr. Booker. You're talking to the CEO of Williams Media," Charity informed him. "What the hell are you talking about? Your CEO is just a spoiled brat who isn't even old enough to grow a beard," Vito sneered. "And what's he doing wearing sunglasses at night? His future doesn't look that bright to me." "And you don't know how to keep your mouth shut," Kevin said angrily. Actually, Kevin had decided to wear sunglasses so that no one could recognize him. He'd almost pulled it off until he ran into this dumbass Vito Booker. "What the hell did you say?" Vito replied furiously. "So what if you're the head of Williams Media? How many connections could a brat who's still wet behind the ears have anyway?" Then Vito got in Kevin's face and shoved his finger in his chest as he shouted, "I'm not afraid to tell you this. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn Brittany over to me right now. Otherwise, Williams Media will disappear from the entertainment industry in a New York minute." The altercation attracted a lot of attention, but no one came forward to stop him. First of all, they knew how much influence Vito had, and second of all, no one knew how powerful Kevin was, so they wisely chose to stay out of it. "If you want to keep your finger, you'll take it back right now," Kevin said coldly. He hated having people scold him like that. "Who do you think you are?" Vito said indignantly as he handed his glass of wine to the woman who was standing at his side. Two burly men immediately walked over and stood next to him. They were security experts that he had spent a large amount of money to hire. "There are too many people out here. If you have the guts, follow me to the men's room," Vito said with a confident sneer. "No problem. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Kevin retorted. "It just so happens that I have a score to settle with you." Kevin had been wondering why Brittany was so popular but couldn't get any advertising contracts lately. It was only when he heard Vito threaten her that he understood the source of the problem. "If you knew any better, you'd be very afraid right now. But if you're foolish enough to face me, I'll be waiting for you," Vito warned him. Then he left with his men. When the crowd saw this, they all shook their heads. Kevin had led Williams Media brilliantly lately, but he was still very young and they knew how powerful Vito was. In the entire entertainment industry, nobody dared to stand up to him, so a lot of bystanders were worried about the future of Williams Media. It would be a shame for the leading company in Chicago to collapse just like that. However, Kevin wasn't afraid at all. He'd been dealt a good hand, but he just hadn't shown all his cards to the public yet. Also, Kevin could tell that Vito's two bodyguards would be no match for him. He could beat them with one hand tied behind his back. "Please, Kevin, don't go." Brittany tugged on Kevin's arm and pleaded with him as he started walking towards the men's room to fight with Vito. "Kevin, listen to me. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. The Booker Phoenix Corporation is very powerful in the entertainment industry. We don't want to start any conflict with them," Charity said as she also tried to persuade him. Although she had only been involved in the entertainment industry for a short time, Charity had a general understanding of the situation. She knew very well that Vito wasn't someone you should provoke. "Kevin, let's just forget about it," Brittany urged him. She thought that Kevin was only doing this to stand up for her. "It's okay. We're all adults here. But don't worry. We're not going to fight in a public place like this," Kevin said casually. Before Brittany and Charity could say anything else, Kevin had already headed to the restroom, which made the two women very anxious. When he walked through the door, Kevin saw Vito lighting up a cigar. His two goons were standing next to him. Then Vito looked at Kevin fearlessly and said, "Since you're the CEO of Williams Media, you must be a reasonable man. Well, I can be reasonable too. We both know you were wrong, so why don't you just apologize and let me have Brittany? Then we can forget this whole thing ever happened." jackass!" Kevin growled as he glared at Vito. Then he walked past him to one of the stalls.
"You don't know what's good for you, do you?"
Vito snarled as he threw a cigar on the floor. His two bodyguards moved in to attack Kevin. "Go ahead, but you're only going to embarrass yourselves," Kevin said calmly as he reached out and quickly grabbed one of the men by the wrist. When he twisted it, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the tiled room. The man screamed in pain and dropped to his knees. Kevin tossed him aside and stopped the other man's fist at the same time. He redirected the blow to throw the man against the wall. He struck it so hard that he knocked some of the tiles loose. Before the man could react, Kevin grabbed him and threw him so hard that he flew across the bathroom and slammed into Vito.
"Get off me, you clumsy bastard!"
Vito roared as he tried to push his bodyguard off of him. But as soon as Vito got to his feet, Kevin turned around and kicked him in the gut. This sent him sprawling on the bathroom floor where he just lay there in a daze. Kevin put his foot on Vito's back and asked him sarcastically, "Are you having fun yet, Vito?"
"Damn it!" Vito roared at his bodyguards. "What the hell am I paying you guys for?"
The two men were in such pain they struggled to stand up. When they were about to attack Kevin again, he calmly asked them, "Do you really want to go through that again?" Hearing this, the two of them stopped in their tracks and looked at Kevin with fear in their eyes. They had never felt such power.
"You're both useless,"
Vito said as he fought with all his strength to stand up. However, Kevin was still holding him down with his foot, and in frustration he yelled,
"You bastard! Williams Media is finished now, and so are you."
"Is that so?" Kevin replied as he bent down and lifted Vito off the ground. "And just how are you going to do that?" Then Kevin punched Vito in the stomach, making the man's face twist in agony. "Have you ever had a swirly?" Kevin said as he kicked open the door to one of the toilet stalls. He dragged Vito straight into it.
"What are you going to do, you son of a bitch?"
Vito gritted his teeth and roared. "You'll know soon," Kevin answered as he grabbed Vito by the hair and shoved his head into the bowl. What made it worse was that the water had that blue disinfectant in it. Vito struggled desperately to pull his face out of the toilet bowl. Kevin suddenly let go of the man's head and took a step back. Vito was relieved to get some air. He turned around and yelled at Kevin with hatred in his eyes.
"You're a dead man."
Vito stood there with his smug face and his designer suit dripping from blue toilet water, wishing he could cut Kevin into pieces. He'd never suffered such humiliation since the day he was born.
"What are you still standing there for? If this guy doesn't die right now, then I'll damn sure kill the two of you,"
Vito shouted at his bodyguards. Some of the blue toilet water must have dripped into Vito's mouth. It tasted so disgusting that he immediately puked. After hearing this threat to their lives, the two goons overcame their fear of Kevin and attacked him again. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Kevin growled as he moved to meet their attack. He grabbed the first man by the head and bounced him off the bathroom wall. Then he kneed the guy between the legs. The man's eyes rolled up into his head and he dropped to the floor. It hurt so much he couldn't even scream. Kevin didn't stop there. He quickly turned around and kicked the other man in the crotch, dropping him to the floor in the fetal position. Finally, Kevin walked back over to Vito. He plugged his nose and said, "You know, Mr. Booker, you really could use a bath."
"Just wait and see. You're a dead man,"
Vito growled. "I know. You already said that a minute ago. This is getting kind of boring," Kevin said as he kneed Vito in the crotch. He immediately dropped to the floor and growled,
"You son of a bitch."
"Such language," Kevin said mockingly. "You know, I think I need to wash your mouth out." Then Kevin grabbed Vito by the collar and pushed his head into the toilet again. While this was going on, Brittany and Charity were anxiously waiting outside the bathroom door. When they heard all the screaming, they were tempted to rush in. "Charity, why don't we just go inside and take a look?" Brittany said in a soft voice. "But it's the men's room and there are so many people around," Charity said hesitantly. Even though she said that, she was very worried about Kevin. "But we really can't wait any longer," Brittany said anxiously. She really wanted to make sure that Kevin was all right. Charity took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. "Let's go." The two women looked around and opened the men's room door. "Mr. Williams, are you okay?" Brittany asked worriedly as she entered the room. But when they saw the scene in the bathroom, their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Vito's entire upper body was stained with blue toilet water. He was draped across the toilet bowl, moaning in pain. His two bodyguards were lying on the floor, writhing around. Kevin was just standing casually in front of one of the urinals, whistling while he peed. Vito's goons had interrupted him when he walked in the room earlier. "What the heck are you two doing in here?" Kevin asked when he saw the women. Charity and Brittany were stunned for a second before they both let out a scream. Even though he was facing the other way, they covered their eyes and ran out. They were both thinking the same thing. "We really shouldn't have gone in there. How embarrassing." "Do you still want to keep playing this game, Vito?" Kevin asked coldly as he walked over to the man.
Please let me go. It's all my fault. I won't bother Brittany anymore."
Vito sobbed. He wasn't only afraid of more pain and humiliation, Vito was genuinely afraid for his life. But he had also decided that once he got out of there, he would find a way to destroy Williams Media and make Kevin pay for this beating. "Why weren't you this cooperative earlier?" Kevin said as he shook his head and walked out of the men's room. When he got back to the hotel lobby, Kevin looked around, but he couldn't find Brittany and Charity. "Damn it," Kevin said to himself. "Now I also smell like disinfectant." He wished he could change his clothes. Kevin took out his phone to send a text to Brittany as he was heading toward the door. On the way, he accidentally bumped into a woman and dropped his phone. As he stooped down to pick his phone up off the floor, he heard someone scolding him. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" the woman snarled coldly. "Do you know how expensive my clothes are? Could you even afford to have them cleaned?" "Well, didn't you also bump into me?" Kevin said in amazement. "What kind of security guard are you? How dare you blame Miss Maya Hughes after bumping into her? Do you want to lose your job?" The woman's assistant berated him. "You're threatening my job," Kevin said calmly. "I've never heard of Maya Hughes. Are you sure she could make me lose my job?" "Where are you from? You don't know who Miss Hughes is?" the assistant replied coldly. "Have you heard of the Booker Phoenix Corporation? She's the most popular celebrity in all of Booker Phoenix." Kevin laughed when he heard this. Whoever this woman was, she was only one of their clients. After what he just did to Vito Booker, why would he be afraid of one of the man's underlings? This was turning into quite a fun evening. When Kevin left the men's room of the Salix Leaf Hotel after beating up Vito and his men, he didn't see Charity or Brittany anywhere. So he pulled out his phone to text Brittany, but bumped into a woman. She turned out to be Maya Hughes, one of Booker Phoenix's clients, and she was very snooty to him. She thought he was a bodyguard and threatened to have him fired. "So, the Booker Phoenix Corporation is really that powerful?" Kevin asked her. Their raised voices started to draw a small crowd. The people who were watching their argument were shocked to hear Kevin talking to her like that. They knew how important she was in the entertainment industry. Maya was so angry that her voice started to tremble. "Is there something wrong with you? Don't you have any manners?" She was scheduled to go on stage and sing a few of her new songs later, but had lost her diamond bracelet. When Kevin bumped into her, she was anxiously looking for it. Kevin seemed like a good target for her to vent her anger. Just then, Vito limped out of the men's room with some help from his bodyguards. He'd cleaned himself off, but he still smelled pretty horrible. Needless to say, he was no longer in the mood for a banquet. He was actually heading to the hospital to see if he needed to get his stomach pumped and to make sure he didn't have any permanent injuries. On the way to the exit, he was stopped by Maya, who called him over urgently. "Mr. Booker, please come help me." As Maya walked up to Vito, she picked up on his awful smell. She immediately covered her mouth and nose in disgust and subconsciously took a step back. "What's wrong?" Vito asked awkwardly. She really just wanted to vent her anger some more. "This oaf of a security guard knocked me over and then said it was my fault." "I'll teach the guy a lesson," Vito replied as he started to get angry. Just about everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Vito was a lech. He'd had an affair with just about every female client who worked with his company. Maya was next on his list, even though she didn't know it yet. "That's great, Vito," Maya said as her face lit up. She turned around and pointed at Kevin, who was standing nearby. It's that blockhead."
"Him?" Vito asked awkwardly. His bodyguards were as stunned as he was.
Vito obviously hadn't gotten over what had just happened in the men's room. After all, he was on the way to the hospital to get checked out. "Mr. Booker, I think there must be something wrong with how your company manages its clients. They can be very rude," Kevin said with a sneer. The onlookers were shocked to hear him say this and started whispering to each other. Maya put her hands on her hips and said, "Vito, I want you to do something about this right now. If you don't throw him out in the street immediately, I'll be too upset to go on stage."
"Shut up," he interrupted her. "Him again," Vito thought to himself. "I'd better not provoke the guy right now. I'll get my revenge later."
"Why are you being so mean to me, Vito? It was clearly his fault," Maya said in confusion. Vito was usually so friendly to her. Why was he scolding her to defend a lowly security guard? Seeing Kevin smile at him, Vito took a deep breath, and while still feeling the pain from the beating he'd just gotten, he put his hand on Maya's shoulder and walked her over to Kevin.
"Do you know who this person is?" Vito snarled. "This is the CEO of Williams Media. You're messing with the wrong guy. Just hurry up and apologize to Mr. Williams. And if he doesn't accept your apology, we're canceling your contract," Vito explained to her. Maya felt her legs grow weak. She suddenly realized that she'd been insulting someone very important for her career, not just some random security guard. "I'm sorry, sir. I really shouldn't have spoken to you like that," Maya said meekly. Everyone who saw this happen started to chatter. When they realized that Kevin was actually one of the guests of honor at the banquet, they felt extremely lucky to see him in person. But some of them were still shocked that Kevin had been able to unnerve Vito like that. "I don't have time for people like you," Kevin said calmly as he walked out of the hotel lobby. Now Vito really wanted to get revenge. A few minutes later, Kevin got to the underground parking garage. Suddenly, he felt someone hit him from behind and he blacked out. A while later, Kevin opened his eyes again. He was surprised to see that he was in handcuffs. He was even more surprised to see Gwen Archer sitting on the sofa holding a glass of red wine. "So, you're finally awake," Gwen said to him as she swirled the wine in her glass. "Miss Archer, why have you done this? Have you forgotten that I saved your life?" Kevin asked her. He was bewildered by the whole situation. "It's true that you saved my life, but I also gave you the ingredients that you used for the pill that helped you make so much progress. So as I see it, we're even," Gwen said with a straight face. Okay, Kevin replied. "As long as our debt is settled, then what am I doing here? Do you have a crush on me?" Kevin asked playfully. A second later, Gwen threw her glass of wine in Kevin's face. "Are you sure you don't know, or are you just pretending not to know?" Gwen asked as she stood up and looked down at Kevin. "That's some good wine," Kevin said pleasantly. "Chateau Lafite Rothschild 1982, isn't it?" "My brother sent his men to catch Dalton Steele's wife Miranda, but you stopped them just when they were about to get their hands on her," Gwen explained as she took a knife off the side table and pointed it at Kevin. Then she continued, "I didn't know you were this bold. Did you think you could get away with interfering in Archer family business?" Kevin frowned as he looked at the knife in her hand. "Dalton's like a brother to me, and your people attacked his wife right in front of me. What was I supposed to do?" "I expected you to stay out of our affairs," she answered coldly. They were both silent for a moment. Kevin knew that Gwen wasn't the kind of person to make empty threats. Finally, it was Kevin who broke the silence. "Gwen, don't get carried away. Just because I'm in cuffs, do you think you can do whatever you want with me? Not only did you ruin my brother's plans, but you also injured dozens of our people. Tell me, who got carried away?" Gwen asked as she moved her knife even closer to Kevin. "If you have the strength to fight back, you should do it now. Otherwise, you'll find out what happens to people who challenge me," Gwen threatened him. "I guess I don't have a choice," Kevin said as he took a deep breath and focused his energy. The handcuffs burst from his wrists, and Gwen took a few steps back in astonishment. She almost fell to the floor and her knife skittered across the room. When she stood up again, Kevin was holding the night dagger to her throat.
Her henchmen should really have done a better job of searching him. "If you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me," she said fearlessly. "But keep this in mind. This is my private estate. There are dozens of guards on the property. If they don't hear from me in 2 hours, they'll rush in here and you won't stand a chance against them." "Don't try to scare me. Anyway, I'm sure your life is worth more than mine," Kevin said grimly. "Are you threatening my life?" Gwen interrupted him angrily. "Wait a second. I didn't ask to come here. You kidnapped me," Kevin said calmly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly got very tense. Gwen just stared at Kevin, unsure as what to do next. For one thing, she had just seen Kevin's power and focus, so she wasn't going to act rashly. After a long pause, Gwen broke the silence and said, "I know I can't do anything to you, but you also wouldn't dare to hurt me. How about we make a deal?" Gwen asked him coolly. "What do you have in mind?" Kevin replied nonchalantly. Thanks to the herbal medicines he'd discovered, there were few people who could hurt him now, in Chicago or even in the entire country. "My brother Dominic told me that you sold him a special pill and then gave another one to Quinn," Gwen said as she started to get a greedy look in her eyes. "But I'll bet you still have another one." "Are you telling me that you went to all this trouble just for that?" Kevin said with a smirk. "That's right. As long as you give me the pill, I'll pretend that nothing happened today, and I'll guarantee that you can leave here safely," Gwen offered. "That's all you want?" Kevin asked as he reached into his pocket and pulled one out. "Give it to me now," she said excitedly. Although Gwen had been training for years, she felt blocked and wasn't making any improvement. Her current level of stamina and focus had helped her expand her business enormously, but she needed something more to get an edge on her competition. When Dominic had told her about all the progress he'd made with Kevin's help, she was obsessed with getting one of the pills for herself. But in spite of all her efforts, she'd come up empty-handed. Then she missed the auction that the Pearl family had held, and she was devastated. It just seemed out of reach, even though she would have been willing to spend 10 times what the old gentleman had. Now she saw what she'd been looking for so long, and it was in Kevin's hand. What she didn't expect was for him to casually pop it in his mouth. This instantly made Gwen furious. She wanted to tear Kevin limb from limb. "Why did you do that?" Gwen roared wildly. "You're already too far advanced for it to do anything to help you. What a waste." Suddenly, Kevin saw a flash of steel in front of his eyes. Gwen had pulled a sword from the display stand behind the couch. Kevin moved nimbly and stepped into her blind spot, taking her balance and getting control of the sword, which he took from her hands and threw against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Gwen was furious and shouted, "I'm going to kill you!" As it turns out, the sword was very important to her. She'd found it years ago and had gone to a lot of trouble and expense to make it hers. "Remember, if you kill me, you won't be able to get any other herbal medicine," Kevin said calmly. "Do you have more?" Gwen asked in disbelief. In her research, she discovered that pills like the one that Kevin had given her brother were very rare, and you had to be extremely lucky to find one. How could he possibly have more of them? "Not only do I have more, but I can get you as many as you want," Kevin said casually. "You—" Gwen was so shocked that she couldn't finish her sentence. Seeing the surprise on Gwen's face, Kevin didn't waste any more time talking to her. He grabbed a bowl from the table and looked at her confidently. He knew that the ingredients were fairly common. The key to preparing this kind of herbal medicine was the skill of the apothecary who was making it. After spending all that time with his mentor, the Night King, concocting a pill for Gwen Archer would be a piece of cake. "Be careful, that's a very valuable bowl," Gwen warned him. "Do you want the pill or don't you?" Kevin asked her. Kevin had been kidnapped by Gwen Archer and taken to her estate. She wanted him to give her a pill like the one he'd sold to her brother Dominic. Kevin broke his restraint, and after some struggling and heavy negotiating, he agreed to use his skills to make her a pill. Using common ingredients that were in Gwen's home, Kevin knew that he could concoct the correct herbal medicine for her. "This is going to take a while," Kevin said as he adjusted the temperature of the burner. It had to be just right. Before his training with the Night King, he needed nearly 2 hours to refine something like this, but now he could do it in less than half an hour. The moment the bowl shattered, a rich fragrance filled the entire room and 4 pills rolled onto the table. "You know how to concoct pills?" Gwen said in surprise as she looked at Kevin. "This is the first pill that I ever made. When I started, I didn't really know what it was, but you could call it the power pill." Kevin smiled as he picked up 3 of the pills and held them in his hand. "Give me one," Gwen said excitedly. Her eyes were filled with envy. She wanted to snatch all the pills from Kevin's palm. "Do you want it that badly?" Kevin said with a smile as he put the 3 pills into his mouth at the same time and started to chew. At his current level of development, a power pill wouldn't be much of use to him. Even if he ate them like candy, they wouldn't have much of an effect. "Why did you take them?" Gwen asked angrily as she stomped her feet like a little kid. However, she didn't dare to grab the 4th pill. She was afraid that Kevin would swallow that one too. "Even though I know how to prepare power pills, I can't give them away to others that easily." Kevin sneered as he picked up the last one and held it in his hand. "I'm sorry, Kevin. I shouldn't have sent someone to bring you here against your will. Please forgive me," Gwen begged him in desperation. "Please have pity on me and give me this last pill. I'll pay you whatever you want." "It's not about the money," Kevin explained. "The problem is that I really don't like getting hit on the head." "Then how about we even the score?" Gwen said as she picked up the knife that had fallen to the floor earlier and offered it to Kevin by the handle, with the blade pointing at her. "Forget it. You're too weak right now. I was afraid that I'd hurt you," Kevin replied as he casually tossed her the pill. Kevin knew very well that he was on Gwen's turf. The place was filled with guards who would give their lives for her. If he didn't give her the pill, he'd have a heck of a time getting out of there unharmed. It was one thing to fight one-on-one with somebody, but it was entirely different to deal with dozens of people at once. The best that he could hope for was to get out alive. Gwen swallowed the pill without any hesitation at all. This was just a start. She had bigger plans in mind. "Can I leave now?" Kevin asked coolly. Gwen didn't answer his question. Instead, she sat down on the sofa and gestured for him to take a seat too. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked curiously. He had no idea where this was going. "Kevin, I want to ask you to teach me herbal medicine," Gwen said directly. "You want to learn to be an apothecary?" Kevin asked in surprise. When he got over the shock, he frowned and thought to himself, "Did she just say that she wants me to teach her? If she learned this skill, what could happen in the future?" "Yes, I sincerely want you to be my teacher," she quickly replied. "But I'm not prepared to take on a student right now, and it would take a lot of effort. Just forget about it," Kevin explained. He had some misgivings and decided it was better to turn her down. "I'm not afraid to make the effort. As long as I can learn how to concoct pills, you can ask me to do anything," Gwen pleaded as she leaned towards Kevin hopefully. Seeing her like this, Kevin was starting to have a hard time saying no. "I'll follow whatever instructions you have and I'll offer you all my support in the future," she told him. Gwen had only one thought. If she could learn to be an apothecary, the sky would be the limit. Not only would she be able to improve herself by leaps and bounds, but she could move past any plateaus and get an advantage on all of her competition. After all, there were a lot of other rich and powerful people trying to do the same thing. "Give me some time to think about it," Kevin said reluctantly. "Really? So you're willing to think about it?" Gwen asked excitedly. "Don't get too excited. I just said I'd think about it," Kevin replied cautiously. "That's okay. I'm sure you'll say yes," Gwen replied as she stood up from the couch with a big smile on her face. "Can I leave now?" Kevin asked grumpily. "Of course you can, Professor," Gwen said very sincerely. Kevin looked at Gwen thoughtfully before walking out the door. The reason he said he'd consider her request instead of rejecting it outright was that he suddenly had an idea. If he could unite all the rich and powerful families in Chicago and build his own power base, he could turn the entire city into his personal territory, a kind of empire. Wouldn't that help him solve all his problems once and for all? This was about more than just herbal medicine. Not long after he left Gwen's estate, Kevin made his way back town. As he was walking toward his building, he suddenly ducked into an alley. "Must have been hard for you to follow me all the way here," Kevin exclaimed as he leaned against the wall. However, when he finished speaking, nobody answered him and he couldn't see anyone following him. "Why don't you just show yourself?" Kevin said grouchily. Then he heard some movement and a shadowy figure suddenly stepped out from the darkness. The man looked ordinary, but Kevin sensed something very dangerous about him. "Who are you?" Kevin asked as his body tensed up. The Night King had told him this might happen. He should always be on the alert and not get careless. "My wife has asked me to extend an invitation to you," the man said very frostily. The way he looked at Kevin was extremely cold, as if he had no feelings at all. "It's getting late. Why don't we do this another day?" Kevin replied bluntly. "It's not up to you," the man said as he started to move toward Kevin. He took a step forward and reached for Kevin's neck. Sensing just how dangerous this man was, Kevin quickly retreated. He knew that his only chance of escape was to run out into the street. Kevin had actually felt that he was being followed from the moment he stepped out of Gwen Archer's mansion. That was why he walked into the alley. He wanted to lure the guy out of hiding, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Although Kevin moved quickly, the man was even faster, and he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. "There's no use resisting," the man sneered as he grabbed Kevin's collar. His grip was like iron, and no matter how hard Kevin tried, he couldn't budge him. "Get lost," Kevin yelled as he threw a powerful punch. The man abruptly let go of Kevin's shirt and slid his palm along his wrist. Then he deftly redirected his punch toward the wall. Kevin's fist smashed into the bricks. When he pulled his arm back, he felt something sting him in the neck. In less than 3 seconds, Kevin closed his eyes and fell to the ground. "I don't care how strong he's gotten. He obviously doesn't have enough combat experience," the man said as he lifted Kevin up from the ground and put him on his shoulder. He hurried to a long black sedan that was waiting nearby. When Kevin woke up, he was in a daze. As he tried to stand up, he found that he'd been tied up and left on the floor. "What the hell is this?" he thought to himself. "Not again." Being tied up twice in one day made Kevin feel very upset. "Where am I this time?" Kevin wondered as he looked around the room, trying to find a clue to his location. Soon he spotted a sign in the hallway. Written in red and black letters, he saw the words, "The Alliance." "I always wondered what the Alliance headquarters looked like," Kevin said to himself with a slight smirk. Ever since he'd met Marshall, Kevin had been finding out as much as he could about the Alliance. Their headquarters was in a wooded area not too far from Chicago. It was originally supposed to be a housing development, but for some unknown reason, the construction had stopped midway, and the Alliance ended up turning it into their center of operations. They were into a lot of activities, both criminal and legitimate, and this was a good arrangement for them. As far as anyone knew, it was just private land where nobody dared to trespass. Just then, the man who had tied Kevin up walked into the room. "You woke up pretty quickly from that knockout cocktail." Kevin frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew from his studies that this concoction didn't have any lethal properties, but it could render someone unconscious in under 10 seconds if they weren't strong enough. "Since you're awake, you should come with me to see my wife," the man said as he quickly undid all of the ropes that had been tied around Kevin's wrists and ankles. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Kevin asked cautiously. "You'll find out soon enough," the man said as he led Kevin outside and headed for one of the other buildings in the woods. Kevin stretched his numb hands and feet before following him. He was glad to be freed from the ropes, but he knew that he wasn't free to leave. Since this was the Alliance headquarters, there would naturally be many experts around. He knew that he didn't yet have the skill to deal with them, so he was stuck here for now. Along the way, Kevin was stunned by the surrounding scenery. There were all kinds of exotic herbs and flowers growing on both sides of the road. Imagine the medicines I could make with all of this, Kevin thought to himself. He decided that he would pick some of these herbs before he left. It was worth the risk. About 10 minutes later, Kevin was stunned when they stepped into a clearing. No one would have thought that the Alliance would erect such a magnificent building in the middle of the woods. As he followed the man up the stairs and into the building, Kevin saw some very dangerous people. They gave him some really bad vibes. As he entered the main hall, Kevin saw a woman sitting in an enormous chair. It wasn't a throne, but it had the same feel. She was wearing a light purple dress with a very high collar that partially obscured her face. There were dozens of people standing in a semicircle around her. Kevin assumed that they were among the Alliance's elite, their very best members. While Kevin was looking at the woman, someone said firmly to him, "Well, what are you waiting for? Step up and meet the director." Kevin felt a hand push him forward until he was standing in front of her. "Good afternoon, Director," Kevin greeted her anxiously. He knew that in the Alliance, the executive director's wife often stood in for him and had a comparable rank. They were in the habit of using titles that made their organization sound more like a legitimate business. It was obviously a big deal for Kevin to be brought in for this meeting, but he was well aware that he had absolutely no rank in this room. "Are you Kevin Williams?" the director asked in a very powerful and dignified tone that you couldn't help but respect. "Yes, I am," Kevin replied as he nodded his head. "Do you know why I invited you here?" she asked him. "To tell you the truth, I have no idea," Kevin answered honestly. But inside he was thinking, "Invited? I was followed, drugged, and tied up." Kevin was also worried about something else. In his training, he'd learned a lot of the Alliance's secret recipes and techniques. It would be really bad for him if these people ever found out. "You don't have to be so reserved. I called you here to ask you something very important," the director said quietly. "Did you save a few women from the Myriads recently?" Kevin was stunned when he heard this. Of course he remembered doing that, but he didn't know why the director of the Alliance would be interested in it. "Did you know who these women were? Why did you let them go for no reason?" she asked plainly. "To tell you the truth, they were in real trouble. I let them go because I knew they were in the Sideros Alliance, which is connected to you, and I was concerned with their safety." "Did something happen to them after they left?" Kevin asked in confusion. "No, they're fine. But you may not have known that they were candidates for promotion to the position of administrator in the Alliance. They're very important to us," the director explained. "That's why I had you brought here. I'd like to reward you," she said pleasantly. Kevin's face lit up when he heard her say this. He knew that in the Alliance they had a director, several administrators, and 4 kings. The title of king was a holdover from the days before they tried to sound more businesslike. They used to be called kingpins. His mentor, the Night King, was one of them, but Kevin was probably the only one in the room who had ever seen his face. Strangely enough, the people in these positions rarely used their given names with anyone, just their titles. Kevin had never expected his act of kindness to the women to have had such important consequences. Kevin was unsure what would happen when he was led in front of the Alliance's director. He was relieved to find out that she wanted to reward him for saving the candidates for the position of administrator from the Myriads the other day. Then the director said, "I heard from Marshall that you've been very helpful to him in recent months." "I've done my best," Kevin replied humbly. "From what I've heard about your current skill level, you show great promise as an apothecary. So I've decided to give you the title of messenger in our alliance," the director said as she gestured for someone to bring something over to Kevin. One of her assistants handed him a platinum signet ring. Everyone in the hall had their eyes on Kevin. Most of them were filled with jealousy. The members of the alliance knew that the title of messenger was almost as important as the one of the kingpins. In addition to that, the messenger had the authority to mobilize resources and also carry out the director's will. But before Kevin could touch the ring, a man suddenly stood up. He respectfully acknowledged the director, and then he said,
"Madam Director, I feel that Kevin is both immoral and incompetent. He isn't qualified to be messenger."
Then he looked at Kevin with disdain. He was the Sergeant-at-Arms King, one of the Alliance's 4 kings. He had made countless contributions after joining the Alliance 30 years ago. Naturally, he had many supporters in the organization.
"I would like you to reconsider. The messenger's position is extremely important to us. We can't let a newcomer take on the role," he sneered. "I think that although Kevin has made a great contribution, he is too young. I would only allow him to take this position once he's had more experience," he continued. "Young people tend to be too impulsive. Besides, Kevin doesn't yet have a strong enough reputation to take on this responsibility."
Nearly half of the people in the room agreed with him and pleaded with the director to rescind her order. "Are you doubting my judgment?" the director replied coldly.
"Please calm down, Madam Director. I wouldn't dare to insult you. But he can't be promoted to this position," he pleaded.
"Kevin saved our administrator candidates and has made great contributions to our alliance. And now that he has been trained as an apothecary, he's already qualified to be our new messenger. Besides that, his mentor is the Night King. Do you still think that he isn't qualified?" the director explained. This last bit of information shocked the members. The Night King had been absent for years, and they had no idea that he had taken on a pupil. "It seems like the Alliance really has a lot of information about me. How did they find out about my training with the Night King?" Kevin thought to himself as he listened to them whispering to each other. But he wasn't surprised that the director knew he could make herbal medicine. After all, he had saved Miranda in front of everyone at the campsite. Word was bound to spread. But how many of them believed in his skill? "Do you have any objections now?" the director asked the Sergeant-at-Arms King.
"Since Kevin is the Night King's pupil, I naturally have no objections," he answered fearfully.
"Then this matter will be decided," the director said as she stood up with her 2 assistants. "Kevin, come with me. There is an important matter for you to attend to." "Of course," Kevin said excitedly. He'd never thought that he would end up in such a prestigious position. As dozens of people watched, Kevin followed the director's assistants through a large door. It led to a room that was filled with a delicate fragrance. The director gestured for the 2 women to leave her alone with Kevin. "Since you're the Night King's pupil, you should have heard about the poison pill," the director said as she removed her collar so that Kevin could see her face clearly. When Kevin saw how beautiful she was, he was so stunned that he forgot to answer her question. "Do you realize that the Alliance would have you punished for looking at me like that?" she said sternly. "I'm sorry, but I was distracted for a second by your beauty," Kevin awkwardly apologized. "Since it's your first offense, I'll let it pass. For now, we have something more important to deal with. The poison pill," the director said lightly. "Anyone who joins the Alliance has to take one. If they don't take the antidote in time, they will not survive. Only the executive director and the Night King can prepare the antidote for the poison pill," she continued to explain. "But the executive director has been unavailable for the past 2 weeks, and the Night King has always been elusive. The people you just saw in the main hall will take the poison pill in less than 3 days. So it will be up to you to make the antidote," the director explained as she looked closely at Kevin. "So you want me to prepare a poison antidote?" Kevin asked with some doubt. "Well, it's not exactly an antidote," she clarified. "We use the poison pill to control the members and assure their loyalty to the Alliance. It's not easy to do this because of the pill's side effects. So what you need to do is to refine a medicinal pill that suppresses the toxicity of the poison pill, and not the actual antidote. Do you understand?" At this point, the director's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of doubt, and she asked him, "Could it be that the Night King didn't teach you this?" "Of course my mentor taught me this, but I wonder if the proper medicinal herbs are stored in the headquarters?" Kevin asked with a faint smile. "That's easy. There are herbs and flowers everywhere on the property. In fact, there's an inexhaustible supply. "You can go and pick them as you wish," the director replied. Then her expression suddenly turned serious. "But you can't mess this up. If you do, you'll pay with your life." "Rest assured, Madam Director, I won't let you down," Kevin replied happily. The reason he'd asked about the herbs earlier was to have the director's permission to go outside and properly pick the ingredients that he needed. "Go now," the director said as she gestured for Kevin to leave. "Come and find me when you're ready." Kevin left the room and headed outside. After about 2 hours, he had picked a lot of herbs and flowers that were growing all around the building. "I should bring Marshall back and show him all of this," Kevin said to himself excitedly. He had found all sorts of exotic ingredients. Some of them were necessary for the pills that he was about to prepare for the Alliance members, but others could be used for things that the Night King hadn't taught him yet and he knew that he wanted to make. Kevin found what he needed to reduce the effects of the poison pill. Then he headed over to the director's residence. As he walked in the door, he heard the sound of someone hyperventilating. "What's she doing?" Kevin wondered. He carefully walked to the door and knocked on it a few times. "Is that you, Kevin? Come in quickly." The director sounded a little anxious. When Kevin walked into the room, he froze on the spot. The director was curled up on her bed. Her long dress was soaked with sweat and her thighs were exposed a little. She was having trouble breathing. Kevin was immediately concerned and asked her, "Madam Director, have you taken the poison pill?" "I've been very busy lately, so I forgot that I took the poison pill a few days earlier than everyone else. Have you found any herbs that can counteract the poison?" she asked weakly. "I found them. Do you want me to make it for you immediately?" Kevin asked her. "You'll have to tie me up first. I'm afraid that the side effects will be too strong and I may hurt myself," she said while gritting her teeth. She felt as if there were tens of thousands of fire ants crawling over every part of her body. "I'll do what I can," Kevin said as he took a deep breath and closed the door. He found some scarves and tied the director to her chair. Next, Kevin found a bowl and began to prepare the antidote. 10 minutes later, the bowl shattered and a pill rolled onto the table. Kevin wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked it up carefully. He walked over to the director and gave her the pill. Then he stepped back and waited for it to take effect. After a half an hour, the director let out a long breath. The painful side effects had subsided, and she said, "I feel like I made a good choice. It looks like you have amazing skills for someone your age." "My mentor has taught me well, but I still have a lot to learn," Kevin said modestly. But then he wondered what else the Night King had left to teach him. "I'm not worried about refining the pill for the rest of the group right now. I have a different task for you," she said pleasantly. Kevin was a little worried. What could it be? Was she going to reward him for helping her? "What do you have in mind?" Kevin asked tentatively. "A month ago, we received news that some of our rival organizations plan to set up a school for the natural healing arts in Chicago. On the surface, it looks like a school to help nurture talented young people, but in reality, it's an attempt to squash our alliance." Her eyes flashed with anger as she said this. "This is a diabolical plan. How could they pretend to be virtuous but do something so vicious?" Kevin asked with righteous indignation. "Rest assured that as long as I'm still breathing, I won't let them succeed." "Well put. We need loyal and passionate men like you," she said with relief. "I was concerned that you wouldn't be willing to attend the school's new campus, but I'm not worried about that anymore." "What? You want me to be a spy?" Kevin was stunned once again. "I know that this is a difficult request, but it's the best time for you to make a contribution that would convince everyone that you're worthy of your new post as messenger," the director replied. "The new school will definitely cause a big stir in Chicago. Lots of rich kids will rush to enroll there. I need you to sneak in and find something for me." "What would you like me to find?" Kevin asked apprehensively. "One of the organizations involved in the school has a new process for herbal preparation that they call consolidation. I want you to learn it and bring it back to us," she told him. "But I'm sure you have people who already know far more about this," Kevin suggested. "Don't be afraid," she interrupted. For you to complete the mission smoothly, I've prepared a secret manual for you. It's in the box on your left. Open it up and take a look." "Of course." Kevin agreed. He had his doubts, but it was too late to back down now. He opened the box and took out the manual. Kevin was surprised to see that there was also a blood-red pill in the box. "What pill is this?" Kevin wondered out loud. "This is called the condensation pill. It helps to keep your internal energy from being unstable, which can be very dangerous," the director explained. "The pill is there to help you with your mission." Kevin immediately became happy when he heard this. Of course, he had learned about the condensation pill. At this point in his development, it would be very important for him. Otherwise, he might have problems down the road. He might not be ready for it yet, but Kevin was willing to take a chance. Without even thinking, he swallowed the medicinal pill in one gulp. "Hold on," the director quickly stopped him. "The medicinal properties of this pill are extremely powerful. You are supposed to take it while soaking in a mountain spring." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Kevin said in a panic. Why hadn't he read this in any of his books? There are no mountains near Chicago. "I was about to tell you, but you swallowed it before I had a chance," the director said helplessly. "What will happen if I take it like this? Can it kill me?" Kevin asked sadly. "I have no idea. I've never heard of anyone taking the pill this way." The director shook her head. "Come over here so I can take a look at you." Kevin nodded, but as he was walking over to the director, his face suddenly felt like it was on fire. Very soon, Kevin felt like he was in a furnace and his whole body was burning. But in the next second, he suddenly started shivering. The heat instantly turned cold, and even the air that came out of his mouth and nose was freezing. "This isn't the condensation pill," Kevin said as he fell to the ground trembling in agony. "This is the madness pill." Suddenly, Kevin felt his body fill with power that needed to be released immediately. After a few minutes, his vision was blurred. He got up shakily from the floor and started to take off his clothes.